Be more. Do they have food, water, supplies that they need to survive?
It's very difficult. The humanitarian situation is getting critical in the city. There are many people still trying to leave, fleeing south, and they're being helped by coalition forces along the way. There is a shortage of electricity. Power lines have been hit in bombing raids. There is a shortage of fresh water, and there is a shortage of food, and people are trying to get out. So this could be a reason, Wolf, for a coalition attack on the city to try and ease the humanitarian situation within the city walls. But as I say, the British aren't in there yet.
All right, our British pool correspondent, Clive Myrie, thanks very much. We'll try to get back in touch with you as well, clearly covering a significant story, the situation surrounding Basra, a very important story. We've got much more coverage of the war in Iraq coming up. Let's get all the latest developments right now. CNN's Leon Harris is standing by in the CNN newsroom.
Yes, Wolf, we've been following another significant story here at in the newsroom here at this hour. Now, it was billed as a statement by Saddam Hussein, a call to holy war against the invading allies. It was delivered last hour by Baghdad's information minister and not by the Iraqi leader himself. Saddam Hussein has not made a confirmed appearance in public, or in private even, since that missile attack on a Baghdad bunker that opened the war. A light show over the southern city of Basra. Military analysts say the profusion of flares, as you see here, could signal an effort by the British to illuminate Basra ahead of an operation. But as we've just heard, British forces remain on the outskirts and have not made a move into Basra as yet. Now, CNN has learned that Commander Tommy Franks has received a green light from the Pentagon to set the timing for a move on Baghdad at his own choosing. About 50 miles south of Baghdad, CNN's Walter Rogers reports a major push toward that city could soon be in the works. The Army's 3rd Infantry is reportedly probing Baghdad's southern defenses to assess its capabilities in the wake of recent airstrikes there. Associated Press reports documents seized at a camp in northern Iraq include the list of suspected militants in the United States. Now, up until Saturday, that camp belonged to Islamic guerrillas believed to be linked to al-Qaeda. It was captured in heavy fighting by Kurdish guerrillas directed by special forces from the U.S. I'm Leon Harris here in the CNN newsroom. Wolf Blitzer and Judy Woodruff are just ahead with more of our coverage of the war in Iraq.
Good afternoon to our viewers in the United States. Good evening from here. It's just after 10 p.m. in Kuwait City, also just after 10 p.m. in Baghdad, where the news is being made this Tuesday, April 1st. I'm Wolf Blitzer.
Hello, Wolf. From CNN Studios in Washington, I'm Judy Woodruff. Coming up this hour, on the job dangers, civilians who make their living digging up deadly military mines. And a little chaos in the midst of caring, the struggle to get aid to Iraqis. An embedded reporter takes us inside a city in desperate need of food and water. And on the front lines with Buster, the dog on duty on military raids. We'll find out what he's sniffing. Now, let's go back to Wolf in Kuwait.
Thanks very much, Judy. In Baghdad today, a presidential appeal to Iraqis' religious duty to fight invading forces. But the Iraqi leader Saddam Hussein did not appear during the televised statement. Instead, the Iraqi information minister Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf took to Iraqi television to issue the call for jihad.
Take your chance, my beloved. It is your chance for immortality. It is your honor. There is no honor after that. Hit them. Fight them. They are cursed. They are evil. You will be...
Washington is immediately reacting to the Saddam Hussein statement. Our David Ensor, our national security correspondent, is joining us now live from our Washington bureau. David?
Wolf, some analysts I've spoken to say it's quite ironic to see a regime, a secular Ba'athist Party regime, calling on Iraqis to fight the Americans for religious reasons, given, as one of them pointed out, the number of Iraqi religious figures that have died under the regime. But as far as whether there's any surprise to the fact that Saddam did not himself speak in this message, one U.S. official told me that while Al Jazeera did start promoting the idea that there would be a message from Saddam Hussein himself, Iraqi television did not say so, in fact did not even promote the appearance in any way, according to this official. So they were not surprised in a way to see the information minister instead of Saddam Hussein. They point out that during the first Gulf War, it was Saddam Hussein's practice to not read such messages himself, but to send them periodically to television and have either an announcer or some kind of a minister read them. So this is in keeping with his practice, and officials say the fact that he didn't turn up in no way proves that he's dead or injured, although they do believe that Saddam Hussein was in that bunker on the first night of bombing, and therefore they believe he may be injured or dead. They say there is mixed intelligence. There's some suggesting he's injured, some that he's fine, and some that he may be dead. So there is kind of an effort by U.S. officials now, particularly at the Pentagon, to, as one put it, smoke him out, to point out to the Iraqi public, to everyone in the world, that Saddam Hussein has not proven that he's alive and in business since March 19th. Wolf?
They're almost attempting to bait him to come out and speak publicly to prove, in fact, that he's alive. We certainly heard that message come through from the Pentagon yesterday. David, what are they saying about his two sons, Uday and Qusay, as far as they know about their whereabouts, their health, their ability to control the Republican Guard and Saddam Fedayeen units that they are clearly in control of?
U.S. officials say the same thing about the two sons that they do about Saddam Hussein himself, that they are unsure whether they are alive, whether they are injured, whether they are in control. There was some intelligence suggesting that one or both of them may have been in the bunker, a leadership bunker, along with Saddam Hussein at the site in Baghdad where that first bomb was dropped on March 19th. So same thing for the sons as there is for the father. They just don't know. Wolf?
David Ensor, our national security correspondent. David, thanks very much. I know you'll be checking with your sources and getting us more information throughout the day. Back to Judy in Washington. Judy?
Thank you, Wolf. We've learned that General Tommy Franks has been given additional authority. Pentagon sources telling CNN that the CENTCOM commander now will be permitted to decide when to launch the battle for Baghdad. CNN's Barbara Starr has been doing the reporting, and she has more now from the Pentagon. Barbara?
Hi, Judy. Well, to be clear, we now do believe, and we have been told, that General Franks has the authority to decide when to go ahead and move into Baghdad to begin the battle for Baghdad. Now, it's not really clear whether this is brand new authority or if this has been the plan all the way along, but the way it's been explained to CNN is General Franks will make that decision without necessarily now having to ask either President Bush or Defense Secretary Rumsfeld. The strategy being that General Franks now will have the total flexibility to make the decision based on what he sees going on the battlefield. And where it stands right now, of course, is about 2/3 of U.S. airstrikes, coalition airstrikes, every day are directed against the Republican Guard divisions arrayed around Baghdad for defense of the city. What they are doing is softening all that up. When General Franks, we are told, sees that those Republican Guard units are degraded enough, then he will make the next decision, and that will be to move U.S. ground forces closer and begin to further engage Republican Guard units on the ground. Once he gets through all of that, the expression punches through the Republican Guard units, then he makes the decision to go on to Baghdad. And at that point, what General Franks will be looking for is a strategy that will keep any leadership elements still alive in Baghdad, suppressed, keep any leadership elements from issuing orders, from massing troops, from making any decisions whatsoever, continue to attack the special Republican Guard units that are dispersed throughout Baghdad. So the way officials explain it, there will be maximum flexibility. General Franks looking all the way along the decision-making pipeline here for key places where he can take advantage of tactical surprise on the battlefield and move on ahead. Officials stressing very heavily that there is no absolute set plan. All of it will be flexible depending on what happens. Judy?
Barbara, how much, to what extent do we know how much is the resistance that coalition forces are still meeting in places like Nasiriyah, in Basra, and even we heard General Shepard say in Qasr, the entry point, the entry port. going to have any effect on the decision to go forward toward Baghdad?
Well, this is really the great unknown at the point, and that is the resistance, the level of resistance, and the interaction with the Iraqi civilian population. The U.S. believes as long as it keeps moving towards Baghdad and keeps going and can demonstrate to the people of Iraq quickly that the regime is no longer in power, they then believe that the Iraqi people will rally and support the U.S. effort, understanding that the U.S. wants to bring a new government to them. Of course, what officials are saying is even when they get to Baghdad, they're not ready. They don't think 5 million people will come out in the streets and cheer them. They believe that the people of Iraq are so terrorized that they won't do that at this point. They see some initial areas of cooperation with the civilian population, but they think they have a long way to go on that. Judy?
All right, Barbara Starr, and we're reading this morning about the mood among the people in Baghdad, developing almost a blitz-like atmosphere in the city, waiting for what is going to come from coalition forces. All right, Barbara Starr reporting for us from the Pentagon, and we want to remind you, coming up at 2 o'clock Eastern, we do expect a live briefing from the Pentagon from Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. And then we should let you know the White House briefing is expected to follow that. We're going to bring both of them to you live. Wolf, back to you.
A lot of news coming up this afternoon. Thanks very much, Judy. Thanks to Barbara Starr as well. Meanwhile, the religious tone of the statement that was just read on behalf of Saddam Hussein is raising questions, especially for those familiar with the Iraqi leader. CNN's Nick Robertson is joining us now live from the border between Jordan and Iraq. Questions that you've raised in the past. What was your assessment of this statement read by the Information Minister Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf on behalf of Saddam Hussein, Nick?
Wolf, this is the first time that we've heard such a direct appeal to people's religious teachings, if you will. One of the fundamental parts of those teachings that if your land is invaded, then it's an obligation to jihad. This was an appeal at that basic level. What struck me was this: it was a very short message for the president delivered by the information minister. It was very focused on this central issue, clearly appealing to that part of the community that holds the religious teachings close to their heart, perhaps hoping to strike more resonance in the south of Iraq, where the Shia community are the strongest. They make up 60% of the population in Iraq. Most of them are in the south of the country. The jihad, not necessarily a call to arms, although those were the tones and words used in this particular statement, but it also obligates people here in this particular instance, let's say, not to turn over Republican Guard units who may be close to their house. This is really a fundamental appeal by the Iraqi leadership to win over more support, get more people out on the streets fighting for them. Not clear if this is a last message of desperation to try and galvanize another part of the population, but clearly an attempt to bring on those people who hold their religious teachings close to their heart. As the information minister said, that this is an obligation because yours is an Islamic nation and it's under attack.
The religious men, with all their fatwas, today they all concur that the invaders and the aggressors what they are doing is an aggression on religion and self and on the Islamic nation. Therefore, jihad is a duty, and whoever dies will be rewarded by heaven, and God will be satisfied with their sacrifice. Take your chance. This is what God requested from you. I swear by God, whoever remembers their belief and confronted and was patient, who God advised us, God will make us victorious. And the invaders will run away, and they will be cursed. They are evil.
Now, we've heard the Iraqi leader weave into other speeches a notion of jihad, but Wolf, this is the first time we've ever heard it delivered in this way, a very focused and direct message for people to rise up in jihad against the coalition.
And presumably he's hoping it'll have an impact on those most religious Iraqis, not only Sunnis, but especially Shia, which of course are the dominant group in the southern part of Iraq right now. While I have you, Nick, the most recent targets apparently in and around Baghdad included various facilities we're all familiar with, the presidential palace, once again an Air Force facility, but also apparently the Iraqi Olympic Committee headquarters. Now there's a symbolic reason why that might have been targeted, but maybe you could explain that to our viewers a lot better than I can.
Oh, hugely symbolic, Wolf. This is the building and the committee that is run by Uday Saddam Hussein, President Saddam Hussein's elder son, perhaps the most feared figure on the streets of Iraq. Certainly that's the reputation that he is purported to have inside Baghdad. He is responsible not only for the religious, for the Olympic Committee, but he is also responsible for those Fedayeen fighters who are putting up the stiff resistance we hear in the south. Whether or not strategically this was an important facility to hit, it is after all an administrative headquarters. Whether or not it's strategically important into the minds of Iraqis, this will show that the coalition is striking at places very close and very dear to the Iraqi leadership, and will no doubt be felt as a very personal message by the president's elder son, Uday Saddam Hussein. Wolf.
Nick Robertson explaining something obviously significant. Thanks very much, Nick Robertson. We'll be getting back to you, Judy. I thought he could explain it better than I could. He clearly did.
Well, Nick is a terrific reporter. So are you, Wolf. Thanks very much. Well, we've been talking over the last day or so about the deaths of those 7 civilians yesterday near Karbala. Clearly that underscores the potential for confusion at all these military checkpoints in Iraq. Richard Gaisford is a journalist with troops just outside the southern city of Basra. He got a first-hand look at that confusion, and here's the report he filed.
We're as close to Basra as is safe to be. We are half a mile outside the city this morning. Behind me you can see Irish guards on patrol manning a vehicle checkpoint. This is for people leaving the city. Of course, with the news overnight of the Americans shooting dead these 7 people at a checkpoint, people deeply concerned here. And I've spoken with the major in charge of the Irish guards. He said that if someone hadn't actually stopped at a checkpoint, he'd just let them go. He said it's not worth it. He said that would be one just let through. And you might have just heard something just going off in the background behind me here. That is actually something that's coming from the factory unit behind me, and the Americans have been attacking that this morning with attack helicopters. I'm just going to actually disappear just for the moment because I'm told that we might well be under mortar attack, so we're just going to disappear just for a second, just get into the back of our armoured wagon here. I don't know if you can still hear and see us. We're just taking cover. Effectively what's been going on, and there's a factory unit that we just showed you, that's where Iraqi militia have been held up. They have been targeted by American Apache attack helicopters using Hellfire missiles this morning, and unfortunately that hasn't seemed to stop them. And what it's meant is that the checkpoint has been released, and all these... We think that that is the tactic, that they have certain amount... Oh, okay. I don't know if you can see behind us. Somebody has come off the road there. We don't know if that vehicle's been hit. But we believe the tactic of the Iraqis is effectively to put people in the queue that they want to get out of the city, and then when they know that they're close to the front of the line, they then send across so that the British release the checkpoint. And in that way, the Iraqis hope they're going to get people out of the city. It does appear that the mortar rounds have stopped just for the second, but I think we're going to stay under cover.
And you do get a sense of that report that was filed a short time ago from Richard Gaisford of just what it is like at some of these checkpoints as the coalition forces, Wolf, try to distinguish friend from foe. It is very difficult.
It's not only difficult, but it's extremely dangerous for everyone concerned, and I suspect they're all trying to learn as they go along, but in the process there's going to be some tragic incidents, no doubt about that as well. Let's move to northern Iraq right now, where reporters got a look today inside the town that was said to be a stronghold for the Islamist group Ansar al-Islam. U.S. officials say the area was overrun.
fighters shows off the spoils of war, leading us into recently captured territory and the smashed remains of what they claim was once the hub of a terrorist network. A terror network they've been fighting for years, called Ansar al-Islam. The heart of that network beat here, it's claimed, inside this mosque, at a remote Kurdish village called Biara, on the border with Iran. Parts of the mosque were flattened, the dome peppered with large shrapnel holes from American airstrikes. Unavoidable damage, say Kurdish officials, in their battle to root out and destroy a web of terrorist strongholds, supported and funded, it's claimed here, by Al-Qaeda itself. When the battle against Ansar was joined, it turned into a rout, taking Kurdish forces just 36 hours to defeat their enemy. The first major battlefield operation linking American special forces and Kurdish fighters in northern Iraq. It became a spectacular success, claimed these American Special Force officers, breaking their cover, heaping praise on the thousands of Peshmerga fighters who bore the brunt of close-quarters combat.
I think it's a classic example. I would say it's an outstanding example of what Special Forces train for in the United States, unconventional warfare, working with an indigenous force to add to their capabilities and add assistance and advice where we can.
Ansar's forces put up a ferocious fight, it's claimed. Hundreds dead, the rest fleeing over the border to Iran. At least one of them pretended to surrender, but blew himself up. And Ansar may have abandoned some incriminating evidence under the rubble, possibly supporting alleged links to Al-Qaeda-sponsored terror.
We have found various documents, equipment, etc., that would indicate a presence of chemical and/or biological weapons.
It now begs the question that if American and Kurdish forces can work so well together here, then why not expand operations to break Saddam Hussein's control over the key northern cities of Kirkuk and Mosul? There may be no precise plan for that to happen now, but the Iraqi Kurds are pushing for it. Brent Sadler, CNN, Biara, northern Iraq.
It's now nighttime here in the Persian Gulf, and everyone by now should know what that means. Presumably more heavy bombing in and around Baghdad. Elsewhere in Iraq, our Gary Tuckman is standing by. He's at an air base not far from the Iraqi border. Gary?
Well, Wolf, there will probably be close to 2,000 sorties today and tomorrow morning. And today, the United States Air Force took us to Iraq on one of those sorties. We'll have that story when we come back. Now to my colleague, Miles O'Brien.
Thanks very much, Gary. We are literally all over the map in Iraq giving you this story. In just a moment, we'll talk to General Don Shepard about the Karbala Gap and whether he thinks it might be an Iraqi trap. Stay with us.
My brother Danny and me, for as long as I can remember, we've been competitive about everything. He got a new truck, I got a bigger one. I've got a family, he's got a bigger one. That's the way it's always been. Then my doctor tells me to start taking an aspirin every day for my heart. Just one St. Joseph aspirin. It's smaller than a regular aspirin, but he says that's all I need. So maybe bigger isn't always better. Try telling him that.
St. Joseph aspirin. Trust it with all your heart.
For 3 months, I'm the invisible man. I'm an accountant. From January to April, you can't see me, can't talk to me. I don't have time to talk on my cell phone. I don't even have time to talk to myself.
You need Singular's rollover. Unused anytime minutes roll over from month to month. Plus, choose 5,000 night and weekend minutes or 5,000 mobile-to-mobile minutes. And you can get a free phone, too.
I call it the Kevin McCorkle Taxes Should Be This Fair plan.
Come into Singular now to find the plan that fits you best.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1 for trust and experience. Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. CNN is the most trusted name in news.
The U.S. Air Force says coalition warplanes flew 2,000 sorties yesterday, and 800 of those were strike missions. CNN's Gary Tuckman is at an air base near Iraq. He's joining us now live. Gary?
Well, Wolf, how busy are the coalition aircraft? According to the Air Force, at any given time in the sky, there are 200 coalition planes either over Iraq, on the way to Iraq, or coming from Iraq. And you're right, 2,000 is the number from yesterday until this morning, the number of sorties over Iraq. That's the most since the war started. 800 of them are strike sorties using bombs or missiles. The other 1,200 are combat support sorties. And today the Air Force took us to Iraq as they permitted us to go on one of their sorties.
You're looking at troops being transported into Iraq on one of the 18,000 plus sorties that have taken place since this war began. We're on an HC-130 now. We are flying over Iraq as we speak at an altitude of only 300 feet to avoid Iraqi radar. And these men here maintain helicopters. They'll be at the base that has been taken over by the coalition. With us right now, your name, sir?
Sid Penner.
Okay, have you been to Iraq yet?
No, I haven't.
You maintain helicopters, correct?
That's right.
Will you be living at this base in Talil, Iraq for a while?
We're going to swap out every so often. We won't be staying there permanently yet. We're relieving a crew that's there now, and then we'll be relieved by another crew in time to come.
Any nerves about going to Iraq and being there for a while?
Maybe a little apprehensive, but not too bad. Just looking forward to doing what our commander-in-chiefs let us have the opportunity to do.
You have your body armor, you have your weapons with you.
That's correct.
Thanks for talking with us. I want to give you a look here. There are also supplies going out on this mission right here, food and water. I'm going to pass you by for a second. It's very rocky on this plane because we're at such a low altitude. I want to give you a look out the window. We are, as I said, flying at 300 feet, which is extremely low, and you can actually see the Iraqi desert as we're flying. Take a look at that view. It looks like we're almost in an SUV. That's how low we look. Look, that's a view you get from the wheel of the SUV. Right here is the loadmaster of this mission. This is Shane Smith. Sergeant, I want to ask you a quick question. We're over Iraq right now. This is unbelievably low, how low we're flying.
Right now we're around 200 feet.
200 feet right now.
2 to 300 feet.
Any nerves? Do you worry at all when you fly this low?
No, not at all. Like it low.
It's interesting, isn't it?
Yes.
Any fears that we'll see any Iraqi aircraft? There haven't been any up during the war so far.
Absolutely.
That is a fear?
All over the place. We just crossed the border.
Thank you, Shane, for talking with us. We want to take you up to the cockpit now. It's going to be a little rocky walking up there, but we'll be able to give you the look. We have to climb these narrow stairs. And you'll see there are 5 people up here. There's a flight engineer, a navigator, a radio operator, a pilot, and a co-pilot. And you'll really get a bird's eye view of what this pilot and co-pilot see. They have radar up here just in case there are any Iraqi aircraft on the horizon. As I said, they haven't seen any yet during this war, but they're always visually looking out the window, very busy, to make sure there's no problem. Once we get to Talil, Iraq, we'll drop off these helicopter maintenance people who will stay up here a while, drop off the food and water, and then return. But right now, we're on our way to Talil, Iraq, a coalition base that just last week was in Iraqi control.
Now, this base is about 120 miles north of the Kuwaiti border. It is very primitive right now. There is no refrigeration, there are no bathrooms, there are no showers, but there are also no Iraqis who have been forced out. There is still ground fighting in the area, but the base itself is considered secure for the coalition forces. Wolf, back to you.
Are the plans to really make it more robust, more sophisticated, so they can launch strikes directly from there?
Well, as we speak, Wolf, they are working on that. They're building things. They are building more, bringing more planes in there. Right now, planes, it's just a transportation and a refueling spot, but ultimately, they hope to take planes like these A-10s and base them at that base.
Gary Tuckman, one of our embedded correspondents, thanks for that report. Judy, back to you.
Thanks, Wolf. Responding to reports today that military commanders on the ground in Iraq are frustrated that Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld didn't send enough troops to Iraq. A senior administration official has told CNN today that the president has tremendous faith in the Secretary of Defense in his decision-making, and that is borne out by what the president sees as a successful campaign. Well, let's take a closer look at the military strategy now with CNN's Miles O'Brien at the map table in Atlanta and military analyst General Don Shepard. Miles and the General.
Thanks very much, Judy. Appreciate that. We're going to talk a little bit about Karbala. Karbala is where we know pretty much the vanguard of the U.S. advances, the pointy tip of the spear, right at Karbala, which is 50 miles south and a little bit to the west of Baghdad. I want to take you in and zoom in there and talk about 3 areas that are of great interest. We've got 3 big bodies of water there. As we zoom in on this area, Don Shepard, let's orient people, give people a sense of where we are. First of all, we want to tell you that's Baghdad right over there, okay? And these 3 lakes, which are significant bodies of water here, could come into play, and you could explain that for us. That'd be good. I'll tell you what, do you want me to zoom in on one of those lakes first?
First of all, the southernmost lake, number 1 here, is Lake Razaza. That's the southwest of Baghdad. The middle lake is Lake Habaniya, and the lake number 3 is Lake Tharthar. All big lakes with dams that may become important later.
All right, and this basically is the gap we're talking about here. You've got the Euphrates River there, right? Tigris is pretty much over in that neck of the woods.
A little further over.
In any case, if you're going to start moving a column through here, you've got the potential for a choke point, correct?
This is the area that we're worried about right here. This is what's being referred to as the Karbala Gap, the distance between the Lake Razaza and the town of Karbala. Basically, the concern is if it becomes flooded.
All right. Now, once again, just to reorient you, we're looking toward the south. I want to point this out. That's Baghdad for you there. We believe that is the area where this particular lake is dammed, correct?
This is a dam on Lake Tharthar, the northernmost lake, and that dam, if blown, this would feed into the Euphrates River here and could become a problem of flooding downstream.
All right, let's move to the next one, and it's a little harder to spot the dam on this one. This is a smaller body of water, but we believe it's down in the southern portion here, correct?
Indeed, and this
right
is Lake Habaniya. Yeah, it's on the side. It's actually off to the right-hand side of the picture here, but it would flood into the Euphrates River and flood downstream. That's the concern.
And finally, Karbala, which is a big body of water, which is where we got this started off our discussion here. Once again, here's this gap we're talking about. Here's the dam right here. And I asked you this question before. I ask you again, what are the chances that Special Forces are in a position to prevent these dams from being breached?
Well, I think Special Forces are watching things all over the country, and that's about as far as I'll go. But the major concern is this area here between the town of Karbala and the lake. If the dam is blown, all of this could be flooded and cause significant problem. Or if you got troops north of here and then the dam was blown and they could not be resupplied, all that becomes a concern.
All right, once again, we're only 50 miles away from Baghdad. It's right up in that neck of the woods. So we're talking about a key sort of last threshold barrier before Baghdad. Don Shepard, thanks very much. Leon.
Yes, thanks, Miles. General Shepard. We're getting some late-breaking news here in the newsroom. We're just now learning that 2 journalists who work for New York's Newsday magazine, photographer Moises Sama and writer, foreign editor Matt McAllister, says that they've actually been, well, they haven't been found yet. They've been missing for about a week or so, but what we're learning now is that they actually have made telephone contact back with their headquarters at Newsday, and that they have told their folks back in New York that they are now about to cross into Jordan. Now, these 2 journalists have been working in Baghdad, and as we said, up until about a week or so ago, they were there covering the war, and they were forced out of Baghdad by Iraqi authorities, and after that they had disappeared for some time. No contact had been made with them. Lots of questions about what happened to them and where they have been for the past week, but the word that we're getting now in the newsroom is that these 2 journalists working for Newsday are now making contact with their folks back at the Home Office in New York, and that they should be arriving in Jordan sometime soon. We'll have more on that story and others as we cover everything happening here in the newsroom. Wolf, over to you now.
Let's hope, Leon, that American photographer Molly Bingham is with them as well. She's been gone missing since those 2 Newsday reporters went missing earlier in the week. We'll have to wait and see. Good news, though, for those 2 journalists. Good news for all of us when those 2 journalists showed up safe and sound. We have an embedded journalist, a British journalist, Juliet Bremner, who's not far from Basra. We've established contact with her right now. Juliet, tell us what you can about what you know involving the situation in and around Basra.
Well, the situation has gone much quieter in the last few days. The British now really are very firmly in control here. I'm based with the 7th Armoured Brigade. They now have the north of the city pretty much sealed up. We also have other British land troops to the west and the south of the city, but they're all hanging back, I'd say about 5 kilometres from the city centre itself. And what they're worried about is the militia, the non-regular forces, what we call the Fadaim. Because what's happening, according to the military commanders, is that groups of paramilitaries are embedding themselves in the city itself. They're taking cover in public buildings and amongst the local people, the local civilians, them for cover. To illustrate that, I went today with one of the squadrons to look at a factory that the British become worried about. They thought it was being used by some of these groups. They'd been fired on the front lines from within this complex. It was ostensibly a place that makes flour and stores food products. But when we actually got into it, what we found was a very different situation. They blew up 2 concrete bunkers, and inside they found stacks and stacks of guns, at least 50 in the one I saw being brought out, and also they found a lot of brand new Toyota pickup trucks, and these are the favoured vehicles of these Fadaim. What they do is they convert them into guns, and they put rocket-propelled launchers on the back of them, and then they need them to come out and fire at the British troops. And they're doing this sporadically. Now, most of the regular army have really been subdued. They've taken out all the Iraqi tanks, and most of the troops are thought to have either gone undercover or been destroyed. But they are facing these pockets of militia, and they're causing them quite a lot of grief. And that's the reason why we think the whole...
Unfortunately, I think we're losing Juliet Bremner, one of our colleagues, our British embedded correspondents, not far from Basra, painting a situation, a difficult situation in Basra. British troops surrounding the city have not yet gone in. Clearly, that's a possibility, but there are still those Fedayeen Saddam, those paramilitary, those irregular forces in control of chunks of Basra. Judy, that's the 2nd largest city in Iraq, and the British have been given responsibility to deal with it. Back to you, Judy.
And Juliet Bremner, the reporter, painting, I think, a very good picture for us of just what coalition forces, in that case British forces, are up against. Well, Basra, of course, is in southern Iraq, far southeastern Iraq. Meantime, in central Iraq, U.S. Marines today were searching house to house, even room to room, for Iraqi soldiers posing as civilians. CNN's Martin Savage went along and sent in this report.
For the CAT teams of the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, much of Iraq is viewed through the sight of a gun. These highly mobile, heavily armed jeeps are one of the crucial weapons being used to hunt down Iraqi paramilitary units that have been hitting American forces and supply lines. This platoon, known as Cat Blue, prepares to move in on an industrial complex. The area has been looked at before, but this time the team has the risky job of going building to building.
When we drop them off, use your crew serve weapons to cover your dismounts. They don't need to do a detail search, it just needs to be hasty.
Ready? Marines on foot make forced entries into a maze of rooms and offices. It is something they have trained long and hard at, but this time it is real.
Take a bend here.
As the Marines push on to the next buildings, they are watched over by the mounted patrols. Next come warehouses, each one a potential dark hiding place for those trying to avoid the U.S. military sweep through the area. The Marines encounter a group of Iraqi men who are detained until they can be searched. Even this has its risks. An officer tells a young Marine to make sure he hands over his own weapon so that it can't be used against him.
Do you have any knives or anything on you? No, sir.
The searches are done methodically. The Marines are looking for military ID cards or papers that would suggest these men are more than just innocent civilians. One man using broken English makes his feelings plain about the Iraqi regime.
No Saddam, no Saddam. Good. Good America, good America.
In the end, Cat Blue pulls out. The only thing having been shot at them, a friendly wave goodbye. Martin Savage, CNN, with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, Central Iraq.
So that's the experience of one group of Marines in central Iraq. And Wolf, as I throw it back to you, I think we cannot overestimate the difficulty these troops are facing. I read a story this morning or last night, the time gets blurred now, about a group of Marines going door to door, house to house, only to find out when they got back to their base that the same village had been gone over door to door, house to house by another group of Marines the day before.
And a lot of these Marines, these soldiers, they're very young. This is the first time they've actually been in combat. Obviously very dangerous duty. Simply going house to house, that sounds relatively easy, but given the fact that there are these Fedayeen, the Saddam Fedayeen, the irregulars, the suicide bombers, it's a harrowing experience, I can tell you, for all of these young soldiers, these young Marines. Meanwhile, let's go up to the northern part of Iraq. There's some bombing going on up there as well. It's almost been nonstop around Mosul and elsewhere. CNN's Jane Araf is standing by with the latest. Jane?
Well, there's just been a series of explosions in the ridge behind us, which is the Iraqi front line. There were 2 fighter planes which dropped 4 bombs, the explosions strong enough to send shock waves across the valley to where we're standing. Now, as I said, this is the Iraqi front line, and it has been the subject of repeated bombings for the past several days. There was a lull today following attacks yesterday, with the planes flying low enough to indicate that they weren't fearing any anti-aircraft fire, but this has picked up again this evening. We're also hearing loud explosions from the direction of Mosul and Kirkuk, of course, those 2 major cities. Now, any offensive towards there by troops would have to wait for more U.S. troops here, and although we're seeing a buildup in U.S. forces, there certainly isn't the strength yet to launch a northern front. Wolf?
Jane, we hear a lot about the Kurds in the north, the most of whom I suspect, based on what we're hearing, clearly support what the United States is doing. But on Iraqi television yesterday, you might have seen it, there was some pictures of Kurds supporting Saddam Hussein. As best as you can tell from where you are, where you've been, you've covered this story for a long time, are there Kurds who strongly support Saddam Hussein, or is that simply Iraqi propaganda?
Well, the Kurds who strongly support Saddam Hussein would pretty well be in Iraqi-controlled territory. There are really no, because the country has been, we have to be honest about this, essentially split since 1991. It is part of Iraq, obviously, in northern Iraq, and Kurds and Kurdish officials say they feel Iraqi. They are committed to the territorial integrity. They do not want to break away, but it is very different here. And Kurds take it very personally. When you ask them what they're afraid of, when you ask them how they feel, they always say they're afraid of Saddam, the Iraqi president. On the other side, there's a large Kurdish population in Baghdad and a large Kurdish population still in many cities, and those Kurds, some of them have been taken in by the Iraqi regime, co-opted into the Iraqi regime, if you will. They are supportive of the regime there, but certainly they are on the other side of the line. You will not find many people here, if any at all, who would support the Iraqi regime in Kurdish-controlled northern Iraq. Wolf?
Jane Araf doing some excellent reporting for all of us. Thanks, Jane, very much. Let's go back to Judy Woodruff in Washington. Judy?
Thanks, Wolf. Well, even as our main focus is on the war in Iraq, other business is getting done, including at the United States Supreme Court, where today there was an important argument. Our Kelly Arena has that coming up. Kelly?
Judy, there were some heated arguments today on the issue of affirmative action before the Supreme Court. We'll have that story right after the break.
CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. As U.S.-led forces worry about a possible chemical attack in Iraq, health officials are scrambling for answers as a deadly mystery illness continues to spread. The latest on the war in Iraq from the Pentagon and the White House. These stories and more today at 2 p.m. Eastern. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Listen, you can't even hear it. What? The XLI. You have a trained XLI cooling system? Of course it's quiet. It's those galvanized steel louvers.
Oh, how rugged.
Tell me about it. Climate tough compressor, patented spine fin coil.
It might outlast Evelyn's third marriage.
What? Oh, next we buy you a baby carriage.
Must be some air conditioner. The Train XLI. It's hard to stop a train.
Are you ready to save $200?
Gateway announces $200 off our fully featured 300S home desktop, featuring an Intel 2.2 gigahertz processor, plus a CDRW DVD combo, a 17-inch monitor, and of course, shipping's always included. Are you ready? Call, click, or come in today for Ready Tech Go savings, only from Gateway, featuring the Intel Celeron processor.
Able to get their act together and get them on the air. You know?
And the Supreme Court today heard arguments over the volatile issue of affirmative action. The question, should race be a factor when deciding which students get into the University of Michigan? CNN's Kelly Arena was in the courtroom, and she joins us live. Hello, Kelly.
Hi there, Judy. The justices heard arguments concerning admissions policies at both the University of Michigan undergraduate program and the law school. It is, as you know, a very emotional and divisive issue. There were thousands of protesters who showed up outside of the courthouse today from very early in the morning. Many of those people here were in support of Michigan's policies. What's more, there were more than 100 front of the court briefs that were filed. That is the most ever that have been filed with the Supreme Court. One of those amicus briefs in particular caught the justices' attention. They spent a great deal of time talking about it. It was filed by 29 former military officers who made the point that diversity was an important issue, important for the military in order to produce strong black military leaders and a strong military. And before the court, lawyers from Michigan argued that it was merely trying to assemble what it called a critical mass of minorities. The plaintiffs argued that that is just a quota in disguise. Here is what both sides had to say just a short while ago outside the courthouse.
I certainly believe that institutions need to define their own missions and states need to decide what they want to do for their own states. And so, you know, I'm not convinced at all. The university should decide what they want. They should set their standards and then create the kind of diversity that makes for a good educational setting. And that's what we've done at Michigan. We've done it fairly, and we've complied with the law, and we feel very good about what we've been able to accomplish.
I think that diversity does benefit all students, but it's diversity of many different things, of experiences, of economic status. Diversity is about your character and your experiences. It's not about your skin color.
Now, judging by the questioning that went on in the court does seem pretty divided on this issue, and it looks like Justice Sandra Day O'Connor could cast the deciding vote. That decision is expected to be made public this summer, Judy.
All right, Kelly Arena illustrating, even as this war goes on, and we pay a great deal of attention to it, that there are still critical arguments before the nation, including this one before the High Court. Kelly, thank you very much. And speaking of other important matters, we're going to turn now to Wall Street, where stocks are higher today for a change, despite some lingering concerns about the war in Iraq. Our Rhonda Schaffler's at the New York Stock Exchange. Hello, Rhonda.
Hi there, Judy. And those war worries never really go away. That just sort of cease from time to time. And at this point, investors today finding some reasons to buy. The market's been down 4 straight sessions. At this point, a turnaround. The Dow Jones Industrial Average moving up by about 85 points. And the NASDAQ is also moving higher. We're seeing strength in some financial stocks, technology stocks, and drug stocks. Also, some big moves in the airline sector. And that follows a tentative deal between American Airlines and 3 major unions to cut labor costs and avert a bankruptcy filing. AMR shares right now surging 37%. That's on top of a 33% rally Monday. Also keeping a close watch on auto stocks today. Ford says auto sales fell nearly 8% last month. Analysts say the war and the weak economy keeping buyers cautious. Ford is expected to announce a response to General Motors' new offer of 5-year interest-free loans on nearly all models. That is GM's most aggressive incentive program ever. We will, by the way, be getting monthly sales figures very soon from both General Motors and Chrysler. And that's the latest from Wall Street. Back to you now, Judy.
All right, Rhonda Schaffler telling us that at this hour, a little bit before 2 o'clock Eastern Time, the markets are up. Thank you, Rhonda. When we come back, our Miles O'Brien will be with retired Air Force General Don Shepard. They'll be answering your questions about the war in Iraq.
Lots of questions. Don Shepard is the man with the answers. Here's the first one we're going to tackle from Tanya. Why can the Iraqi army use guerrilla warfare tactics and we can't? Tanya, that's a good question. That's the first of a few we're going to look at as soon as we take a break. Stay with us.
Tough heartburn? Try Extra Strength Mylanta. Nothing's faster or more soothing than Extra Strength Mylanta, the liquidator.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Brace yourself for a week of adventure you won't forget. National Geographic Channel's Culture Shock Week. Explore rituals that rattle your beliefs and witness human nature as never before. Culture Shock Week is coming, so brace yourself for an exotic adventure. Beginning Sunday, April 13th, only on the National Geographic Channel.
I was transferred far from home, but I can still see my team play.
Check out a free preview of the MLB Extra Innings package on digital cable. Catch the hottest big league action from coast to coast for free from March 31st through April 6th.
I'm 1,000 miles from home, but my team's right here.
Tune into the free preview of MLB Extra Innings on Sports On Demand and find out how you can get Acclaim's All-Star Baseball video game for free. Don't miss the free preview March 31st through April 6th on Comcast Digital Cable.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Hello, I'm Miles O'Brien, CNN Center in Atlanta. Major General Don Shepard, retired U.S. Air Force, joining me here at the map table. And it's high time we answered some of your questions. There's a lot of questions out there, obviously. A complicated situation, a dangerous situation. And here's an opportunity to get your questions in. Live from at CNN.com is the email address. Here's a few we got. The one we mentioned to you right before we went to the break from Tanya. Why can the Iraqi army use guerrilla warfare tactics and we can't, Don Shepard?
Well, we do use guerrilla warfare tactics, Miles, and basically what we don't do is the dirty stuff. We don't use suicide bombers. We do the things such as special operations forces. Those are guerrilla tactics. Concealment. We do snatches. All of those type of things we have the capability to do. We just don't do the really dirty stuff that you see, such as blowing people up that don't deserve it.
And as a follow-up to that, are there really any rules of war?
There are rules of war indeed, and the West really adheres to them. They relate back to the values of your country, and those are embedded in the values of your soldiers. There are indeed rules of war.
All right, let's go to the next question. MC in Minneapolis, why don't coalition forces use so-called E-bombs on the town they want to bypass? Now, a little backstory on the E-bomb. This is a technology that's been written about, but so far in the software world, they call it vaporware. I don't think it exists, but why don't you go and explain, first of all, what it could do?
Yeah, basically, the reason we're not using it is the areas we're bypassing right now, it wouldn't do any good if we had it. I'm not sure that we have these right now. The ability to package powerful microwave or laser weapons or high-energy weapons in small packages electronically is simply not there yet. We're working on the chemical lasers. We're working on the electronic lasers, but the ability to fry everything in an area with this simply does not exist, and you don't have sophisticated computer systems in these towns that are being bypassed. It wouldn't do any good, Miles.
Okay, so you need a lot of electromagnetic targets out there in order for that to be effective, and there probably isn't a lot of that there, even if this thing existed.
Indeed.
It's kind of Buck Rogers stuff, though, isn't
You bet.
it? All right, Linda in Glendale, Arizona. Why can't humanitarian supplies be airdropped into Iraqi towns? That's a good question, Linda.
It is indeed, and Linda, they can be dropped into towns, but it's a very inefficient method of distributing supplies. You want to distribute supplies from the ground. And there's another big reason. Right now, there is not a humanitarian crisis. There are people that are hungry and have some water shortages, but there is no big humanitarian crisis in this area, and the forces say they have enough food to supply the whole area for up to a year, so there's no reason to drop them right now.
Well, it also seems to me that when you drop by air, not only is it inefficient, it could get in the wrong hands, and then it could be used in a way you don't want it used.
In the wrong hands. We even saw some people killed in Afghanistan by the humanitarian supplies being dropped on them, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. All right, Don Shepard, thank you for that. And keep those questions coming. Live from at CNN.com is the place. We'll try to work these in through the course of our coverage. Wolf.
Thanks very much, Miles. Thanks, General Shepard, as well. We have some good news to report to our viewers. The Reuters news agency now quoting family members of the American photojournalist Molly Bingham as saying she also has made contact with her family going into Jordan from Iraq. She's been missing now for more than a week, together with those 2 reporters from Newsday, the Long Island newspaper, who earlier made contact with their families, with executives at Newsday, the newspaper. All 3 of them now fine. Molly Bingham, a photojournalist, once the official photographer for then Vice President Al Gore. Good news for all 3 of our colleagues. Happy to report that news. We're also standing by for the news briefing over at the Pentagon. That's coming up in the next few minutes, right at the top of the hour. The Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Richard Meyer. CNN will, of course, have live coverage. Meanwhile, every day we bring you some amazing pictures of fighting from the front. But today's picture, a portrait in relaxation after a job well done. Sergeant Danny Morgan and his sniffer dog, Buster, were involved in British forces raids on the town of Safwan. Sergeant Morgan describes what's all in a day's work for Buster.
On the first house that we went into, he found an AK-47 rifle, 239 rounds, 6 grenades with all their fuses in, bomb-making equipment, and also 4 empty magazines for the weapon itself. And then on the further raid that we went on this afternoon, further search, he found another AK-47 rifle, another 30 rounds and 2 magazines attached to it as well.
So without Buster's help, would they have been found?
Very, very unlikely. I mean, we do a cursory search, and short of getting the Royal Engineers in and stripping the whole place apart, then obviously he is a search asset, and we are a search team, and altogether we know we try and make the overall package and produce good results.
So pretty important part of the organisation.
Very much so, yeah, very much so. He's also good for morale as well. You see the amount of people that come over and want to stroke him and pet him, and obviously he's my best friend, really, you know.
Nothing like that, a soldier and his best friend. In this particular case, Buster. Much more coverage of the war in Iraq coming up, including that Pentagon briefing about to begin momentarily. The Defense Secretary, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, will have that immediately after we check in for the latest developments.
Other mortgage companies are still filling out the paperwork. Ditech.com is busy processing your loan. Right now, you can apply for a second mortgage with a no closing cost option. It's a whole new way to get a mortgage. Just log on or call 1-800-71-FIXED. Ditech.com, your mortgage solution delivered.
Lawn weeds. Some products will kill them, but they'll burn holes in your lawn too. The solution? New Ortho Weed Be Gone. It kills the toughest weeds without ever harming your grass. Guaranteed. Ortho, always the right solution.
Hello, Leon Harris here in the CNN newsroom. Here's what's happening at this hour. CNN has learned that Commander Tommy Franks has received a green light from the Pentagon to set the timing for any move on Baghdad. Pentagon sources say that Franks is clear to launch the war's decisive battle at a time of his choosing. Now, south of the city, a big Army unit is reportedly probing Iraqi defenses to determine how much they've been weakened by punishing airstrikes. Iraq's information minister delivers a statement, and it's said to have come from Saddam Hussein. The statement urges Iraqis to wage a holy war against U.S.-led invaders. Yesterday, General Franks told reporters that he can't say for sure if the Iraqi leader is dead or alive. 2 missing journalists turn up safe. Good news for our colleagues here. Newsday says that Matt McAllister and Moises Sama called in saying that they were okay. They are in Jordan now. They had not been heard from in 8 days. The newspaper did not say where the pair had been. Also updating this, we also have learned that Molly Bingham, who was also traveling with them, has now also checked in. She is as well as they are as well. So we'll follow that story later on. Now, 4 suspected terrorists are under arrest in Milan, Italy. Italian police said that the 2 Kurds, an Egyptian and a Somali, are believed to be affiliated with Ansar al-Islam in northern Iraq. Ansar al-Islam is the group allegedly linked to al-Qaeda. Now, in other news, there are some conflicting reports out about whether North Korea has test-fired yet another missile. The Pentagon says North Korea test-fired another short-range surface-to-ship missile off its western coast, and if so, that is the 3rd such test since February. And now, CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues.
Good afternoon to our viewers in North America. Good evening to our viewers here. It's just after 11 p.m. here in Kuwait City, 2 p.m. on the east coast of the United States, including over at the Pentagon, where the news is being made this Tuesday, April 1st. I'm Wolf Blitzer. Coming up this hour, U.S. Central Command saying it's still investigating yesterday's checkpoint shooting that killed 7 women and children. The story from our Tom Mintier.
And from CNN studios in Washington, I'm Judy Woodruff. We are awaiting, as Wolf said, 2 major briefings this hour. One from the head of the Defense Department, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. He'll be joined by the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Richard Myers. The other briefing will come from the White House. We're going to bring you both of those live as they happen.
Minister who appeared on Iraqi television today. He read a statement by Saddam telling Iraqis to fight the evil aggressors. Now for a closer look at today's military operations in Iraq, we're joined by MSNBC military analyst and retired U.S. Army Colonel Jack Jacobs for our Military Minute. What do you make of this battle near Karbala?
Well, I think it's very significant. Karbala is right over here, and we have been engaged with the 3rd Infantry Division with elements of the Republican Guards now for quite some time. You asked a question earlier about the possibility of the Iraqis conducting an attack on the Americans, what is generally called a spoiling attack. That may very well be what we're seeing because it's awfully far south from where we think the main body of the Republican Guards are. And the reason they may be doing it is because Republican Guard divisions, units, are not allowed inside Baghdad. Only special Republican Guards are. And since we've been pounding these guys for days on end, they have no place to go. And they may have decided that the only thing that they can do is to try to counterattack and prevent our advance into their lines and subsequently into Baghdad. Back to you, Lester.
All right, Colonel, thanks very much. Again, as soon as that CENTCOM briefing gets underway, we'll carry it for you. Let's go right to Jeannie Ohm right now at the Pentagon and get more from there. Jeannie?
And Lester, we are told it will be a 30-second statement that will be read by someone over at U.S. CENTCOM in Doha, Qatar. As you've been reporting, the big development in the last few minutes has been defense officials telling NBC News that a major battle is now underway between U.S. ground troops and Republican Guard units in Karbala. Now, we got indication of this earlier from the Pentagon during the briefing, in which General Myers said there was serious ground operations now underway with ground troops and Republican Guard units. When pressed further whether this was armed reconnaissance or more probing, he said it involved all components, air, mechanized units, just all components. So again, the characterization was it was a serious ground operation that was currently underway. And Defense Secretary Rumsfeld had also indicated, saying there were reports coming out of Baghdad that some kind of ceasefire was in the works with a plan for Saddam Hussein and his regime to leave, but he quickly shot that down, saying, in fact, the circle is closing around Baghdad, and that's all indications that we are getting right now. Again, Lester, the latest word is that this engagement is being described as huge and escalating. Back to you.
And, you know, I had the briefing on. You saw the whole thing, but I hear the Joint Chiefs Chairman Richard Myers and probably his most vigorous defense of this battle plan today, Jeannie.
Absolutely, Lester. I mean, that really was what resonated after that briefing, was how animated General Myers was, because the question was clearly directed at Donald Rumsfeld about all the criticism, the printed reports about second guessing. Did he micromanage the war plan and not call for enough ground troops? But before he could even respond, that's when General Myers jumped in.
The fact that one person prints it and then everyone else runs around and copycats it and writes it again, then pretty soon it's been printed 16 times and everyone says, well, it must be true. That's nonsense.
My view of those reports, and since I don't know who you're quoting, who the individuals are, is that they're bogus. I don't know how they get started, and I don't know how they've been perpetuated, but it's not been by responsible members of the team that put this all together.
Again, how that actually unfolded at the briefing was the reverse, where General Myers first stepped in before Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld could respond. They also indicated that the airstrikes in the past 4 or 5 days really, quote, seriously pounded Republican Guard units to the point that some divisions now are reportedly less than 50% of their combat capabilities. So again, it's not exactly clear the specific wording of what they will say at that CENTCOM statement coming up in just a few minutes. But again, NBC News has learned that a major battle is now now underway with U.S. ground troops and Republican Guard units near Karbala. Lester?
Jeannie, thanks. And that statement from Central Command, perhaps 5 minutes away, based on the last guidance we had. We'll carry it as soon as they make the statement. Several journalists reported missing in Iraq for a week have finally been found. Now they are out of the country in Jordan. One of them spoke briefly about their ordeal earlier this afternoon.
It wasn't much fun, but we were not physically hurt, and we're very happy to be out.
The 4 journalists were released from a Baghdad prison today. They'd been missing from their hotel in the Iraqi capital since March 24th. Newsday correspondent Matt McAllister, who you saw speaking, and photographer Moises Saman contacted their editors at 1 p.m. Eastern Time to say they were safe and had crossed into Jordan. The other 2 journalists detained with the Newsday crew were freelance photographer Molly Bingham of Louisville, Kentucky, and Danish freelance photographer Johan Reiting. Bingham's father described getting the call today.
The call came to the office. A member of the staff picked up the phone, and honest to God, we thought it was an April Fool's joke. It was not. It was really Molly. It was not some Iraqi talking in her voice.
The journalists say they were never told why they were taken into custody or why they released, but again, all safe and sound in Jordan. A reminder, if you're just tuning in, we are expecting a very rare briefing, and actually will be a statement from Central Command headquarters in Doha, Qatar, within the next few minutes. We've been told to stand by for it. We don't know the content. We'll carry it. We'll see it live here as soon as it gets underway. Right now to the front lines, NBC's Dana Lewis has been traveling with the Army's 101st Airborne Division in south-central Iraq. Earlier today, he filed this report on the division's progress in south-central Iraq.
We're with Bravo Company 270 out of Fort Riley, Kansas. These M1A1 Abrams tanks came up this road yesterday and came under intense fire from Iraqi soldiers that were up the road south of a city called Al-Hala. All of these soldiers have been telling us today rocket-propelled grenades, machine gun fire were coming at them. They can only describe it as a hailstorm, and in addition they had artillery fire coming in. Why the Iraqis were trying to defend this road? It's partly because it leads to the city that eventually goes all the way up to Karbala and then Baghdad itself. The Army today has been saying that in fact Iraqi forces, they are not only regular Army, they are actually reinforced by Republican Guard units, have been beefing up their frontline positions. These tanks have been moved up the road. There is concern that the Iraqis may try to counterattack. These tanks are blocking, and they're wondering, all of the commanders, if there could be an attack from the north. Saddam Hussein seems to have moved his Republican Guard units, not all of them out of Baghdad, but some of them reinforcing southern positions. That has battle commanders wondering what's next. Is Saddam trying to take the fight to American forces rather than wait for these tanks to get all the way to Baghdad? They say either way, they have lots of armor on the road, and they're ready to fight here, now, or fight in Baghdad later. Back to you.
And that's Dana Lewis with the 101st Airborne Division. 2 bits of news here we're following very closely. One, the report of a major battle underway in Karbala, a large battle that is said to be escalating. Separately, we are told there is an announcement soon to be made at Central Command headquarters in Doha. I keep checking the monitor. Rob Morrison is there. Rob, are you getting any sense what this announcement will be?
Well, I'll tell you, I have not been led to believe that this will be an announcement regarding the ground battle that you just spoke about in Karbala, where reportedly ground troops are engaging Republican Guard divisions. We're told it's huge, and we're told that it is escalating. However, as I said, I don't think that this particular announcement is going to have anything to do with that. At least that's what I've been led to believe here on the ground. It's certainly not normal for a briefing to be held at this time. It's just after 2 a.m. here. Typically, we have the briefings once a day at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We've already had the one yesterday, and, you know, we'll have another one later on today. So it is kind of an impromptu affair. Initially, we weren't even supposed to say that there was going to be a briefing, but then we got the okay to say that, yes, there's a briefing coming up. We were told about 10 minutes ago that it would be coming up in about 10 minutes, so it really could happen at any time. And Lester, we really haven't been given any guidance of what this announcement will be.
When we say briefing, that implies question and answer. This sounds like this may be just more of a single statement.
Is that... Actually, you're correct, Lester. From what I'm now being told, that it will be a statement, and there won't be question and answers allowed. So yes, it'll just be a statement, I believe.
And give us a sense, you know, we talked to you into the wee hours of the morning, your time, and bits of information come out of there. Do they traditionally just give you written statements as things progress through the night?
Well, there are lots of public affairs officers here, and interestingly enough, one of the mottos that around here, among the press corps here, is that they say, while they sleep, we release, meaning that there is a lot of good information coming out in the wee hours of the morning, and certainly that has been the case since the time we've been here the last couple of weeks. But as I said, for some kind of announcement to come out right now in this fashion from the podium, that is not normal. Typically, maybe there would be a written release handed out, or a public affairs officer would come into our office and give us a heads up about something, or perhaps would be alerted by our news desk that gets wind of something, and then we'll actually go to the public affairs officers and ask them, and they'll give us some more guidance on it. So for this to be happening from this podium here, certainly is something a little bit different, especially at this time of day.
And give us a sense of what we've heard today in terms of the battle and the sense you're getting from the military about the direction.
I'm sorry, Lester. I just received, I think, a 3-minute warning, so I missed your question.
3-minute warning. Okay, well, then why don't you and I will just converse here a bit, because we don't want to miss this. My question has been with regard to the information that has come out in the daily briefings. Have you detected a significant change at the way military officials view the direction of the war from the military standpoint?
Well, we saw a lot of frustration on both parts, really. There was a certain frustration at the very outset, and perhaps it still lingers a bit among the media here. You've certainly been in this business a while, so you know what it could be like to get a couple hundred journalists together who don't feel as if they're getting enough information. It can get a little bit sticky at times, but that seems to have gone down just a bit. We seem to be receiving a little bit more information from the podium. It seems as if sometimes they're efforting lately. They're trying to get us more information. At least that's my own personal sense that I'm getting in dealing with the military here, that they really are doing their best to try to get us the latest information as quickly as they can. They feel a very big responsibility, I think, here to do that, to stay out in front of these things.
And I'm wondering how mindful they are of the fact that there is, in fact, a PR war here. We know a lot of these briefings, they talk about the accusations that are flying back on both sides with regard to civilians.
Well, indeed, they are conscious of it. I think when we listened to the Secretary of Defense today, when he made his statement, he said, I know that this is being broadcast in Iraq, and I want the Iraqi people to hear my words. They're broadcasting on radio in 5 frequencies that covers the entire country of Iraq. We know that they're broadcasting television signals now, not the entire country, but it is reaching closer to Baghdad, we're told. And of course, you mentioned the information war. They have been leafleting right along, changing the message depending on where they are in the operation. So yes, indeed, they know that their words from this podium will be heard in Iraq.
And again, separately from whatever may be announced here, have you received any other information regarding this battle apparently underway in Karbala?
Really, I think only what you've reported. In running in here, I missed your report, but just to tell you what we've heard on this end from military officials, that there is a major battle going on in the vicinity of Karbala, and that it is ground forces, coalition ground forces, of course, engaging with the Republican Guard. We're told that it was huge, was a word that was used, and that it was escalating. Of course, there's been a lot of talk about these engagements with the Republican Guards, both on the ground and in the air. And as the Secretary of Defense was saying today, now that Baghdad seems to be circled on 3 sides by coalition forces, we know that this was something that was going to continue to happen more frequently. And we're also told that there, I think 50% was one number I heard today, although that didn't come out of CENTCOM, that the Republican Guard forces had been depleted and degraded around Baghdad significantly, at least is what they're saying here. They really didn't put a percentage on it at Central Command, but they did say it was significant.
And Rob, I'll ask you to stand by again. We're waiting for a statement from Central Command in just a few moments. Right now, let's go to the Pentagon. Jeannie Ohm is there and has been following as many of these developments as well. Jeannie, in the briefing today, did you get a sense that we were nearing any turning point or that there was something significant brewing tonight?
It was sort of mixed messages, Lester. On the one hand, the Pentagon was saying the key to success is patience, but at the same time, they made a point of emphasizing the tremendous progress being made on the ground. And, you know, we've been talking about the Republican Guard units now around Karbala. Well, they made a point of signaling not just the Medina, but there's been attacks on the Hammurabi, the Baghdad, and Al-Nida. These are just 4 of those Republican Guard units, and officials saying that they have been striking ground and air capabilities of these Republican Guard units, degrading them. Of course, the goal, they've made it very clear, is that they want to sufficiently degrade those divisions before sending in ground forces. So again, as you have been talking about, we don't know exactly what will come out of this briefing coming up any minute now, but we should mention the big development is the fact that officials are confirming a major ground battle, which they're describing as huge, is underway right now with ground troops as well as Republican Guard units near Karbala.
Are they talking at all about what American units may be involved?
It's not clear, but we have known up until this point that the 3rd Infantry Division was around the Karbala area, so that is just an assumption right now that they may be the ones involved.
And Jeannie, I know, and we talked a moment ago, there were a lot of questions, of course, about there's many headlines in the paper about commanders, unnamed commanders, unhappy with the war plan, some officers, retired officers on television. Was there an acknowledgement that this plan has been adjusted somewhat?
Oh, absolutely. They say the initial plan, you know, was coming off of a shelf. That one clearly had to be scrapped because it was just old and not facing the realities of the 21st century. And they do say there was a lot of revisions going on. And in fact, they say that adjustments are being made as we speak. But you mentioned before about the ground war, and they were talking about how the strikes and the air campaign, that they really seriously pounded them for the last 4 to 5 days. In fact, just within the last 24 hours, there were 800 strike flights, as well as about 50 targets alone in Baghdad that were signaled out, all to go after the regime's command and control and communication abilities.
And talk about the significance, if you can. Some of the ships that had been firing cruise missiles in the Red Sea apparently moved out of the Red Sea. What's the story there, and what does that mean in terms of the war effort?
Lester, that was one of the new developments today. If you recall, both Turkey and Saudi Arabia told the U.S. military to stop firing Tomahawk cruise missiles. Why? Because there were at least 7 misfires, 5 landed in Saudi Arabia, 2 in Turkey. There were no serious incidents involved with them, no casualties, but there was serious concern by those 2 governments. They didn't want to see any more of these incidents, so they asked the U.S. military to stop firing those Tomahawk cruise missiles. And as a result, 8 Navy warships are moving from the Red Sea. It will take at least a couple of days' journey to go all the way around to the Persian Gulf. That is the only spot right now that the U.S. Navy can launch those precision-guided missiles.
Jeannie, okay, I'll ask you to stand by as well. We're at the quarter hour. A lot of people know that we do the headlines every 15 minutes here. The big headline may be about to take place. We're not sure. Statement about to come out of Central Command headquarters in Doha. We don't know what it is. We can tell you that U.S. warplanes pounded targets outside the northern Iraqi city of Kirkuk today. Local Kurdish fighters are calling it the heaviest attack on the strategic oil hub since the start of the war. The White House says there's no plan to ask for more money for the war in Iraq, but they won't rule out the possibility. The president has already asked Congress for $75 billion to pay for the war. The Director of Management and Budget says the president reserves the right to ask for more. And the latest casualty numbers in the Pentagon show no change. 46 Americans have been killed in and around Iraq, 38 from hostile fire, 16 are missing in action, 7 are prisoners of war, and just over 100 have been wounded. If you're just tuning in, we've been waiting for the last several minutes for a briefing, or actually a statement, we're told, will be read by General Brooks at the Central Command headquarters in Doha, Qatar. It is very unusual that he would make a statement on camera at the wee hours of the morning in Doha. We will carry it as soon as he takes to the podium. Right now, we want to get over to the White House right now. The Bush administration today defending the Pentagon's war plan, dismissing the claims of critics that not enough troops are engaged in the action. NBC's Bob Kerr is at the White House now with more. Bob?
Lester, good day. They're still somewhat defensive here about what they call the second guessing about all this. Ari Fleischer today stating again that the president has faith in this plan, that he in fact set the plan and believes it's working.
from all the conversations the President has had with the planners. This is the plan that was agreed upon, was discussed robustly. Everybody understood what it called for and was checked off on.
Actually, Ari Fleischer then reminded the press corps here at the White House of something he told us a couple of weeks ago, and that was on the day that the President actually ordered the war. He participated in a teleconference not only with General Tommy Franks, but with all of the top military commanders in the field, in the war zone, and asked them two questions. He asked them, were they comfortable with the war plan, to which we're told they all said yes. Also, did they have what they think they needed to get the war going? And again, we were told that they all said yes. I think what happened then, Lester, is that there came an underestimation of the strength, the tenacity of the Iraqi military forces to put up the resistance they did and fight with guerrilla tactics. So what happened here, and what we're being told, is that there is a plan. It's somewhat flexible. It had a so-called rolling start that is now dealing with something that was not necessarily anticipated. So that's the explanation we're getting here. There was also a big boost here today for Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. He was here earlier today to meet with the President, a senior administration official telling us just around the time of that meeting that the President has tremendous faith in the Secretary of Defense and in his ideas. Also, another issue today, Saddam Hussein. Where is he? How is he? How might he be? Well, Ari Fleischer, the White House spokesman, said it was more than interesting today that Saddam Hussein did not show up on TV as promised.
Particularly today, after they advertised, Al Jazeera did report it, that Saddam Hussein would himself address the Iraqi people, and he failed to show up. It does raise interesting questions, but the bottom line is we don't know. We don't know, and therefore we're going to be guarded in what we say because we don't know. He could show up, but he hasn't yet.
A continuing mystery here as the White House and the Pentagon more or less dare Saddam Hussein to come out and show that he's alive some way on TV. Now, Lester, I want to tell you that we didn't see the President today. Don't know that we're going to see him tomorrow, but on Thursday he is going to travel to Camp Lejeune in North Carolina. He's going to visit with Marines down there. Camp Lejeune figures in this mightily, as you probably know. 12 of the soldiers who've been killed so far came from Camp Lejeune, 7 of them missing from there as well. Lester.
Bob Kerr at the White House. Bob, thanks very much. We have been standing by now for the better part of 25 minutes. We were given guidance in the military. There would be a statement read by General Vincent Brooks at the podium at Doha, Qatar, the Central Command Media Center, and we are still standing by for it. No indication that it won't happen. We're told it will be brief and a statement, and we don't know what it will be about. The announcement that there would be a statement coincided with some other dramatic news that we're told is not related, and that is that there is apparently a very fierce, large, and escalating battle going on near Karbala, south of Baghdad. Let's talk about that for a moment with our MSNBC analyst, Colonel Jack Jacobs, who joins us in the war room. Talk about the significance of that, and is it something that you would expect at some point, a major battle in that location?
No, I would have expected these guys to fall back, not to engage in a large-scale attack on our position, because they're at a tremendous disadvantage. We can see them day or night, and when they come out in the open, we drop bombs on them and shoot them and so on. It makes their lives extremely difficult.
But could this be a U.S. offensive, though, against the dug-in Republican Guard positions?
There are two possibilities. One is that it's a U.S. offensive to open up the flank of the Republican Guard position. If you see where Karbala is, you can see that it's on the extreme left flank of what is the Republican Guard position of 3 divisions. If you open up that flank, then it makes it lots easier to attack that flank from another force that would come in, American force that would come in from the west. But there's another possibility. John Warden and I were discussing this at the break, and that is that the Republican Guard units have been pummeled so relentlessly that this may be an attempt by these units to break out. They've got no place to go. They can sit there and continue to take hits from the air. They can't go into Baghdad. Republican Guard units are not permitted in Baghdad. Only special Republican Guard units are. And the only thing, therefore, that they have at their disposal is to try to break out of what is rapidly becoming an encirclement.
You know, Colonel, the Defense Secretary Rumsfeld today suggested that U.S. forces have Baghdad surrounded from the north, the west, and the south. the fact that he mentioned the north, we know there are troops in the north, but the thought has not been that they're anywhere near Baghdad. What do you suppose he meant by that?
Well, that's fascinating. I would have thought that he was talking about the forces we have in the north, like the 173rd.
And maybe he was.
And perhaps he was, but we do know something else. He's a big proponent of special operations forces, and we have a substantial number of special operations forces engaging in a wide variety of missions inside Iraq. As a matter of fact, a lot of the battlefield successes we've had up until now, indeed a lot of the success we've had in bombing enemy units, both in the north and in the south, is as a result of operations from special operations forces. So he may be talking about that. But perhaps, only perhaps, he may be talking about yet another force, a conventional force, which we have managed to insert into Iraq in the north. Now, don't forget, the 173rd Airborne Brigade jumped into the north, secured an airfield, and we have been air landing lots of equipment in particular, but also perhaps men in that region. And it may very well be that that's what he's talking about as well.
And, you know, I've mentioned it before, and I have no military experience, but historically, we all remember the famous left hook of General Schwarzkopf that caught everyone off guard. And I've wondered, as we've watched this, if there's something that all of us don't see that may be materializing in the near future.
Well, something that makes a great deal of sense from the conduct of the ground war is to do the following, and you sort of suggested it already. We have the 3rd Infantry Division arrayed on the west. We have the Marines on the east, and somebody else, it would make a great deal of sense to insert in the west off to the side so that we can flank the Republican Guard divisions or approach Baghdad from the west, across the river from the west. And in addition to that, if we were to have a force, and it didn't necessarily have to be a very large force because the enemy is oriented towards the south, but to have another force, a brigade or regiment size or maybe slightly larger, attacking Baghdad from the north to catch them when they're facing towards the south would probably be a huge effect on our side.
And Jack, just want to pause, have you stand by for a second as folks are tuning in. We're getting near the bottom of the hour. Couple of things happening here. Jack and I specifically talking about what was reported as a large battle near Karbala that is escalating, a large battle. And then separately, we received word about 35-40 minutes ago there would be a statement in the next 10 or 15 minutes from General Brooks at Central Command headquarters. That caught all our attention because they simply don't make on-camera statements in the middle of the night. Keep in mind it's around 3 in the morning there. So we're waiting for that. It's been suggested to us that will not be about what's happening at Karbala. We simply don't know what that will be about. Colonel Jack Jacobs is with me, as well as Jeannie Ohm at the Pentagon. Jeannie, have you heard anything more from there about what we might get from General Brooks?
Not at this point, Lester. And as you pointed out, these two incidents, the fact that we got word that there was this major battle at Karbala and the fact that CENTCOM was about to release a statement may not be related, in fact, at all. So, again, we are just standing by as well. But you pointed out something earlier about all the criticism that's been going on, all the highly critical reports out there about the war plan. It was interesting to note it wasn't just coming from inside the Beltway, so to speak, or retired military officials. In fact, when General Myers was asked, this was actually coming from commanders in the field, his response was quite interesting, saying, none of those perceptions are probably wrong, but what he did add was that they're probably not getting the big picture, so they're only seeing a snapshot of what they're seeing, and that's why they were basing their reasons for not having enough ground troops based on just what they were seeing.
And I'm just seeing more reports about Karbala. That's 68 miles southwest of Baghdad. Has the sense been that a lot of these forces that appear to have been pausing, and I know that's a loaded word in this, but those armored forces have been on the move in recent days? Jenny?
Lester, actually, it was a couple of days ago when we first got word that there were so-called probing attacks taking place in that very area in which, the troops would send out some forces there to kind of gauge a sense of the enemy's defenses and their strengths and their size. So we actually heard about that a few days ago, and it's only been in the last 48 hours, perhaps, that we've been hearing more about these engagements. And now the Pentagon was earlier characterizing them as serious ground operations currently underway involving all components. So it wasn't just air attacks, it wasn't just armed reconnaissance, but it was a full ground operation underway, and now we're getting confirmation from that from defense officials talking about this huge and escalating battle there.
And Jack, what is a probing attack?
Well, they're just trying to find the location of our lines, where our forward elements are and where our flank elements are, so they can find seams in our defense that would permit them perhaps to conduct a spoiling attack, perhaps to conduct a breakout, perhaps to find out where our major weapon systems are so they can call in artillery or rockets or something like that to destroy them.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to, apropos of nothing whatsoever, I was going to hazard a guess about this statement that was going to be read. If it has nothing to do with Karbala, and it's 2 o'clock in the morning, it's got to be something relatively momentous, but if it doesn't have anything about Karbala, perhaps they're going to announce, and I may be completely wrong, that we've captured somebody of significance.
Well, you know, you can shake the box up in the days leading to Christmas, and you're sometimes wrong, so we'll all find out what this statement will be. And again, the guidance in these things, as they do slip, is about maybe 40 minutes ago now. We got the initial word that in about 15 minutes we'd hear something, and then after that we were told another 15 minutes. That's the way these things work. We're in position right now at the Central Command Forward Headquarters in Doha, Qatar, and we're told whatever this statement will come from Brigadier General Vince Brooks. He's the general who has conducted most of the briefings that we've seen in the morning, our time here, in the evening in Doha, and has kind of given us the play-by-play as to what's happened during the previous 24 hours. But we're told he will speak, that it will be a short statement, and we continue to watch and to find out. And what we have been led to believe, though, is it is in fact separate.
Tonight with Peter Jennings. Good evening, everyone. This was a very intense day in the war, and they are all intense. There was heavy bombing in the northern part of Iraq, where Iraqi and Kurdish forces are fairly close to each other. The targets were said to be Iraqi troops, many of them you could see on the run, and the headquarters for the northern part of the country. There was heavy bombing in Baghdad again, and to the south of the city, particularly on troops and their equipment, which the regime needs to defend the city. Now, this war is going on all over the country, but it is south of Iraq where things seem to be developing very significantly tonight. So let's just take a second to look at the map itself. Around Karbala and Najaf, the two holy cities for the Shiite Muslims, reports late today of a very big battle engaged the U.S. forces and the Iraqi members of the Republican Guard around Karbala. And over there to the right in Hilla, there are reports late today from the International Committee of Red Cross saying that there was some very heavy fighting there. It was described by the ICRC as a veritable horror, the aftermath. Dozens of smashed corpses, dozens of dead, and 450 injured people, we were told. All of them, said the International Committee of the Red Cross, civilians. And take a look at Najaf there. Najaf is where the son-in-law of the Prophet Muhammad is buried, and yet these paramilitary Fedayins are said to be taking cover in or near the tomb. And the question is, how does the United States root them out on a battlefield without disturbing these places which are so very important to the rest of the Shiite community? Countryside is changing here now, passing from desert into farmland, and one embedded reporter with the U.S. forces, beginning, we think, now to move forward, said earlier today, when we came out of the desert where they waved at us, notice they don't wave at us anymore. ABC's John McCarthy tonight at the Pentagon on the battle, which appears to be developing quite rapidly, John.
Peter, after rolling into Iraq just 12 days ago, U.S. sources are now saying that the biggest battles of this war have finally begun. Military sources say that tens of thousands of U.S. troops from the Army and Marine Corps are now attacking across a 100-mile wide front 60 miles south of Baghdad.
The battle for Baghdad probably has begun.
They are going after what U.S. intelligence sources say are parts of 5 Republican Guard divisions among Iraq's most feared fighters.
They have moved some of the units around trying to reinforce, but some of them have been degraded to pretty low percentages of combat capability, below 50%.
The reason to attack now, sources say, is because the U.S. has done about all it can with a blistering air campaign, dropping 4,000 bombs in 4 days. The goal was to methodically take out tanks, artillery, ammunition stocks, plus fuel and communications, and to intimidate Iraqi troops. Commanders hope this has crippled these Iraqi units, making them less able to maneuver, communicate, and fight. Now, say U.S. sources, it's time to dig them out. Elsewhere on the battlefield, U.S. and British commanders say for the first time they are starting to reduce the effectiveness of Saddam Hussein's irregular forces, the so-called Fedayeen.
We're attending to the irregular forces
who at times have been venomous in their resistance. We've changed that.
Another surprising development, a trickle of Iraqi civilians are now risking their lives to help British and American forces find weapons caches and Saddam Hussein loyalists. Villagers in the western desert showed U.S. troops to a hospital that had become a hidden arsenal. And today, for the first time, 2 Iraqis spoke out against Saddam Hussein on Arabic language television, joining others talking to the Western press.
To all people, they don't like this government. They want to finish from this government. That's all they want.
As the U.S. begins its major offensive just south of Baghdad, U.S. officials are warning if there was ever a time that American forces were likely to be hit with chemical weapons, this is it. Peter?
Thank you, John. That's very sobering. John McCarthy at the Pentagon. These battles south of Baghdad have been at fairly close range. This American officer was wounded when he was hit by shrapnel.
What was it? What was it? Well, an Iraqi, obviously. Ricochet? You just got yourself a Purple Heart. Sir, give him a cigar.
Got himself a Purple Heart. This soldier is clearly running on adrenaline.
Boo, 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 boo. Another one slammed. There's a building right behind me. Woo! Right in the building behind me. I mean, right up by the hatch.
Based on what we know today, his unit may have moved by now forward. In Baghdad today, those government officials which we have seen behaving in front of the cameras, coolly at least, are behaving again as if Iraq was doing well on the battlefield and their city was not being bombed as often as it is. Someone in Baghdad said to us today, it is deemed unpatriotic to notice the war. ABC's Richard Engel is on the phone from there tonight, which was tonight the only way he could communicate. Richard?
Peter, it was the third message tonight, allegedly from Saddam Hussein, broadcast on state television since the start of the war, and every time it's been hard to prove that it was really him and delivered in real time.
The president's message was delivered by the country's information minister after some anticipation that the president himself would appear. The aggressors are fighting against our religion and our land, read the statement. Those who fight will go to heaven, hit the enemy, kill them, because they are against God. The statement came after coalition troops rained bombs on the town of Hilla, about 70 miles south of Baghdad. The coalition reportedly believes Hilla is home to a sprawling camp used by the Fedayeen. More than 30 people were killed here, some of them clearly civilians. Iraq says 9 children were killed, apparently by cluster bombs. But curiously, these gruesome pictures were not aired on Iraqi television. The government appears to not want to demoralize the population. Officials here, who continue to give daily press briefings, pretend that all is well. But a quarter of the microphones in front of the information minister were just taped to the podium, not even plugged in. On the streets of Baghdad, Saddam loyalists still maintain strict control, even if some people here are finding it too dangerous and boarded buses today heading out of town. Peter?
Richard Engel on the phone in Baghdad today. In northern Iraq, U.S. Special Forces say the war is going well. Their mission has been to root out the militant Islamic group Ansar al-Islam. And today the Special Forces believe they had made a discovery with significant implications. ABC's Jim Shudo is with them.
Ansar al-Islam fighters fled through the mountains into Iran under heavy fire. Now that Ansar's bases are under Kurdish control, U.S. Special Forces are collecting what they left behind. They're finding materials they say suggest ties to al-Qaeda and plans to manufacture chemical and biological weapons. These documents explain how to prepare sarin gas, cyanide, and ricin. However, tests today of samples taken from the group's main camp came up negative for ricin. This al-Qaeda manual describes how to blow up buildings and includes diagrams of the U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania bombed by al-Qaeda in 1998. U.S. Special Forces also found protective masks and injectors for atropine, an antidote for nerve gas, as well as names and telephone numbers U.S. intelligence is checking against lists of known al-Qaeda operatives.
Ansar al-Islam and their al-Qaeda brethren controlled quite a large area, many towns, and so we're trying to exploit a variety of different sites.
U.S. Special Forces teams also helped capture a man who they believe is a member of al-Qaeda trained in Afghanistan. He's now in Kurdish custody. U.S. military investigators are now focusing on animal bones found here. They'd like to know if Ansar al-Islam carried out live tests of chemical and biological agents. Jim Shudo, ABC News, with U.S. Special Forces near Halabja in northern Iraq.
We are returning now to the Pentagon because a fair amount of the briefing today by the Secretary of Defense and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs was about the overall battle plan for this campaign to bring down Saddam Hussein. The Secretary is being widely criticized, quite openly, by some of the military analysts in the media for not having a better plan. It centers on how many combat troops are enough to do the job. ABC's Martha Raddatz is in Washington.
Today at a news conference, the accusations came up repeatedly. The normally soft-spoken chairman of the Joint Chiefs tried to put an end to the talk, jumping in to passionately defend his boss before Rumsfeld even had a chance to respond.
Well, why don't I... Can I comment? Sure. I would love to comment. My view of those reports, and since I don't know who you're quoting, who the individuals are, is that they're bogus. I don't know how they get started, and I don't know how they've been perpetuated, but it's not been by responsible members of the team that put this all together.
Myers said the battle plan in Iraq is a great plan and strongly cautioned against any criticism.
I wish we just kind of... This subject is not useful. It's not good for our troops. And it's not accurate.
The criticism started last week when Lieutenant General William Wallace, the commander of the 5th Corps, told a reporter that the war could last longer than anticipated because, quote, the enemy we're fighting is different from the one we'd war-gamed against. In other words, the Iraqis were a lot tougher than the troops had been led to believe. Secretary Rumsfeld today did not deny the battle plan had changed, but said that's typical.
A plan is like a family budget. It's something someone sits down and devises and then never lives with.
The controversy may die down now, Peter, but it could heat up again if there is more stiff resistance.
Thank you, Martha. Martha Raddatz in Washington tonight. Just a word about logistics on the battlefield. Wars are lost when combat forces don't get what they need. A senior official from Central Command told reporters today that in the month of March, 10 million MREs, meals ready to eat, were delivered to the region. In April, it will be 17 million. More troops reaching the battlefield, and some of the meals used for humanitarian handouts. Water is a precious commodity, as you've heard many times. U.S. forces drink about 396,000 gallons of water every day. That's almost 3 million gallons a week. And an army on the move runs, importantly, on fuel, even more than food. 15 million gallons a day at the moment, just about what the whole state of Florida uses in a day. When we continue, the war's effect on the U.S. economy. Less spending. Also in the news tonight, a landmark legal event. The Supreme Court hears arguments on race and higher education. We'll take a closer look. And at the end of the broadcast tonight, the portraits of war.
Why suffer through thick glasses of Metamucil for regularity? Try a refreshing change. Pure, natural water with Fibercon caplets. Just as effective as Metamucil, and Fibercon is refreshingly easier to take.
How old do you have to be to run away from home? 8? 68? Somewhere in between? What would you take with you? And where would you go if you could go anywhere? We have a lot of places to explore out there. The kind of places that require a map and a friend. There are over 4 million miles of roads in Alamo country, and with values like this, they're easy to explore. Alamo, the official rental car of the American vacation.
Oh, hold on, Sparky. My back is aching.
My shoulder is sore.
When you need relief, try Bayer Back and Body. It's Bayer aspirin plus a special pain relief enhancer to work effectively at the site of tough pain. Bayer Back and Body. Get moving again, pain-free.
You see an energy crisis crippling a city. We saw a chance to invest in a troubled utility, a bright idea that generated returns for our shareholders and power for the community. Franklin Templeton Investments. Gain from our perspective.
The Chevy Trailblazer worst-case scenario. What to do if tailgated by a giant ore hauler? Don't slow down or pull one of those I'm braking slightly to freak you out stunts. You won't like the results. Simply let that standard 275 horsepower Vortec engine send a clear message. Get off my rear, poor man. Here you have a best case scenario. Chevy Trailblazer. Like a rock.
Do you know about the purple pill called Nexium?
I know.
I know. You should know about it too. Talk to your doctor about whether Nexium is right for you.
Find out about the purple pill called Nexium.
Well, as the war grinds on, there were several indications here at home that the faltering U.S. economy is getting worse. Today we saw a number of gloomy reports. The war is indeed putting a damper on hopes for economic recovery. ABC's Betsy Stark is here with the details. Betsy.
Well, Peter, this week we are getting the first real signs of how the economy is reacting to war, and what they show is a significant drag on an economy that was barely moving.
New cars have been piling up since the war began. The big three automakers said today not even fat incentives could boost sales last month. So today they fattened them some more. First GM, then Daimler Chrysler, then Ford, offering 0% financing for 5 years.
It is a slow market. So to move these cars, they need to bring something out.
Retailers are also feeling the sting of a public shaken by war. Walmart, JCPenney, and Federated Department Stores all warning that March sales will be weaker than expected. The electronics giant Best Buy said the only things selling well are TVs, Americans wanting to watch the war. Otherwise, CEO Brad Anderson says business is weak.
It's a noticeable and measurable drop-off in sales since the beginning of the war.
It's really acting to freeze up the economy.
As consumers have retreated, factories have slowed. A report today showed the run-up in energy prices before the war and a drop-off in new orders brought manufacturing to a virtual standstill.
As long as we have a war going on in which there are a lot of uncertainties surrounding the outcome, the range of risks that we face, we may continue to see businesses hunkered down.
The war is not the only issue weighing on the economy. The health of the job market is another key factor. On Friday, we get the March employment report, and it is expected to show more jobs being lost.
Many thanks. Betsy Stark. Next on the broadcast, not the war. The Supreme Court hears arguments today that could change the race factor in education, business, and government.
I deal with life and death situations.
We touch a lot of lives every day.
I can't have a bad day.
It's a fight all the way, and for me, I have to win that fight.
People's lives are in your hands.
I've seen kindness heal.
I never get bored. I saved a life.
I know I make a difference.
This is who I am.
There's nothing I'd rather be.
I am a nurse. I'm a nurse.
I'm a nurse.
I'm a nurse.
I'm a nurse.
Be a nurse. A message of caring from Johnson & Johnson.
Announcing non-drowsy allergy medicine you can take right when you need it.
It's Alivert. New Alivert starts dissolving the instant it touches your tongue without water.
So Alivert is non-drowsy relief you can take inside, outside, in your car, wherever you are.
Get prescription-strength, non-drowsy, 24-hour relief. Even Claritin can't beat. New quick-dissolving Alivert.
Allergy medicine you can take right when you need it, wherever you are.
When I go into the schools, I'm very proud of what I do. I help kids learn to read.
I volunteer at a senior center.
I support my local fire department.
We raised money to build a new softball field.
We did a walkathon for juvenile diabetes.
We knit and crochet clothes for preemie babies.
Every year we hold a carnival for our local children's hospital.
I help feed the homeless in a soup kitchen every Saturday.
That's Walmart Good Works.
The associates making a difference here at home.
It's giving, it's helping, it's doing, it's giving back to the community. I love to see their faces just light up.
We took home a big trophy. They're proud to play at home now.
And we're able to help them save lives.
I'm helping other people. That's the best feeling in all the world.
I love what I do.
Just knowing that you've helped that one person.
That I come home and I have a smile on my face, that's my day.
I'm very proud to be a Walmart associate.
We live here too, and we believe that good works.
Tomorrow, turn to World News Tonight for breaking news from the war zone and for eye-opening news about your shrinking pension. Is there anything you can do to save it? Watch World News Tonight.
This is going to be remembered as a very important day in the history of American law. Today, in the nation's highest court, the justices heard arguments brought by 3 white students who say the University of Michigan rejected them in favor of less qualified minority students. This is about affirmative action, or as its critics would sometimes say, quotas. There was such high interest in the hearings today, so many people party to the case, that the court released audio tapes of the arguments afterwards for only the second time. ABC's Jackie Judd takes a closer look.
Protesters mobbed the Supreme Court Plaza for the most important affirmative action cases to be heard in a quarter century.
The Honorable, the Chief Justice and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court.
Inside, University of Michigan lawyers argued the state school does not have admission quotas, which are unconstitutional. Race, Maureen Mahoney said, is just one modest consideration.
No more than necessary to achieve the goal of trying to have sufficient numbers of minorities that there can be an excellent educational experience for everyone.
But Michigan did create a point system for admissions, and minority applicants automatically get extra points. Opponents say that discriminates against qualified white applicants. Justice Anthony Kennedy, a potential swing vote, seemed to agree.
In looking at your program, it looks to me like this is just a disguised quota.
Sandra Day O'Connor, the other pivotal vote, was more guarded in her views, but at one point seemed open to the university's remedy for discrimination.
The court obviously has upheld the use of race in making selections or choices in certain contexts.
Michigan has won support from dozens and dozens of other schools, corporations, and even a group of retired military leaders, all arguing that affirmative action is the best way to achieve diversity and to help minorities advance. The 3 white students who launched these cases listened in court as the justices wrestled with how to create opportunity for some people while not robbing others of their chance.
Diversity is about your character and your experiences. It's not about your skin color. So I think that giving a preference to people based solely on skin color is wrong.
Whatever the justices decide, their ruling almost certainly will have ramifications well beyond the college classroom. Jackie Judd, ABC News, the Supreme Court.
One other item in the news which got a lot of attention for a while today in California, an American Airlines flight from Tokyo was quarantined after 3 passengers complained of symptoms consistent with severe acute respiratory syndrome, SARS. Health officials have been struggling to understand and contain the virus, which has spread to 15 countries, killing more than 60 people and infecting more than 1,700. 72 suspected cases have been reported in the United States. The passengers on the plane did not have the disease. When we come back this evening, the portraits of war.
Nobody delivers expert motorcraft brake service in 2 hours or less like your participating Ford, Lincoln, or Mercury dealership. Or we'll give you a free oil change. Plus, enter to win trips to the Caribbean or to the world premiere of the hot new movie Pirates of the Caribbean, The Curse of the Black Pearl.
Nobody can do auto service like we do.
Wake up, Grandma, wake up. I'm hungry.
I'm up, but this arthritis pain.
The moment of choice, Tylenol or Advil? What do you take for arthritis pain?
Advil's the choice for me.
Truth is, only Advil liquid gels give you advanced liquid-filled capsules. Can't get that from Tylenol. Advil liquid gels rush long-lasting relief where you need it, and it's gentle on your stomach.
Oh, that's great.
For fast relief, advance to Advil.
In the future, everyone's glasses will automatically adjust to changing light.
and block out harmful UV rays that can damage the eyes. But for those with transitions lenses, the future is already here. Ask your eye care professional, because the danger is real now, and so is the protection. Transitions, right in any light.
Gotta go right now. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go. Gotta go right now. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go.
If you've always got to go, ask your doctor about Detrol LA. It's been proven effective for overactive bladder.
Anyone need a break?
Not right now.
You shouldn't take it if you have stomach, urinary, or glaucoma problems. The most common side effects are dry mouth, constipation, abdominal pain, and headache.
And I don't have to go right now.
Detrol LA. When you've always got to go.
Now there's a better way to buy carpeting. Empire Carpet, America's largest shop-at-home carpet service. Instead of driving from store to store, call Empire. We'll bring carpet samples to you, then install your new carpet next day. And with our warehouse direct prices, you'll save on all our brand name carpet. Plus, make no payments for a year. Shop-at-home service, warehouse direct prices, and next day installation. Call Empire now. It's a better way to buy carpet.
800-588-2300 Empire today.
Tonight, catch one new full hour of Jim and two new neighbors from hell.
You gotta get rid of these people.
Teach me how to be the big jerk that you are.
According to Jim. Then for everyone who's lost touch with their family comes the comedy critics call the best of the new season.
You're missing the joy of sharing all these moments.
This is joy.
Lost at Home. It all starts 8:30, 7:30 Central.
The mystery flu, SARS, and now a quarantined plane and sick passengers in the U.S. Is SARS here? Watch Good Morning America tomorrow.
Just a brief review of the main story so far today. U.S. troops were bombing Iraq heavily, especially around Baghdad, and this is in the country's north. In Baghdad, the Iraqi information minister read a statement he said was from Saddam Hussein, urging Iraqis to fight the invaders in any way they can. And at the Pentagon today, the defense secretary and his senior general, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, were defending their war plan and criticizing reporters and retired generals who have been criticizing them. Finally, this evening, we look into the picture file on the eve of what may be a bigger, even tougher fight. Rest when you can. Wherever you can. It doesn't matter where. There was another gas alert for some, just as they found this little desert hedgehog. This picture caption says he lost his children, his wife, and his parents in a coalition air raid. A British soldier on his way into Basra. Look at the eyes. An Iraqi boy tries to hang on to the food that is being handed out in southern Iraq, and life goes on the first day of the trout season in New York State. That is our report on World News Tonight. We'll have more on the war throughout the evening, later on Nightline, tomorrow on Good Morning America. I'm Peter Jennings. Hope you have a pleasant evening. Good night.
Getting their nightly news from ABC's World News Tonight? Peter Jennings, one of the most measured and methodical news authorities in the business. He's outstanding on his feet. Peter Jennings, he's earned the trust of American viewers. Peter Jennings, no wonder millions of Americans are turning to ABC's World News Tonight.
You couldn't see Barbara Walters on Oscar night, but tonight you can.
With Lisa Marie Presley. What's the wildest thing you ever did?
Oh, dear. It was worth the wait. Renee, Julianne, and Nicholas. An all-new Barbara Walters special, ABC Tonight, 10/9.
If you think something needs investigating, call the Teammate Investigates hotline at 784-8871 or email us at teammateinvestigates@WTNH.com.
Shopping for a mortgage is confusing. The last thing I want to do is shop around and worry if I'm doing the right thing.
I want to go to one place, get the best rate, and save money.
At Bentley Mortgage, we guarantee the most competitive rates in the state, so we'll do whatever it takes. With Rate Saver, there's very little paperwork. It's fast and easy, and each call is handled by registered loan professionals, not a machine. So when you want the most competitive rates in the state, Bentley Mortgage, consider it done.
Meet Bob. For a beautiful lawn, he works hard, really hard. Meet Jim. He also has a beautiful lawn without working hard. All he did was pick up the phone and call True Green ChemLawn. Our year-round lawn care program offers a series of treatments with guaranteed results. So you can do it yourself or let True Green ChemLawn do it for a lot less than you think. Call now for your free lawn analysis. Chances are your neighbors already have.
For continuing coverage of the war with Iraq, stay with News Channel 8.
This is Jeopardy! Introducing today's contestant, a physician and medical ethicist from Bethesda, Maryland, Mike Cantor. A professional musician from Westfield, Massachusetts, Donna Lee DePrill. And our returning champion, a United States Marine from San Diego, California, Jay Stang, whose one-day cash winnings total $23,006.
Central Command to...
Context will be real obvious.
Yes.
Is this shock and awe then? Is that what we're going to say?
No.
And any word on the POWs?
Anything involving people, of course, to separate the two is always complicated because people have to be notified in time, and so there's always a lag. But I wouldn't, if it were POWs, I wouldn't get into it here.
Mr. Secretary, are you at all concerned that the mounting civilian casualties among Iraqis undermines the U.S. opportunity to build Iraq, gain Iraqi population confidence?
I tell you what concerns me is the fact that the Iraqi regime has killed more innocent men, women, and children in Iraq in the last 12 days than collateral damage from any coalition country. And they are doing it systematically. They are executing people. They're putting guns to people's head. They shot a woman in the back, crossing a bridge. They're using human shields. And that concerns me. There is never been as precise a bombing campaign and as short a bombing campaign thus far in recent memory. If you'll think about it, the Gulf War was something like 38 days. Kosovo was 78 days of air bombardment. We've been at it now since a week ago Friday. And the number of precision weapons compared to the dumb bombs has reversed from like 1 in 10 to 10 to 1. And in fact, it is the concern ought to be for the viciousness of the regime of Saddam Hussein and the number of people they kill every single day with these execution death squads that they have roving the country, trying to repress the people.
Mr. Secretary, you've got a lot of questions today from the media about the success or failure of the plan. I wonder, could you tell us, did you get any questions about that today from the members of Congress?
Well, first, let's
their reaction?
We covered that very carefully. The general gave us a complete briefing. And I think, Duncan, I believe you'll join with me. The consensus in our group just now is that a good plan has been in place. It is being executed. It is timely. Considerable progress has been made to date, and we see no reason at this time for anyone to be in criticism of this program. And I want to talk a little bit about this retired military. I've been associated with the military a half century or more. I think some of them have, in a very constructive way, interpreted the complexity of military operations today and the equipment, and I think they have done a good job in portraying the courage shown by the men and women who are executing this plan. And if some have criticism, we don't mean to stifle freedom of speech, but I think they should follow the tradition of presidents, the commander-in-chiefs. You do not see former presidents criticizing a sitting president during a war. And in the same way, if they've got constructive criticism at variance with the plan, I think they should confidentially contact their own peers in the Pentagon and share it that way rather than open.
But Senator Warner, what about current commanders who quoted this morning, Army colonels and other concerned about doing this war on the cheap, not bringing enough, power to the fight?
There's always, during any conflict, going back to George Washington, complaints among his forces. I have personally been involved in the wars in Korea and Vietnam and Panama and Somalia, and I could go on for a few more, and I think, Duncan, you've been in them. But that's all right. We'll take that in stride. I'm more concerned about the very senior officers who, by virtue of their training and experience, have a lot of credibility. And I think that if they have criticism, fine. Call up the chairman. You take the call?
Absolutely.
Good.
Let me add one thing, too, in terms of an advantage that I think that the Secretary and the military plan afforded us. We moved the tip of this spear very quickly. And some folks said we should have waited until we had more armor and we should have stuffed those roads, those narrow arteries, with lots of armor and lots of people. Because we moved quickly, we got over a lot of main bridges before they were blown.
You bet.
If we had waited, there's a good chance that those bridges would have blown. And the small number of casualties that we took moving that several hundred miles would have ballooned as we had people trying to build bridges while under enemy fire. So the Blitzkrieg armored operation that moved so quickly moved to our advantage and saved lots of lives.
And I might add the oil wells. The oil wells in the south are largely secure. In sharp contrast to 91, when we went over there, they were burning everywhere. The refugees, you do not see a tremendous flow of refugees. Again,
well, Secretary Rumsfeld and General Myers, with a little help from a couple of their Republican friends on Capitol Hill, are commenting to reporters there. It doesn't appear we're going to hear much more from the two Defense Department officials there, and we are awaiting, of course, that CENTCOM briefing. And we're going to turn you over now to the Fox Report with Shepard Smith, which will have that briefing. Stay tuned.
Britt, thank you. We're still on standby for breaking news now on Fox News Channel. News that I can assure you is outstanding. That news to come from Central Command in Doha, Qatar. Such big news of such importance and certainly such national interest that at 6 minutes past 3 a.m. at Central Command in Doha, Qatar, they've awakened the journalists, awakened the troops, and are ready to make an announcement which will bring smiles across this nation. The Defense Secretary saying that he is not going to upstage Central Command, and neither are we. Let's go to David Lee Miller, who's live at CENTCOM for a look ahead. Hello, David Lee.
Shepard, take a look behind me at the briefing room that is usually packed with journalists when they hold those daily briefings that are televised around the world every day. As you mentioned, it's a little bit after 3 in the morning here, and as you can see, for the most part, this room is empty. Journalists were taken by surprise. Nothing like this has happened since the outbreak of this conflict. A news conference at this hour. I can tell you this much, though, without getting into the details, which are being kept very secretive here. Most CENTCOM officials are grinning ear to ear. This does, as you mentioned, appear to be some very good news, but it is very closely guarded secret. Even a number of the British soldiers who are here said they have no idea whatsoever what is going to be announced. In fact, they haven't even told us who is going to make this announcement. The only thing we were told is don't expect to see Tommy Franks here, General Tommy Franks. But at this hour, in the unusual circumstance, I'd say really anything is possible. We've been waiting now almost 1 hour for this briefing, and we are told that it is expected shortly, and of course we will be here to bring it to you live. But that's the latest right now from CENTCOM in Doha. Back to you.
David Lee, thanks very much. We're in one of those positions here where the truth be told, we knew what this information was about 35, 40 minutes ago. We had it on background. We had gotten it confirmed through multiple sources. And let me tell you, it's very good news. We made the decision at the request of those who gave us the information not to let it out because it's such good news that they wanted to break it from Central Command. Some others in this medium have decided not to wait. For the moment at least, we will, but we'll bring you that news conference live as Fox reports tonight.
Tonight,
the assault on targets in Baghdad. bombs raining from the skies while coalition forces prepare to take the fight to the ground. The threat of terror against our troops. Word now that a weekend homicide bomber may have been a forced volunteer, and 2 would-be attackers changing their minds. They promised we'd see Saddam. Instead, this guy. The mystery of the missing dictator and who's really running the regime. Flares turn night to day in the city of Basra. Why the illumination? And the mystery surrounding some missing journalists now solved. Day 13 of Operation Iraqi Freedom, as Fox reports right now.
Live from the world headquarters of Fox News in New York, this is the Fox Report with Shepard Smith. Fair news, balanced news, now.
And good evening again from Fox News World Headquarters in New York. The headline on this story is this: a United States prisoner of war has been rescued. That is the breaking news, which will be coming from Central Command. We're not going to give the rest of it away, but since it has already been told by Associated Press and has been picked up by some of the competition, in other words, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, and since the news is so good, we've decided at least to bring you the headline, and that is it. An American prisoner of war has been rescued. As Fox reports tonight, the details to come from Central Command, but first, there will be no negotiations. Only surrender will stop this war. And Saddam is a no-show for what was promised to be an address from him to the nation on Rocky TV. Down in southern city of Basra, the second city there, launched skyward, lighting up Iraq's second largest city, were flares. Don't know who set them off or why, but the last time we saw this sort of thing, British troops set off flares to get a better view of what embedded journalists there called some sort of uprising. On the ground near Basra, the heavy artillery is flying, coalition forces destroying a bunch of Iraqi tanks and capturing an Iraqi general who's giving up battlefield secrets. The defense secretary saying it's no secret that there will be no negotiations to stop this war.
Let there be no doubt. This time will end, and soon. The only thing that the coalition will discuss with this regime is their unconditional surrender.
Secretary Rumsfeld says Saddam's Republican Guard have been taking a pounding for several days, and the elite troops may not be able to last much longer. As the Pentagon puts it, the circle is closing around Baghdad. On Top Story Duty tonight, Brett Baer, who's live for us at the Pentagon. Brett?
Shep, senior defense officials tell Fox tonight the major ground offensive begins this evening. Some heavy fighting has already been reported near the city of Karbala as U.S. forces and coalition forces continue to move toward Baghdad. These are the first head-to-head battles with Iraqi Republican Guard divisions, not only in Karbala, but also in Al-Qut, further on the east. Meantime, the pounding continues from the air. In the north, in northern Iraq, some of the heaviest bombing today, both day and night. A lot of detonations seen and heard around Kirkuk in the north, as U.S. troops and coalition forces are now on the ground there. There you're taking a look at a cluster bomb that went off at an Iraqi troop encampment north of Kirkuk. And we can tell you that the airstrikes on raids and terrorist compounds in northeastern Iraq were also called successful today by the Defense Department. The Ansar al-Islam camp was hit by more than a dozen cruise missiles and precision-guided bombs. Then, and you're taking a look at the pre- and post-strike images here, the U.S. Special Forces went along with Kurdish troops and raided what was left of that compound. Special Forces teams recovering potentially valuable evidence.
We have found various documents, equipment, etc., that would indicate a presence of chemical and/or biological weapons. Most of the samples that have been taken are being flown back to the States for further study.
Now, Pentagon officials say coalition airstrikes have been having a punishing effect on Iraqi Republican Guard units. Tanks dug in and ready to fight approaching coalition forces, taken out one by one from above. Iraqi fuel trucks are popular targets as well, disrupting Republican Guard resupply efforts. Pentagon officials say there is significant movement of these divisions, these Republican Guard divisions, trying, they say, to fill in for the divisions now devastated by these air attacks. Now, further south today, a Cobra helicopter helicopter attack struck a building where irregular Iraqi forces were said to be meeting near the southern city of Basra. The second largest city down there is not in coalition hands yet, but Central Command officials say the coalition is steadily removing Iraqi forces that have been holding residents down. And meantime, special operations missions continue around the country. This is some video of a Rangers raid on an Iraqi commando unit out west. These are continuing around the clock. More of the push as the major battles against the Iraqi Republican Guard divisions continue. And today, the usually quiet chairman of the Joint Chiefs passionately expressed support for this battle plan.
Are we going to adjust? You bet. Are we light on our feet? Can we adjust? Yes. Can they adjust? They try, but it's futile. Okay, this is a great plan, and it's one I've signed up to. It's one all the Joint Chiefs signed up to, and it's one we're going to see through to completion.
And again, the breaking news, a prisoner of war has been rescued by coalition forces. We will hear, of course, more from Central Command in Qatar. We will hear an update about the latest battles ongoing, the major offensive against Iraqi Republican Guard divisions starting tonight. Shep?
Brett Baer with 2 headlines for us tonight, and we'll take you to Central Command in just a moment. The top news and the best news of the day, an American prisoner of war rescued in Iraq. We'll get the details, we hope, on who that is and how it all went down from Central Command. And the other bit of breaking news, as headlined by Brett Baer tonight, the major ground offensive toward the city of Baghdad begins tonight. We'll get all the details as they've worked their way all the way from Kuwait there, as you can see on the map, up through the Karbala Gap. The Battle of Karbala will probably not be a quick one. We're told that this is a major offensive underway at this very moment. All the details from Central Command just moments away. In the meantime, the road to Baghdad shrouded in smoke. The smoke you're seeing billowing out of trenches dug by the Iraqis, then filled with oil by the Iraqis, then set on fire by the Iraqis. The Pentagon says they seem to think this will stop our bombers from finding their targets. It has not worked thus far, says the Pentagon. Today, Baghdad hits include an Iraqi Air Force officers club and Iraq's Olympic headquarters, which are said to double as a torture chamber used by one of Saddam's sons. Our Team Fox coverage continues on Operation Iraqi Freedom. Chris Klein live in northern Iraq. Jim Engel live at the White House. First, Greg Palcott live tonight outside our newsroom in Amman, Jordan. Greg.
Day, Shepard, as the war in Iraq continues, so do questions about the Iraqi leader. First, the bombing in Baghdad. It is said to be constant right now, especially along the southern outskirts of the city. That, of course, is where it is believed Republican Guard units are dug in for that final defense of the Iraqi capital, as well as hits further south, more Republican Guard strongholds in those cities of Al-Qut and Karbala. That's where Brett just explained there are some big battles going on at this very moment. Meanwhile, Iraqi President Saddam Hussein sent out a tough new message to the Iraqi people today, but it was read by Iraq's information minister on state television. It had been earlier indicated that Saddam himself would address the nation. He's only done that twice since hostilities began. There, of course, is a lot of speculation about his health and about his whereabouts. No explanation about why he didn't show up. Still, in that statement, the Iraqi president called for a holy war against the U.S. and British invaders.
Kill them everywhere, fight them everywhere, like you're fighting today. Don't give them the chance to take their breath or to mobilize so that they are defeated and withdraw and condemned.
Here in Jordan, there are reports of a thwarted alleged Iraqi terror plot. In fact, 2 of them. One, a plan to blow up a hotel right here in Amman, used by Americans, including journalists. 4 Iraqis have been detained in connection with that plot, as well as another plan to contaminate the water supply used by U.S. troops at a base near the border with Iraq. Finally, crossing the border into the relative safety of Jordan tonight, 4 journalists missing and held in a Baghdad jail for a week, including 2 staffers for the newspaper Newsday. The Iraqis didn't say why they took these people into custody. They only asked them if they worked for the CIA. I was at that jail outside of Baghdad last fall. I can tell you it is not a pretty place to spend a week. Shep.
Greg Palcott live tonight in Amman, Jordan. The state-run television station in Baghdad announcing today that Saddam Hussein would address the nation. Prime time there, 8 p.m. there. Speech from the Iraqi dictator. Would have been proof he's alive, but it didn't happen. Instead, the information minister reading a statement, attack the infidels, kill them by any means available, jihad, all that. But why advertise Saddam and not deliver?
Particularly today, after they advertised, Al Jazeera did report it, that Saddam Hussein would himself address the Iraqi people, and he failed to show up. It does raise interesting questions.
Interesting at least. The thing is, Saddam Hussein has not been seen on live television since the war began. Could today's statement, with the big buildup, have been some signal to Iraqi forces? And where is the dictator himself? Our Team Fox coverage continues with America at War, live to the senior White House correspondent Jim Angle. Jim, if you can answer those questions, you've earned your pay today.
Not likely, Shep, but I'll tell you, at first it seemed that several days of trying to shame Saddam Hussein into showing himself might have succeeded. But as you said, instead of Saddam live on TV, we got his information minister reading a statement from Saddam.
Seize it, O apples of my eye, and the eyes of Iraq and the nation. It is the chance to achieve eternity and unmatched honor. Hit them. Fight them. They are evil aggressors damned by God. You are victorious, and they are defeated.
But Saddam's failure to appear in person stoked already deep suspicions in the administration that he is either grievously wounded or dead.
We don't know, because we do not know. The fact that he failed to show up for his scheduled appearance today raises additional questions.
Nobody knows where Saddam Hussein is. If he's alive or dead or his sons, I don't know.
But Secretary Rumsfeld did note that the war began with a cruise missile and bombing strike on a bunker where Saddam and his sons were believed to be spending the night.
And they have not been heard from since. The fact that Saddam Hussein did not show up for his televised speech today is interesting.
And Rumsfeld suggested there is no reason to hyperventilate about it, that in good time we'll know whether Saddam Hussein is alive or dead. Rumsfeld also said Iraqi officials are spreading rumors the coalition is negotiating a ceasefire with Saddam. Rumors aimed at convincing Iraqis that, as he put it, the coalition does not intend to finish the job. But Rumsfeld, noting that his comments are heard inside Iraq, flatly rebutted that, saying that there is no one negotiating with the regime of Saddam Hussein, and he made a pledge to Iraqis saying that there is no outcome to this war that would leave Saddam Hussein in power. Shep.
Jim Angle live tonight at the White House. Now, President Bush expressing regret over the killing of Iraqi civilians at a checkpoint yesterday. At least 7 Iraqi women and children killed after U.S. soldiers opened fire on the van in which they were traveling. U.S. Central Command says the vehicle ignored orders to stop. The White House saying the reality is here, suffering comes with war, but that most civilian casualties have been caused by Saddam Hussein and his followers. More signs now that Allied forces in Iraq are being threatened by homicide bombers. A British commander saying 2 Iraqi soldiers turned themselves into British troops. Those Iraqis apparently claiming they'd been sent there to carry out a homicide attack in Qasr. The commander saying the 2 didn't want to do it, so they gave up. They're now being questioned. American troops finding banned Iraqi missiles. U.S. combat engineers in central Iraq discovering a truck carrying 2 of those Al-Samud missiles. The engineers then testing the missiles for chemical weapons using a live pigeon that they brought with them. No chemical agents found. Those troops also capturing Iraqi soldiers forced into combat.
Did these guys meet that picture? Did they seem like people who wouldn't normally be soldiers but maybe were forced into fighting?
Yes, they did. That's exactly. I asked them actually that question, and they said Saddam himself actually makes them take the weapons, and almost all males at a certain age are forced to fight.
And remember, Iraq required to destroy all of these missiles under UN Resolution 1441. We now know they missed at least 2. More blasting on the northern front as Fox reports tonight. A U.S.-led air assault pounding Iraqi frontline positions in northern Iraq. The strikes lasting throughout the night and into the daylight hours. The strikes you're seeing here near the Iranian border. Kurds in the region watching the whole thing from a nearby town. All these hits taking their toll on Iraqi forces, we're told. Iraqi troops in one northern town said to be simply taking off and leaving some interesting things behind.
We have found various documents, equipment, etc., that would indicate a presence of chemical and/or biological weapons. Most of the samples that have been taken are being flown back to the States for further study and for testing.
Study and testing that could possibly prove what the White House has been saying all along. Saddam does have weapons of mass destruction. Team Fox coverage continues with America at War. Chris Klein live on the video phone and the night scope in northern Iraq. Chris?
Shepard, another day of punishing air raids by Allied air power, especially, as you mentioned, around the northern Iraqi cities of Kirkuk and Mosul. Here from our vantage point in Kalak, all of 1,000 yards away from a 5-mile-long stretch of Iraqi front, we ourselves witnessed firsthand devastating precision raid by Allied air power. We watched in quick succession about a half a dozen explosions, saw some massive bomb flashes, some very tall plumes of smoke emanating particularly from one target which received special attention tonight, command and control, a communications bunker that was utterly devastated. And after this Allied air raid, we saw no anti-aircraft fire from the Iraqi side, and indeed no return ground fire as well. Rather harrowing as well, we listened for some time to the screams of some of the wounded and dying, one presumes, Iraqi soldiers. Now, further south in this autonomous region, closer to the Iranian frontier, progress against the extremists of Ansar al-Islam continuing steadily. Kurdish forces working very closely with Western Special Operations troops report now a total of 250 confirmed Ansar KIA. Again, all of the key positions overrun. And if you'll permit me to violate light discipline a little bit, 4 major leaders of Ansar surrendered today on the Iranian side. Mullah Abdullah Shafia, one of the top military commanders of Ansar, Ajub Afghani, the leader of its political branch, and most interestingly, Abu Wa'il, the long suspected ideological and spiritual leader of Ansar, as well as the alleged link to Iraqi intelligence, himself a former Iraqi intelligence officer. A very impressive day here in the north for Allied forces. Shepard.
Klein in northern Iraq. Chris, we'll get back to you, but there is breaking news now on Fox News Channel. Bombs over Baghdad and new explosions in the center of the city, and some of the biggest explosions we have seen to date. The pictures coming in right now on Al Jazeera television are even more impressive. They show smoke throughout the night sky and a number of explosions, and there it is with these pictures courtesy of Al Jazeera. Brett Baer breaking the news, for us at least, on Fox News Channel, that the major ground offensive, which will eventually lead to Baghdad, has begun tonight. And now you're seeing the air campaign, which continues as well. A number of explosions on the ground. At this, as we wait for the astounding news, or outstanding at least news from Central Command, that one of our POWs has been rescued inside Iraq. We will not give the details of that just yet, but we will give you the headline, though we had planned not to. Others did, and we had to. We can't censor things from you, especially when it's good news. And it is some of the best news yet. We've now been told that we are just about a minute to a minute and a half away from that Central Command briefing as we watch the smoke rising over the city of Baghdad. News cycles have been running in 4-hour stretches recently. Some of the headlines from early morning no longer even exist. Trumping all tonight, the fact that a POW has been rescued and the ground offensive, which will eventually lead to Baghdad, is underway. Standing in the way, at least for the time being, is the battle at Karbala, which is that city some 40-50 miles to the south and slightly east of Baghdad, where we are confronted, we're told by the Pentagon, with the Medina division of the Iraqi Republican Guard. On top of Medina, there's also the Baghdad division. Some 5 to 6 divisions in all, which will eventually be encountered. But first to Central Command and that news for which we've been waiting.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a short statement to make, and I will not be taking any questions. Coalition forces have conducted a successful rescue mission of a U.S. Army prisoner of war held captive in Iraq. The soldier has been returned to a coalition-controlled area. More details will be released as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
So details will come when they can come, but that headline is quite a good one, isn't it? David Lee Miller standing by at Central Command in Doha for us. Worth getting up for at 29 minutes past 3 a.m., I'm guessing, David?
Well, that's right, Shepard, but I have to admit a lot of the press corps was still here at this hour, although many were awakened. This was a big shock to a number of people here at CENTCOM. About an hour and a half ago, word spread that there was going to be a news conference, highly unusual at this hour of the morning here in Qatar. And for the last almost hour and a half, we have waited. And as you mentioned, the cat was out of the bag. Word quickly spread through other sources that, in fact, it appeared a POW had been extracted. And as we heard just a short time ago, that now appears to be the case. A prisoner of war has been rescued from behind enemy lines. The name of that POW and further details were not released. I expect that we will learn more in the next few hours, but Vince Brooks, General Vince Brooks, the Brigadier General who holds the briefings in this room almost every day, obviously pleased by this latest news. No questions at this time, Shepard, but I expect that once this POW's family is notified of the details and the authorities here themselves learn exactly what happened, it tends to be a pretty slow process at times disseminating the information here at CENTCOM. They want to make sure they get it right. We will know exactly what happened. But at the same time, Shep, we have to be mindful that he said one POW had been rescued. That still leaves 6 others that remain in the custody of the Iraqis. Back to you in New York.
Indeed they do. And our thoughts certainly with their families and with them. And the hope is we'll have this kind of good news for all of them before it's all over with. We'll take you back to Central Command for breaking developments. We're live throughout prime time tonight. Our late night coverage continues live as well, and we're live for a West Coast prime time. I'll be back with you tonight, 11 o'clock Eastern Time, 8 o'clock Pacific, for all the late breaking developments as the march toward Baghdad, as Brett Baer reports tonight, has officially begun. We are hearing a chilling explanation for why a suicide bomber killed 4 American soldiers this past weekend at that coalition checkpoint inside Iraq, and why a van full of civilians went speeding through that same checkpoint. U.S. Central Command now says its troops were forced to open fire on the van, killing 7 women and children. And apparently, that's exactly how Saddam Hussein planned it. A Fox report now from Adam Housley, who's live in our Kuwait City newsroom. Adam?
Shep, Iraqis and people here in Kuwait aren't surprised at all. The latest intel, Saddam Hussein's troops forcing their own people to commit suicide, women and children included. We first heard of these reports prior to the cab driver blowing himself up along with 4 Marines. The Iraqis claim his family was rewarded with thousands of dollars for the act. But those who come from the area of South Iraq tell a much different story. This influential Muslim cleric says families have been threatened with mass killings over the last couple of years and even chemical attacks if they don't act and don't sacrifice themselves. The latest, 7 women and children.
سيارة التي كانت تقل نساء هذه صدام.
Those people, children and women, those were put in the bus by Saddam Hussein's forces, and their men, being husbands or fathers, those were taken hostages, and the driver was ordered to speed up at the checkpoint and not stop so that they would be shot at.
As we see more pictures to the left of me of the bombing of Baghdad, the fall of Basra is here. That according to the Royal Scots as well as the Royal Marines. The British fighting to control that area of Basra since the ground war began some 10 days ago. They overcame RPG fire today as well as sniper fire to secure some of the areas. And here across the border in Kuwait, the humanitarian effort continuing, Shep. Large military choppers taking loads of water as well as food across the border. It's just part of the convoy that continues to help people in the south without water, without much food, since a lot of the area was sabotaged by retreating Iraqi forces. Shep?
Adam Housley, live for us in Kuwait City. So who is the rescued prisoner of war? Brett Baer's live at the Pentagon with that information. Brett, good evening.
Shep, we can't give you the name as of yet. Obviously, Central Command is going to be releasing that name, but it's important to point out that there are two different categories here. There are prisoners of war, 7 listed prisoners of war. 2 of them were the Apache helicopter pilots that we saw on Iraqi TV, and 5 of them were with the 507th Mechanized Company from Fort Bliss, Texas, that we also saw after that ambush of the convoy near An-Nasiriyah. There is another category, however. It is called duty status whereabouts unknown. There was a list of those on that essentially are whereabouts unknown, and it is possible that this rescue happened from that list, that they did not appear on television, however, that this rescue happened. We're getting more information by the minute. We'll get it for you from Central Command ASAP. Right now, what is happening, just so you know, a lot of notification of next of kin, the families being notified, and the Pentagon, Central Command being very careful as far as what they release and who this is. A lot of families obviously watching, wanting to know, and they will get official word first before you hear it here. Sure.
All right, Brett, thank you very much. We have a pretty good idea of who this is, and we want it to be triple checked. So we're going to get it triple checked, and the moment we're 100% sure, we'll tell you who it is. So that's that. Tonight, all coming up, but first, so-called J-STARS. They're the Joint Surveillance Target Attack Radar System. Think of it as a hardcore sort of intel from above, which troops on the ground can then use on the fly. Let's get a Fox report now from Jonathan Seri, who's live and from Robins Air Force Base in Warner Robins, Georgia. Hello, Jonathan.
Hi, Shepard. Well, earlier in the day, 2 of the J-STARS took off from Robins Air Force Base here in central Georgia, and they are now heading into the Persian Gulf. For the 2 planes are carrying roughly 50 specialists, not just from the Air Force, but also from the U.S. Army and also from the Georgia Air National Guard.
We have a lot of impact on what's going on, so I just want to get over there and try to include myself in it and help out with what we can.
The main role that I perform is to support the ground commanders, to give them a better picture of the battlefield or the elements around them.
Right now you're looking at one of 15 aircraft in the J-STARS fleet. It's called an E-8C. It's basically a modified Boeing 707. Now the canoe-shaped bubble underneath the front fuselage encases a giant radar capable of monitoring ground activity more than 150 miles into enemy territory. High-speed computers allow specialists on board the aircraft to watch the movement of both friendly and enemy forces on the ground in real time. What you see here is a simulator, but during an actual mission, these specialists would be in constant communication with Allied forces down below. Now, the J-STARS were first used during the original war in the Gulf back in 1991. 12 years later, these aircraft are headed back to the region armed with much better technology. Shep, back to you.
All right, Jonathan Seri live for us. Jonathan, thanks. We're still watching the smoke rise over Baghdad. We're told that a number of strikes have been carried out tonight. In addition, we've been told of a fierce battle raging at Karbala, which, as I mentioned, is south and east of Baghdad, and we are still expecting to get further information during this hour about this fierce fight between the United States and coalition forces and the Medina division of the Iraqi Republican Guard. So the moment that briefing comes up, we'll take you there live. And in the meantime, mine sweeping on the high seas. Coalition forces taking care of mines left by Iraqi forces in the waters leading to Qasr, clearing the way so humanitarian aid can get through. Here's how it works. The MK-106 simulates the sounds and magnetic trail of an actual ship, tricking the mines into exploding. A jet engine powers the sled, and a Navy helicopter guides it through the water. Smaller ships like the USS Raven clearing mines closer to Qasr. The 188-foot ship is the smallest in the Navy's fleet, made entirely of glass-reinforced plastic, so it moves through the water without tripping the mines. The ship leaves a bomb behind, so when all is clear, the mine is blowing up. And continuing coverage live over Baghdad as more explosions have been seen. I can now report to you that we do have now triple and quadruple and all the rest confirmed who this POW is, and her name is Jessica Lynch. She is the one, the lone female who was seen on the videotape being interrogated on videotape from Iraqi state-run television. As you know, that videotape was released to Al Jazeera television. Al Jazeera ran it in the Arab world and to some 100,000 or so subscribers, whom I'm told they have in North America. Jessica Lynch is the name. We never showed that video, and for now at least, we won't. Jessica Lynch has been rescued. The details of all of that are coming into me even as we speak. While we continue to look at Jessica, who has been rescued alive by some operation which we can't describe, I can tell you that she was active duty supply clerk with the 507th Maintenance Company based in Fort Bliss, Texas. And of all places, there is bliss in Fort Bliss tonight. It happened, of course, on March 23rd near Nasiriyah, as I'm sure you know. That was when this maintenance company, instead of taking a left, took a right, as it's been described to us, and instead of ending up where they were supposed to be, ended up in the clutches of the enemy. And as it turned out, they were all taken hostage. What I wonder tonight is how it was that they got her and were not able to get the rest, or did they get the rest, or is the operation still ongoing? Let's check in with Brett Baer once again at the Pentagon to see what he knows. Brett, what do you know?
Hey, Shep, as far as the operation, we're just getting sketchy details that it was a Ranger and Navy SEALs operation. A couple of sources telling us that. However, I do want to talk about Miss Lynch, if I could. Jessica Lynch, 19 years old. She's from Palestine, West Virginia. She was a supply clerk with the 507th Maintenance Company out of Fort Bliss, Texas. Her father has confirmed that he has been notified. Obviously, Palestine, West Virginia, a very happy place tonight. There was a lot of concern, as you can imagine, in that small town. It's about 70 miles north of Charleston, West Virginia, small farm county, Wirt County, I'm told, and not a big place. They had yellow ribbons around the trees over the past days since the announcement that she had been missing. Now, she was in this list of what's called duty status whereabouts unknown. Now, these are the people that the U.S. military had not seen and confirmed were prisoners of war. And we understand that she was rescued 4 hours ago, according to sources at the White House. So we are getting more details as we speak. Obviously, Central Command was not releasing a lot about the operation as of yet, but we expect to hear more. Sources telling Fox that it was a dual Ranger, Army Rangers and Navy SEAL operation near the town of Nasiriyah. Getting some more details as we speak, and we'll, of course, bring them to you. But obviously, Jessica Lynch, now in U.S. hands, has been rescued, and Greg Lynch, her father, a very happy man tonight.
Oh, man, I bet he is. You know, Brett, I was just describing this person as the one from the videotape that the Iraqis had, and I'm told that's not right. That was the group that took the turn there and ended up in the wrong place. This is another POW entirely. Sorry about that.
Well, that's right. And it's, you know, an interesting thing, Shep, and one of the things we're trying to figure out as this all develops here, she was with the 507th Machinist Company out of Fort Bliss, the same company that we saw those people on Iraqi TV, 5 of them, and it's unclear whether she was taken away from that group, whether she was being held by another set of captors. That is all, you're sketchy right now, and we'll bring you the latest as we get it.
All right, Brett, I'm told that one of our staffers has spoken with the family of Jessica Lynch, and I'm also told that Rita Cosby is calling in, but what I'm not clear on is whether she's connected to us yet.
Shep, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hey, Rita, go ahead. What do you know?
Shep, I just spoke to the family of Jessica Lynch. In fact, I talked to them about an hour and a half ago, and they were elated. In fact, they had just gotten the call about 2 minutes before from Central Command and a number of other officials. And Greg Lynch, who's the father of Jessica Lynch, was in tears. It was just a really beautiful, incredible moment to hear some wonderful news during this war. And he said that they were told that she was safe and sound, that she is in theater, meaning probably in Qatar in that area, and will be taken to Ramstein Air Force Base, and that she was in good spirits. and was able to talk quite a bit about her ordeal. We were told, in fact, a couple days ago that this operation might be in the works. We did not share it on Fox News on purpose because we did not want to compromise the operation. But we were told a couple days ago that Army Rangers and Navy SEALs had gotten some word that through intelligence they had gotten word of the exact building, in fact, the exact room that Jessica Lynch was being held in Al-Nazariya. In fact, had gotten word about a doctor who was treating her there, which is a good sign that apparently she was getting some sort of care. As you were talking about with Brett Baer, she was obviously involved in that ambush, which happened on March 23rd, when the whole 507th Maintenance Company, a division of it, a good portion of it, was ambushed by enemy forces. And we were told that she was injured at the time, but it sounds like she was getting some treatment by whoever her captors were. I'm not clear if it was the Fedayeen or if it was the Iraqi military, but we had gotten word that they were actually going to go in on this covert operation. They were able to get a read on her, and that they've been watching it basically for the last 24 to 48 hours, and then they got word that they were okay to go in. And I was told that the operation was successful around 4 p.m. Eastern Time today, was when they actually were able to retrieve her. And then just about an hour or so ago, I did speak with Greg Lynch, who was very happy. He said to me, "This is a miracle. We are so thrilled that our daughter is coming home." So wonderful news all the way around.
Rita, that is outstanding news. Rita, thanks very much. So Jessica Lynch, rescued POW. She was officially listed as missing in action, at least until a couple of days ago. The other female prisoner of war is Shoshana Johnson. She was the one who was whose interview was shown on Al Jazeera television, but not here. Hopefully, at some point in the very near future, we'll be able to have breaking news on that one as well. In addition, the bombing in Baghdad has continued. 6 large explosions heard just in the last few minutes in central Baghdad, and I'm told at least that these are some of the fiercest strikes of all. As Brett Baer mentioned, and we've continued to mention, a fierce battle rages at Karbala, and this bombing could be in advance of that. Brett Baer reporting here tonight that, in fact, the ground move toward Baghdad begins tonight. Saddam Hussein's regime revealing all sorts of brutality against its own people as this war goes on, forcing citizens to fight or face execution in some cases, according to reports from the region. He's also using children as human shields, according to our own military on the ground, and storing weapons and ammunition in school classrooms. Saddam's dirty tricks now, and a Fox report from the senior correspondent Eric Shawn, who's live in our newsroom in New York. Eric.
Well, Shepard, the government says the list of Iraqi war atrocities is growing. From trying to gun down its own citizens to planting kids on Iraqi troop trucks to faking those surrenders and deploying suicide bombers, the litany of Saddam's devious tactics have even stunned war planners, and they are becoming more desperate as coalition troops advance on Baghdad, an operation, we're told, from the Pentagon that began tonight. You're looking at video from Basra of Iraqis opening fire on their own people. This as British troops try to secure the city. Not surprising when you consider the reports of Iraqi men being told to fight or face immediate execution by their own government if they refuse. Of Saddam recruiting boys as young as 10 years old to die for him and the ruthlessness of their treatment of POWs. The Pentagon suspects some American POWs may have been shot to death after they were captured and dismembered, their bodies dumped in a shallow grave. It is a regime, says U.S. forces, that puts the unarmed, innocent women and children out front, trying to have the allies kill as many citizens as possible for propaganda purposes to spread through the Arab world.
The enemy just recently was using human shields on the far side of the bridge. As they were bringing their gun trucks up, they put women and children in front of the gun trucks.
Now, the Iraqis have also continued to obstruct International Red Cross visits for the American POWs that they claim to hold. This is the Red Cross has visited the Iraqis that we have detained. But despite that contradiction, Saddam's UN ambassador Mohammed al-Duri denies his government commits atrocities and claims it is honoring the Geneva Convention on a night that this country can celebrate that one of those detained, Jessica Lynch, apparently now free. Shepard?
Free at last. Eric Shawn live in our New York newsroom. Eric, thanks a lot. Congress a little bit closer now to giving President Bush billions of dollars for a down payment on the war, but it wants a say in how he spends it. House and Senate committees signing off on a supplemental budget of almost $80 billion. The president requested 75, but both bills restricting the amount of money that the administration can spend without the okay from Congress. And as the debate on paying for the war goes on, the U.S. and the United Kingdom are working together to prepare for the possibility of simultaneous terror attacks in the two countries. Homeland Security Secretary Tom Ridge meeting with British Home Secretary David Blunkett. Ridge stressing that there are no specific threats, but that the countries are getting ready nonetheless.
I think it makes eminent good sense for two allies that are working together to develop best practices, two allies and friends working together on the science and technology of detection and protection.
Thank you. The plan is to share intelligence and suspects and how to deal with the specific types of terror attacks. Fox Report now from Caroline Shively, who's live in D.C. Caroline?
Hi, Shep. The U.S. and U.K. are developing joint exercises to deal with the unthinkable terrorist attacks on both countries at the same time. Homeland Security Director Tom Ridge met with his British counterpart today to work out a plan to improve border control, prevent cyber attacks, and handle possible radiological and chemical attacks. Secretary Ridge said the U.S. is already doing a good job keeping the country safe, but he wants to do more. One way he plans to do that is sharing more intelligence information with Britain.
The United Kingdom has extensive experience in battling the challenge of terrorism at home. This relationship will benefit the strong Homeland Security partnership that our countries have developed since the attacks on our country on September 11th.
Secretary Ridge also urged Congress to pass the president's wartime budget supplemental. House and Senate Appropriations Committees both passed versions of it this afternoon, but Senate Democrats want to add another $4.8 billion to Homeland Security funding on top of the $4.2 billion already in there. They'll get a shot at adding it in the bill when it heads to the full Senate floor.
We have to put more money into Homeland Security. Some of our colleagues in the other House and on the other side of the aisle are saying, well, we'll reallocate within the pie that we have. The pie is not big enough.
In its vote, the House Appropriations Committee voted down an amendment that would have added $2.5 billion for Homeland Security, but did vote to give airlines an additional $3.2 billion for security-related expenses. Shep?
Caroline Shively live in Washington, reminding our viewers of our top story tonight. Prisoner of war, 19-year-old Jessica Lynch has been rescued by U.S. forces. This coming to us from sources within U.S. defense sources. Sometimes hard to keep straight exactly who the sources are, but it's dead on. I guarantee you that. Additionally, we're still watching for new developments in Baghdad. 6 large explosions have been shaking central Baghdad on this early Wednesday morning in the center city, with a presidential compound hit and smoke still rising from the city's center. Quoting a Reuters correspondent here, it was very loud, and the correspondent says, "I saw an orange glow when one hit." Live pictures, as you can see, are coming in to us from Al Jazeera television and a number of other Arabic stations. The area that was hit is where there are many ministries, many military buildings, according to the Reuters correspondent on the ground. One of them she describes as a very big explosion. It looks like they hit an artillery position or an ammunition store. Very interesting to see if that was the case inside the center city, as many have suggested that Saddam Hussein is storing his weapons and in some cases his troops in civilian areas, occasionally at mosques, so that the coalition forces would not attack them. We'll continue to update you and continue to watch the developments in Baghdad as Fox reports tonight. Some Iraqi exiles in the United States are saying they're grateful to coalition troops for fighting to get rid of Saddam, but they say they should also be on the front lines. The Iraqi opposition organizing recruiting drives trying to find men who are ready to return to their homeland to help allied troops. One of those drives taking place in Dearborn, Michigan, which has one of the largest Iraqi populations in all of the United States. A Fox report now from Jeff Goldblatt, live in Dearborn. Jeff?
Shep, even before Operation Iraqi Freedom got underway, members of the U.S. government were consulting with Iraqi leaders, Iraqi exiles in this community, talking about the best way to manage a post-war Iraq. And there were some volunteers here who were recruited or tried to be recruited to go to Iraq to support U.S. troops on the front lines, primarily in non-combat roles. And now Fox News has learned of a new initiative going on here in Dearborn, Michigan, a new recruiting drive. word that hundreds of exiles might be returning to their homeland to support the U.S. military. We had a camera crew where Iraqi Americans were filling out applications last night, and according to Imad Al-Qassed of the Iraqi Youth Reunion in Dearborn, the Department of Defense is looking for 250 Iraqi Americans to travel to the Middle East on 48 hours notice. They have not been briefed on what specifically they'd be doing in Iraq and when they'd be needed, but volunteers that we talked to say they're ready to take on whatever is necessary to bring peace to Iraq.
I know my city. I know how I can get in. I know how I communicate. I know the people that live in the country around the city. I know them by the names. I know them by the family names.
So you want to fight?
Absolutely, I want to fight.
I'm ready to go 100%, not 99. I will leave that little boy 3 years old. I will go.
And already there are about 75 Iraqi exiles participating in Operation Iraqi Freedom, with more perhaps set to go. They're part of a group that's called the Free Iraqi Forces. However, the Pentagon announced today at a briefing that this program is going to be phased out eventually, and the reason being because the war is already well underway. Shep, obviously that didn't impact the recruiting drive here in Dearborn. We saw dozens of people signing up last night to sign up for this cause to bring peace to Iraq. Shep?
Jeff Goldblatt live for us tonight. Jeff, thanks very much. Continuing to watch these live pictures in Baghdad. 6 loud explosions have rocked the center city. We're looking at these pictures, as you can see, from Al Jazeera television, which has now switched to its anchor, so we might as well switch to mine, or ours, or yours, or whatever it is. The live pictures are coming into us from a number of different channels, including Abu Dhabi television. They're all explaining of these large explosions to happen inside the city. The larger story tonight, though, is happening to the south of Baghdad in the town of Karbala, which is 40-50 miles to the south and east, and what Brett Baer is reporting tonight to be the beginning of the march to Baghdad, a fierce firefight going on right now. We're meeting with the Medina division of the Iraqi Republican Guard. It's said to be one of the fiercest firefights since this war began, and part of the eventual march toward Baghdad. Now, don't let me lead you astray here. I'm not saying that we're marching through Karbala and to Baghdad this early Wednesday morning in Iraq. That's not the case at all. There is quite a battle to be fought here. As you know, in many cases, we've been able to watch the battles as they went down. This particular one, we're not able to watch, but we're told that he may have a number of his Fedayeen Saddam there. The Fedayeen Saddam, his paramilitary group, the ones who have been described by Secretary Rumsfeld, the Defense Secretary, and others as his own private terrorist group, those are also up and working in Karbala. So tonight it's U.S. forces against Saddam's Medina division, plus members of Fedayeen Saddam and all the rest. Brett Baer's the one who reported on this at the beginning of the Fox Report tonight. He's with us now. Brett, how much do we know about this firefight, and do we know how much resistance we're meeting?
Well, Shep, it's described as heavy fighting, and we can tell you, according to senior defense officials, that this is the major push to Baghdad, the beginning of it at least. Some of the first heavy fighting with the Iraqi Republican Guard divisions, the Medina division and the Baghdad division, the Medina division being closer to Karbala there on the left where those arrows are, and the Baghdad division near Al-Qut, which is further east to the right there. That would be the Marines taking on that division, and the U.S. Army 3rd Infantry, likely the 2nd Brigade up front, taking on the Medina division near Karbala. We can report heavy fighting tonight. Senior defense officials say it was a decision by the combatant commander, General Tommy Franks, to move forward with this push, heavy push to Baghdad because of the essential ground campaign they have been seeing over the past couple of days. They've seen just sporadic attacks, but the air campaign has softened up a lot of those divisions. And in fact, one official told me that they have been devastated further south, and they've seen a lot of movement of the Iraqi Republican Guard divisions to try to shore up those divisions further south. Tonight is the start of a new moon. It is a good night. It's dark inside Iraq, and General Tommy Franks, according to defense officials, has decided this is the night to start the push to Baghdad. Shep?
I'm sure that they don't talk about time frames around there, right, Brad?
No, not much, but we can give you that these operations are ongoing, that they're coming from multiple sides, this pronged approach, and it's being supported by close air support from carrier-based aircraft as well as land-based.
They've made it, they said in no uncertain terms today that the circle is quickly closing. We know that they've come in from the north. We know they've come in from the west. They've made it perfectly clear and on the record that we're coming from the south, and they've said on the record we're in Karbala and headed north. So if you look at that picture that we can draw there with all of their on-the-record statements, it sounds as if that little section to the bottom right is Karbala, and that's about it, and then the circle is unbroken.
That's right. And the circle, as Defense Secretary Rumsfeld said today, is closing from all sides. You know, special operations forces have been operating, according to defense officials, with impunity, essentially going where they want to go, taking out command and control facilities in and around Baghdad and further south, causing major problems for these Iraqi Republican Guard divisions that are having a hard time resupplying. We saw some gun camera video of fuel trucks taken out, ammunition trucks taken out. And we're told that some of the divisions to the north are trying to come south to fill in the gaps, if you will, but it's not working, and the ground forces, the coalition forces, are now moving forward.
Brett Baer live at the Pentagon. Brett, good of you. Thank you. And the best news of the day, maybe the best news in recent days, Jessica Lynch, the 19-year-old soldier held prisoner of war inside Iraq, has been rescued by American forces. Jessica Lynch out and free and alive tonight. I'm Shepard Smith in New York. Thank you for trusting us for your news and information. O'Reilly's next, and he's live. Then Hannity and Combs live. Then Greta live. And I'll be back tonight, 11 Eastern, 8 Pacific, for the West Coast Prime Time Live. For all of us on the Fox Report, with the nation at war and the home front on high alert for terror. Stay brave, stay aware, and stay with us.
Shepard Smith, a presentation of Fox News Channel, the network America trusts, period.
Hi, I'm Bill O'Reilly. Thanks for watching us tonight. We got a big program for you. Lots of new information coming right at you. Looks like the final battle has begun in Iraq. A woman POW has been rescued at a Nasiriyah. We're going to have those stories. Our military analysts are standing by. But first, I got to tell you about this Talking Points memo, because if you're not angry about this, you'll never be angry about anything, okay? The war...
That's correct, Aaron. I'm in the city of Najaf. Najaf is located in central Iraq. As you know, it is a very holy city to Shia Muslims. It is home to some of the holiest sites in the Shia Muslim faith, including a mosque where many Shia Muslims, of course, believe that the cousin of the Prophet Muhammad, Ali, is buried, among other very important people. So, a very important place. Just about 40 minutes ago, I was woken up by another soldier from the 101st Airborne's 1st Brigade, with whom I'm right now. He said, put your gas mask on. We have a Scud alert, a Scud attack. Just about 10 minutes later, I was told that there were 2 surface-to-surface missile impacts in the vicinity of Najaf. Now, for reasons of operational security, I cannot tell you exactly where, although U.S. forces believe they know at least where one of the 2 missiles impacted. I cannot tell you that at this point, but I can tell you that 2 surface-to-surface missiles impacted in the area of Najaf. One of the 2 sighted, the second heard. The troops subsequently have been given the all clear. They've taken off their gas masks. That suggests that those surface-to-surface missiles did not have, were not laced with any chemical weapons. I know the troops just behind me just a short while ago did a head count. That's what troops in this area are doing and have been doing for the last half hour, getting accountability. So far, all troops accounted for. Aaron?
Is this the first time you and the 101st, the group of the 101st you're with, have encountered this sort of thing?
No, this is actually the 5th time. When I moved from Kuwait, from Camp New Jersey in Kuwait into Iraq with 101st Airborne's 3rd Brigade, we had 3 Scud alerts. They're not actually Scuds. Scud alert is a term that's left over from the Gulf War, I should point that out. According to the U.S. military, Saddam has not used any Scuds yet in this conflict. In fact, they're not sure that he has any. What these really are surface-to-surface missiles. There are a couple different kinds of them. All of them have warheads that are smaller and ranges that are smaller than the Scud. But still back in Camp New Jersey, there were a full 3 there, and then 1 when we were in the middle of the Kuwaiti desert in what's called an assembly area waiting to come in. This is different though, Aaron. This is the first surface-to-surface missile attack that I know of that has impacted inside of Iraq. It would appear that either U.S. forces or perhaps the Shia Muslims that live in the city of Najaf, who of course have no love lost for the Iraqi leader, President Saddam Hussein, it appears they would be the target inside Iraq. This is not an impact in Kuwait or anywhere else like we've seen before. This is perhaps something different. Aaron?
I'm just, I want to be careful what I ask, though. Maybe that, as long as you're careful in how you answer, it's okay.
Sure.
Just, can you give me a sense of what the groups you're traveling with, the 101st, the part of the 101st you're traveling with, what they have been involved in today, how spread out they are, that sort of thing?
Sure, Aaron. Actually, everything I'm saying has been cleared and I've been authorized to say by the military commander, so there's no worries about operational security. In fact, I've been reporting on what the 1st Brigade has been up to for the last 2 days. Now, yesterday, it's now 6:05 in the morning here. Just yesterday, troops from the 1st Brigade moved into the outskirts of the city of Najaf. More than 500 infantrymen moved into the city. They went street by street, house by house, clearing and securing streets. Basically, the idea is they needed to come in because Fedayeen fighters, the Fedayeen, a paramilitary group that has been operating out of this city that is very loyal to President Saddam Hussein, they have been basically able, according to the U.S. military, to use this area as a safe haven to attack U.S. troops passing by it. So they wanted to come in and deal with that threat. Now, I said yesterday was the 2nd day. The 1st day, the day before yesterday, was the scene of a massive airstrike, both Air Force, helicopter gunships, and artillery on the city. Yesterday, the troops actually came in. And one military commander I already spoke with this morning believes that there's a relationship between the presence of U.S. troops and those missile attacks. He believes that perhaps this is President Saddam Hussein's attempt to target U.S. troops in the city of Najaf. Aaron?
Ryan, thank you. Nicely done, Ryan Chilcote. And as he can report more, he will. And when he talked about, this gets a little confusing, but when he talks about yesterday, he's talking about Tuesday. Okay, that's what's happening literally now. On to the other outlines of the puzzle and the pieces that are in play. And tonight, just about everything seems to be in play from one respect or another. From the push to Baghdad to a rescued POW, a lot of headlines are being torn up and being rewritten tonight. It was the middle of the night in the Persian Gulf, but good news can't wait. A prisoner of war had been rescued.
Coalition forces have conducted a successful rescue mission of a U.S. Army prisoner of war held captive in Iraq. The soldier has been returned to a coalition-controlled area. More details will be released as soon as possible.
It was her family who identified her. She is a West Virginia 19-year-old Jessica Lynch, and her family says she is in good shape. Meantime, the American bombing campaign in Baghdad went on. A large explosion tonight in the center of the city. In some cities, on the approaches to Baghdad, Karbala, for instance, there was intense fighting. Critical because the city is only 50 miles from the Iraqi capital. And far to the south, CNN's Jason Bellini described a major nighttime assault against Iraqi positions in Nasiriyah.
This offensive operation began just a few hours ago. This was a frequent operation, and it's involved tanks, Apache helicopter gunships, large number of troops moving into the city itself, south of the Euphrates River.
And around Baghdad, American units continued to push forward. They were said to be facing Iraqi troops, which had been moved south to face them as reinforcements.
هذه هي الأيام التي ليس ما هو أشرف منها.
In Baghdad, Iraq's information minister read a speech on behalf of Saddam Hussein, urging Iraqis to wage a holy war, a jihad, against the coalition forces. They are aggressors, he said, evil, accursed by God. The fact that Saddam himself did not appear on state television was termed interesting by the Pentagon. There was a glimpse today of ordinary life in Baghdad. These pictures were taken by the children's relief agency, UNICEF. And to a soundtrack of mournful music, these images by Iraqi state television of what they said was bomb damage in the capital.
Well, what we've found here is approximately 400 to 600 rounds of high explosive mortar rounds.
British units, meantime, took down the Iraqi flag from this schoolhouse in southern Iraq. Inside was an enormous cache of weapons. Officers said it had been used as a staging base for the militia group called the Fedayeen.
I think it's a classic example. I would say it's an outstanding example of what Special Forces train for in the United States, unconventional warfare, working with an indigenous force to add to their capabilities and add assistance and advice where we can.
To the north, American Special Forces troops applauded what commanders said was a big success, the capture of a stronghold they had long sought near the Iranian border. It was a mosque used as a headquarters by the group Ansar al-Islam, a group linked by the Pentagon to al-Qaeda. Kurdish fighters also joined American troops in collecting hundreds of Iraqi mines and watching as American air power pummeled Iraqi positions near the city of Kirkuk. Some of the day's most important news, though, wasn't even in Iraq. Units of the American 4th Infantry Division finally arrived in Kuwait City, at rest for the time being, but soon, it seems, headed for Baghdad. A quick overview of the day. There seemed to be a number, perhaps 3 major storylines running through the day. On the ground, this major push on the ground toward Baghdad. That obviously has somewhere to go yet. A counter-offensive, if you will, from the podium at the Pentagon today over criticism of the war plan itself. And then tonight, the news that a POW, Jessica Lynch, had been rescued to the Pentagon now. And our senior Pentagon correspondent, Jamie McIntyre, I'm not sure we'll get through all of those. Let's start with Private First Class Lynch. What can you add? What do we know about her condition, her whereabouts, and how she got out?
Well, we know that she's been through quite an ordeal. According to sources at the Pentagon, when she was rescued, she had more than 1 gunshot wound. It's not clear where she got these wounds, if she's had them all her entire time of captivity or if it's something that happened in the raid, but she was in a hospital in Nasiriyah. And the excuse me, the U.S. learned she was in this hospital, and they were able to arrange a mission with a joint special forces team to go in. This was a helicopter assault, forced entry, gunfire, classic special operations mission, went into the hospital, rescued Jessica Lynch. We're also looking for other people, we're told, including this guy called Chemical Ali, the cousin of Saddam Hussein, who's a commander in the south. We're not clear whether they found him or are on his trail or what's going on with him, but that was part of this operation as well. Jessica Lynch has been taken to a medical facility, and she's being treated now with U.S. military personnel. As for the larger war itself, it turns out that this is the night the so-called battle for Baghdad is beginning. One military official told me it'd probably be more accurate to call it the battle with the Republican Guard. The strategy is apparently to attack at least 2 Republican Guard divisions and then perhaps punch through and head to Baghdad, or perhaps attack the other divisions sequentially. It's not entirely clear. But this is not just one of those probing attacks. This is a major ground offensive. And by the way, Al-Najaf, where Ryan Chilcote is now pretty much under the control of U.S. forces. And one of the things they're seeing there that they haven't seen up till now is a fairly substantial amount of the population there seems to be welcoming the U.S. troops once the Saddam Hussein loyalists were driven out of the city.
And just briefly, on the Secretary and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs today, were they reacting to, I think people who have been following the story know this, so I'll do this in a sentence or two, they very angrily and forcefully defended the plan and attacked the critics of the plan, and by and large they're talking about, well, I'll let you characterize it. Well, were they reacting to a specific article or a general sense of criticism?
Well, the series of articles in the New York Times today, they had a series of articles that were quite critical of the plan, and Rumsfeld was being questioned about an article in the New York Times that quoted a colonel, unnamed colonel, as saying that Rumsfeld wanted to win this war on the cheap and he was getting what he wanted. This was obviously somebody in the field frustrated that they didn't have enough, they didn't feel they had enough of what they needed to get the job done. Now Rumsfeld, before he had a chance to answer, General Myers, the Joint Chiefs Chairman, sort of jumped in. You could see he was champing at the bit to answer that question, and he went into a long, very emotional defense of the war plan, how everybody at the Pentagon had signed off on it, how it had been up and down the chain of command, how people who were criticizing it either didn't understand it or weren't there, and it was quite unusual to see General Myers this agitated about something, and Rumsfeld just sort of sat back and let him carry the day. And in the end, I think Secretary Rumsfeld's message was, have some patience, just watch and see what happens. And now, of course, we're starting to see the beginning of that now with this ground offensive that's underway.
Jamie, thank you. Jamie McIntyre, senior Pentagon correspondent. Jessica Lynch was part of the 507, this maintenance company that on the first Sunday after the war began, it's unclear precisely how they encountered Iraqis, but they did. There were a number of POWs were taken, and there still is one of the mysteries of this. Jean Offit is the public information officer at Fort Bliss, home of the 507th, and she joins us now. What can you tell us about Jessica Lynch and her condition, and what is next for her?
Well, I can tell you we're overjoyed here at Fort Bliss to hear that she's safe, that she's back in being taken care of. We hope that that happens to the many others from the 507th that are still unaccounted for. So we're just hoping every day that everyone comes back safe.
How many, Ms. Offit, do you have that are still unaccounted for?
Well, we have, of course, the 5 POWs, and we have the 8 now that are not accounted for.
How did the news get to the base?
Well, we started to hear reports from various media sources and checked through our official channels, and we were told in that manner.
You were ultimately told officially, someone called the base and said, we got her.
Yes.
Do you know what the next stages of her life are going to be, where she'll be taken next, and what will follow that?
Well, I guess that all depends on the circumstances. I'm sure that she'll be treated medically, debriefed, and will probably go to somewhere near her home, I would imagine, and join up with her family, which I'm sure they're very happy to hear that she'll be coming home to them soon.
I would say that's probably the understatement of the day. It's, I know, difficult at the 507th and at Fort Bliss because there's still much unknown, as you point out. There hasn't been a lot of good news for you, so today must have been especially nice. Thank you for your time this evening, Jean Offit.
Thank you.
Thank you, who's the Public Information Officer at Fort Bliss. Again, there are many questions about what happened to the 507th, this maintenance group that was lost on the first Sunday of the war. 5 people taken prisoner, a number missing, Jessica Lynch among them. Linda Davis last heard from Jessica Lynch in a letter the week before she disappeared. Linda Davis is a kindergarten teacher. She was Jessica's kindergarten teacher not that many years ago. Jessica's only 19, and Linda joins us now by the phone, on the phone. It's good to have you with us. Just describe the town right now. It must be bouncing around.
It is wild here. Sirens going off, horns honking, people shouting through the streets, and fireworks going off.
How big a city is it?
We have around 900 here in Elizabeth. In the whole county, there's around 5,000.
So certainly in Elizabeth, it's one of those towns where everybody knows everybody, and everybody knows the Lynches and probably knew Jessica.
Oh, yes. Yes, and this word spread very quickly this evening. When the family got the word, I would say within an hour and a half, the whole county knew.
And what happened? Everybody literally come out on the streets and...
Yes. Yes, in fact, well, it was my neighbor that came running over. She has been in close contact with the Lynches through this whole ordeal and had screened calls for them, actually, for the last week or so. And she came running over, pounding on my door, screaming, "Jessica's alive, Jessica's alive, come and go with me." So we rushed up to the Lynches' house to watch all the official news come in.
And tell me about her parents and how they are and how they, what they're doing right now.
Well, of course, you know, they're just so excited and looking forward to holding and hugging their little girl again.
I imagine so. Let's talk about their little girl. She's 19 years old. She actually is, she's not a big woman, certainly.
Right.
And she went into the service because she wanted to get some money to go to college, right?
Right. That's what I understand. She also wanted to do some traveling, and she told me in her last letter I'd gotten from her that she had accomplished that goal, and of course her next goal is to become a teacher.
In these letters that you would get from her, do you sense that she's the same kid who left West Virginia to join the Army, or did she seem older, different?
She's pretty much the same Jessica, but much more mature. And she knew what she wanted to do. She went out and she set those goals and went out and did them.
You must be, I mean, this would be great news in New York City. It'd be great news in any place. I imagine the whole town, though, for the last week and a half has been beside itself with worry now to get this news.
Oh, it's just amazing. There's been, of course, prayers. We've had candlelight vigil here. We had another gathering on Saturday where we put yellow ribbons on the tree on the courthouse lawn, along with the black ribbons for the POWs and the MIAs, and had a service for her there. The community is pulled together, and of course we have talked to people all over the world, so we know that there were prayers going out for Jessica for this past week, and they've certainly been answered.
It's great to have this occasion to talk to you. That's as simple as that. I'm glad the news is the best possible news, and thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Linda Davies, who was Jessica Lynch's kindergarten teacher back there in Elizabeth, West Virginia. Pretty happy town tonight. I don't think the town you're looking at is a very happy town. That's Baghdad. It's been another day, another night of bombing there. We're joined by Nick Robertson, who keeps track of the goings-on in Baghdad for us. Nick is near the border with Iraq and Jordan. Nick, good day to you.
Good day to you, Aaron. Well, it was a fairly quiet night in Baghdad until a couple of hours before dawn. Then there were several loud detonations in the city. Reporters there say that one of the locations hit is a presidential compound right on the Tigris River. It's been hit a number of times before. Also, just across the river from there, just over the bridge from the Ministry of Information, a communications center that was targeted several days ago, that was hit as well. Apparently, a large hole knocked out of the side of the building a few days ago. The base of the building appeared to be targeted. Now the upper floors have been hit as well. Also an interesting day in as much as a statement from President Saddam Hussein, a statement that he didn't deliver himself, and that did raise some questions about why was he not available to do it. But the message was delivered by the Information Minister, Mohammed al-Sahaf. A very clear, concise, precise message, very focused. That in itself quite unusual for the Iraqi leader to deliver something so straightforward. The message was this. This is an Islamic country. You are Muslims. Your country has been invaded by infidel, by foreigners. They are on your soil, and you should rise up in a jihad.
The religious men, with all their fatwas, today they all concur that the invaders and the aggressors what they are doing is an aggression on religion and self and on the Islamic nation. Therefore, jihad is a duty, and whoever dies will be rewarded by heaven, and God will be satisfied with their sacrifice. Take your chance. This is what God requested from you.
Now, perhaps this message designed to strike resonance in those that hold their religious teachings very close to their heart, and perhaps the Iraqi leadership here aiming particularly the message to the Shia community in the south of Iraq, whose help they need very much at this time, because that's the direction from which the coalition forces are advancing on Baghdad. Absolutely no indication yet how this message was received. Aaron?
To this point, the messages have been more about Iraqi nationalism as opposed to a religious call to battle. Do we read anything into that, into the change?
We have heard calls to jihad before, but this was very focused, and this was a huge emphasis put on this, a call to not just the Shia in the south, but all Muslims in Iraq. Some people might analyze this and say, is this a last-ditch attempt by the leadership to get as much popular support as they can? Quite possibly that may be the case, but what it will do, perhaps not getting people to rise up arms against the coalition forces, but for those religious faithful in the south, it will give them a dilemma. This is the teaching of the Holy Quran. What are they to do? To follow what the Quran says, or perhaps go against the leadership? Maybe not fight against the coalition, but should they go and tell the coalition forces about a Republican Guard unit or a weapons stash that's near their house? This may put some people in a position of great personal dilemma. It would go against their religious teachings to disobey, but at the same time it may go against as well what they believe about the leadership in Iraq. Aaron?
Nick, thank you. Nick Robertson, who keeps an eye on Baghdad. Nick would have preferred to have been in Baghdad, but as I guess most of you know by now, he was expelled now a week ago and is out of the country. The ground portion that Jamie McIntyre referred to at the top of the program may be just now getting underway. But in fact, the battle for Baghdad, or the battle against the Republican Guard, has been going on for several days. General Wes Clark, who will join us in a little bit, said to us the other night, you'll know when it begins when they start pounding from the air those Republican Guard troops, and they have been pounding now for several days, those Republican Guard troops that are outside, in a ring outside the city. Bob Franken is at a coalition air base not far from the Iraqi border, and he joins us now. Bob, good evening.
Good evening, and as a matter of fact, that is an important point, Aaron. About two-thirds of the 800 actual raids and attacks that were conducted by the 2,000 jets or so that took off in the last 24-hour reporting period, two-thirds of them ran missions against the Republican Guard, which of course makes the point you're trying to make, that they are trying to soften up the Republican Guard for the ground assault that is apparently going to be following fairly soon. It's been sort of probative thus far, but that has been anything but probative as far as the Air Force is concerned. They have been raining their bombs and their machine gun bullets on them now for the last couple of days. As I said, there were a total of 1,900 sorties, about the same 800 attacks, including about 50 that were directly aimed at Baghdad. Now, this means that they're going around the clock, that the planes take off, they do their missions, and then they come back and they're quickly turned around, which has meant that they have really had intense pressure in the maintenance pits. As a matter of fact, the planes do do come in very quickly. They're taxied in. The workers immediately jump on them like the old-time gas stations. They can get these planes out in just about a half hour if they need to. It means that they've been working 12 to 14-hour shifts in the maintenance areas on the flight lines. And as a matter of fact, many of the people are getting tired, but they're saying that they're just going to keep on going. They realize that they're an important part of this operation, but it is becoming harder and harder work. And of course, it's going to get harder as the missions keep on increasing, as the intensity increases. Aaron?
Bob, we're a little long tonight, but just quickly, do you get the feeling from them that they get the feeling it is the beginning of the end game?
Well, they get the feeling that it's becoming more and more important, and of course they're all hoping that that means that it's going to be over fairly soon.
Don't know about that. Thank you, Bob. Bob Franken at an air base, and we'll hear from him again before the night is out. We'll talk with General Clark in a moment. We take a break first. Our coverage continues.
You're going to love this new quick rent at National Car Rental. When you get to the airport, they let you choose your own car. Whatever make and model you want.
Whatever color you want.
You can walk right past the counter. And you don't stand in any lines.
All you need is a major credit card and access to the internet. You rent online at nationalcar.com.
They ought to call it quick and easy.
Bypass the counter.
You don't have to stand in line. Choose your own car. Click, click, click on the computer.
It's all about me. Rent, huh?
Choose the rental car company that lets you choose your own car. Quick rent at nationalcar.com.
Tomorrow at 7:42 a.m., a once-in-a-lifetime business deal will arrive in this office. At 2:06 p.m., a letter of credit worth 3 million euros will move across these lines. And at 3 p.m., 24,000 computer chips will leave this distribution center. Only one company in the world is synchronized enough to make all these things happen. UPS. Commerce. Synchronized.
Because things are changing so fast, trust CNN. With more frontline reporters, experts who have been there, and the most experienced journalists. Because you need all the facts. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Retired General Wesley Clark joins us. General, I suppose there are a lot of things we could talk about, and over the next hour and a half or so we'll talk about. But let's talk about what the battlefield looks like right now and kind of where we are at this moment.
Well, Aaron, I think the most important thing is the assessments of the strength of the Medina Division, which for the last couple of days we've been hearing about the pounding it's taken, and now the Air Force, at least according to the publicly released information, is assessing it at below 50% strength. And we've been pushing and probing and prodding and maintaining and gaining and maintaining contact with the Medina Division. That's what you have to do with ground forces. But it's the air that's been carrying the brunt of the effort. And now it would appear that what we're preparing to do is shift into what we would call a reconnaissance-led attack. In other words, we can't be positive exactly how much has been killed from the air, but what we would do is put the forces against it, and if we get a breakthrough, exploit it.
We'll pick up on that theme. We'll talk a little bit about what went on in the Pentagon. You're in New York tonight. Eventually you're going to get back down here, I assume. It's good to have you with us. We'll update the day's headlines, take a short break. Our coverage continues in a moment.
On HP technology to produce and distribute products that bring the world perfect sound.
The persistence of 135 years of experience. The performance that has enabled us to work with more than half the Fortune 500. The strength of one of the largest financial services companies in America. Strength of Pacific Life.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Heidi Collins. Here's the news that's happening at this hour. Important developments out of Iraq tonight, including word of a major battle between U.S. and two Republican Guard divisions south of Baghdad. Also today, coalition warplanes took aim at more targets inside the Iraqi capital, including the building that's home to an international telephone exchange. A Pentagon source says rescued POW Jessica Lynch has been through, quote, quite an ordeal. The 19-year-old was plucked from an Iraqi hospital today by Special Forces personnel. She reportedly suffered multiple gunshot wounds in the ambush that led to her capture and is now listed in stable condition. In the central Iraq city of Najaf, about 500 troops from the 101st Airborne Division went door to door today looking for Iraqi fighters. They reportedly encountered no resistance and suffered no casualties. Meanwhile, near Basra, coalition forces continue to exchange fire with paramilitaries who've been keeping the allies at bay for the past week. A group of missing journalists, including 2 from Newsday, turned up alive and unharmed in Jordan today. Matthew McAllister says he and the 3 others found with him spent 7 or 8 days in an Iraqi jail. Freelance photographer Molly Bingham of Kentucky and a Danish journalist were also found unharmed. In other news now, some good news actually to report concerning the 5 passengers who reported SARS-like symptoms on board a flight from Tokyo to San Jose. It turns out none of them has the potentially deadly and highly contagious illness. Nonetheless, the passengers say they've been told health officials will be checking up on them. Those are the headlines making news at this hour. Now back to Newsnight with Aaron Brown.
Heidi, thank you very much. Imagine what it was like for that young woman, Jessica Lynch, when she realized that Special Forces had come in, gotten into that hospital, and were taking her out. We've already talked about Nasiriyah tonight, about a battle there overnight and the rescue of the American POW Jessica Lynch. Those are on the table already. We're going to go back there now to earlier yesterday when it was a bit more quiet and the mission was saving people, not killing them. Here's CNN's Alessio Vinci.
Iraqis living in this area just outside Nasiriyah say they had no idea what was stored inside this warehouse. So when U.S. Marines began loading their trucks with flour bags to be distributed further down the road, a group of about 100 villagers converged to collect their share. The Iraqi military used to take all the supplies and would not pass it to the people, says Karim Jassim, with whom we spoke through a U.S. military interpreter. Jassim, a farmer, came here with 8 family members, including 2 young girls, in search of food. We are hungry, he says. He has not been in town for fear of being drafted by the Iraqi military. The fighting, he says, was not so intense in his area, but 2 of his relatives were killed by U.S. helicopter gunships, he says. He holds no grudges. Around here, he says, it's normal. Arabic-speaking Marines try to keep the unruly crowd under control, backed by heavily armed colleagues in the back. Women were allowed in first, picking up bags so large and heavy that some could not muster enough strength to carry them by themselves. Others walked away barefoot. Nearby, underneath one of the bridges now under control of U.S. Marines, another group of villagers collects water from a filthy pond. The aftermath of the intense firefight a week earlier still visible, the riverbed littered with Iraqi ammunition.
So it is dangerous, but we know where it is. And again, we pass the civilians, please stay away because it is dangerous.
The entire area around the bridge is covered with hundreds of Iraqi mortars and grenades. Some of them, Marines say, could be loaded with chemical or biological agents.
We cannot destroy these ourselves. We have to have our EOD teams come out, look at them, make an assessment. Yes, it is an explosive, and then they can collect it and destroy it.
Helping Iraqis get food and water is a priority, U.S. Marines say. Winning their hearts and minds is as important as winning the war. Then maybe later, just maybe, life could start to be normal again. Alessio Vinci, CNN, with the U.S. Marines in Nasiriyah, Iraq.
So to this point, our focus has all been in the south, moving toward Baghdad from the south, which is where the major thrust is. Our attention turns now to the north. It's a mission that sounds right out of Afghanistan. In late 2001, the United States going after a terrorist group with the help of forces who had been fighting that terrorist group for years. This also applies to northern Iraq today. The United States hitting another terrorist group. This time it's not the Northern Alliance, but Kurdish fighters who have joined in, and they say they have scored a major victory. Here's CNN's Brent Sadler.
A group of Iraqi Kurdish fighters shows off the spoils of war, leading us into recently captured territory and the smashed remains of what they claim was once the hub of a terrorist network. A terror network they've been fighting for years, called Ansar al-Islam. The heart of that network beat here, it's claimed, inside this mosque, at a remote Kurdish village called Biara, on the border with Iran. Parts of the mosque were flattened, the dome peppered with large shrapnel holes from American airstrikes. Unavoidable damage, say Kurdish officials, in their battle to root out and destroy a web of terrorist strongholds, supported and funded, it's claimed here, by Al-Qaeda itself. When the battle against Ansar was joined, it turned into a rout, taking Kurdish forces just 36 hours to defeat their enemy. The first major battlefield operation linking American special forces and Kurdish fighters in northern Iraq. It became a spectacular success, claimed these American Special Force officers, breaking their cover, heaping praise on the thousands of Peshmerga fighters who bore the brunt of close-quarters combat.
I think it's a classic example. I would say it's an outstanding example of what Special Forces train for in the United States, unconventional warfare, working with an indigenous force to add to their capabilities and add assistance and advice where we can.
Ansar's forces put up a ferocious fight, it's claimed. Hundreds dead, the rest fleeing over the border to Iran. At least one of them pretended to surrender, but blew himself up. And Ansar may have abandoned some incriminating evidence under the rubble, possibly supporting alleged links to Al-Qaeda-sponsored terror.
We have found various documents, equipment, etc., that would indicate a presence of chemical and/or biological weapons.
It now begs the question that if American and Kurdish forces can work so well together here, then why not expand operations to break Saddam Hussein's control over the key northern cities of Kirkuk and Mosul? There may be no precise plan for that to happen now, but the Iraqi Kurds are pushing for it. Brent Sadler, CNN, Biara, northern Iraq.
Lieutenant Colonel Ralph Peters is with us tonight. We'll talk with him and help give you a broader sense of how the fight is going and where it is going. We'll take a break first. Our coverage continues in a moment.
Hot dogs, hot dog. Over here. That'll be 4 1/4.
I'll give you 1 1/4.
Hey, pal, no discounts. Hot dogs.
We want a better deal.
Everybody wants them. Hot dogs.
We can get you great deals on hotels.
New York for $69 a night.
How about Las Vegas?
San Francisco, worldwide.
All right, guys, you got a deal. Tell me more about this.
Hotels.com.
The best prices at the best places, guaranteed.
CNN Tomorrow as troops gear up for the push to Baghdad, former Secretary of State Alexander Haig and more. Only on Larry King Live, CNN Tomorrow, 9 Eastern.
Are your car buying dreams full of pushy salespeople in plaid jackets selling overpriced cars with bad brakes and gum in the ashtray? Then skip the nightmares.
And come to Executive Jeep Nissan in North Haven, New England's largest Jeep Nissan dealer, for a giant selection of certified pre-owned vehicles. And now with special rates as low as 3.9%, you're sure to get the deal of your dreams. Credit a problem? Don't worry, we're here to help. Executive Jeep Nissan, Universal Drive, North Haven.
His desire made him a champion. Now his pride gives a dangerous opponent one last shot at greatness. Marco Antonio Barrera.
It's about honor.
Kevin Kelly.
Pereira is mine.
For the featherweight championship of the world, Barrera versus Kelly, Saturday, April 12th, live on In Demand pay-per-view.
Order it on In Demand pay-per-view from Comcast.
It's about winning. Bring it on.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
There has 2 weeks into the war been an awful lot of talk about the war plan, whether it was well thought out, whether it wasn't thought out, who thought it out, whether it's working, it's not working. In a little bit, we'll play you a long portion of the Pentagon briefing today, which was highly unusual. I think it's fair to say. We're joined now to talk a little bit about the war and how it's playing out in the theater by Lieutenant Colonel Ralph Peters, retired. It's good to see you again. Sir, war is not a football game, and so to talk about momentum may sound a little inappropriate, but there is a sense over the last couple of days that it is moving. Do you agree?
Well, yes, it certainly is. And although it's not quite fair to talk about it as sports, we all speak in metaphors. And we don't have anybody on the bench, but the guys on the field are playing very, very well. You know, Aaron, you made a very good point earlier when you were talking about the varieties of warfare we're seeing, where we're seeing special forces and really, guerrilla operations in the north, pacification in the south, street fighting, super high-tech warfare, air-ground combat against Republican guards. What you're really seeing is, on one hand, the panoply, the full range of modern, or if you will, postmodern warfare. And on the other hand, you're seeing the reason why we continue to need balanced forces. And anyone who ever says, oh, the Air Force can do it alone or the Army can do it alone is absolutely foolish. And by the way, the other thing we're seeing that fascinates me as our forces just chew up the Republican guards with the air components and the ground components, the Army, Marines, Air Force, pilots from all the services working together, is we're seeing a high-velocity war of attrition. Now, wars of attrition have a very bad name, but there's nothing wrong with them as long as the attrition is overwhelmingly on the other side. And this is going so fast and so professionally that although, there are a lot of quibbles about the plan, and certainly I have my quibbles with it, but at the end of the day, the troops in the field are just performing remarkably.
All right, let's see if we can do 2 or 3 things here. First, going back to the thing you said at the beginning, the players on the field but no players on the bench, to again use a sports metaphor. That is a criticism that is there aren't enough soldiers on the ground, correct?
Yeah, and it's a valid criticism. And Secretary Rumsfeld could have saved himself a lot of agony if he had just last week been man enough to say, hey, war's going very well, plan wasn't perfect, no plan is, let's march on. But this Pentagon, this vanity, this need to defend the plan and insist everything is going exactly according to plan, it baffles me. It's wasted energy. Hey, nothing ever goes perfectly according to plan. The plan has been robust enough to take a few hits, and it's going very well. So at this point, I'm sure many of your viewers share my feeling that we just need to move on and win the war, which we are doing very swiftly.
What does very swiftly mean?
Well, I'd be a fool to say next week. I mean, it could be a matter of a week. It could be a matter of several weeks or a month or so. Even when Baghdad falls, it's going to take a while to mop up the holdouts who didn't get the word, the people who don't believe that Saddam is dead. So if you took it in terms of historical wars, swiftly might even be 2 months. And even after that, it's always important to stand back, and I know you're good at this, and realize that we're not going to know the full results of this war in terms of the impact on Iraq, what Iraq can become, the impacts on the region, for at least a decade. So a little patience is required, but in the meantime, the American people can be very, very proud of this effort.
I'm going to ask General Clark this in a minute. Let me ask you first, though. If you were to look for something in the next, let's say, 24 to 48 hours that will be an indicator of where this is, where it's going and how it's going, what would it be?
Well, actually, it would be an Iraqi attempt to use chemical weapons, because that will be his absolute last-ditch attempt, because his last-ditch effort. Just as today, we heard a little bit earlier on CNN, the rebroadcast of the remarks purportedly from Saddam calling for jihad.
Yeah.
Well, if anybody in Iraq has a right to jihad, it would be the Shias, who have been oppressed by this infidel regime of Saddam. But watch for chemical weapons. If they pop, that means it's the end game.
Lieutenant Colonel Peters, good to have you with us again tonight. We always enjoy talking.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you, sir, very much. General Clark, same question. Would you agree, obviously, if chemical weapons are thrown out into the battlefield, that is desperation at the highest order. Anything short of that, a good clue as to where we are?
Well, I think short of that, the clue will be what's the number of armored vehicles destroyed in the push near Karbala? Have we really gotten a division's worth of combat power off the Iraqi side of the table? If we have, then that's a major success. If it turns out that we push, we shove, we don't quite find the armored vehicles, then we don't know really, we're not positive what we've got our hands on. We may have pushed through another security zone. We want to get in and destroy the first echelon Iraqi division. The sign of that will be, where's its equipment?
General, thank you. We'll take a break. Our coverage continues in a moment.
Pay bills online free with free checking from Bank of America. Higher standards.
This year, nearly 1 million families will have their most valuable possessions stolen right from here. It's their own identity. Bank statements, credit card and ATM receipts, pay stubs. In today's world, a little advice. Shred anything you wouldn't want in the hands of a stranger. Hey, Tom.
Protect yourself at home with the shredder more businesses rely on for superior performance and durability. Fellows, the world's toughest shredders.
We've talked several times already about what went on at the Pentagon podium today. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the Defense Secretary were the briefers. In some ways, I guess it was theater, if you will. And the tough guy, Secretary Rumsfeld, took the step back, and it was the soft-spoken guy who was the one speaking out. Here is a long take on what was a fascinating briefing.
Yes. Mr. Secretary, I'd like to ask you once again about criticism from current and former officers about the flow of forces to the region, and also whether there are sufficient forces in Iraq. And there are those that say that you're too enamored with air power over ground forces. I wonder if you could just comment on.
Well, why don't I...
Can I comment?
Sure.
I would love to comment. My view of those reports, and since I don't know who you're quoting, who the individuals are, is that they're bogus. I don't know how they get started, and I don't know how they've been perpetuated, but it's not been by responsible members of the team that put this all together. They either weren't there, or they don't know, or they're working another agenda, and I don't know what that agenda might be. It is not helpful to have those kind of comments come out when we got troops in combat, because first of all, they're false. They're absolutely wrong. They bear no resemblance to the truth. And it's just harmful to our troops that are out there fighting very bravely, very courageously. I've been in this process every step of the way as well. There is not one thing that General Franks has asked for that he hasn't gotten on the timeline that we could get it to him. And it wasn't because of a late signing. It might be because we didn't have a ship or something. But I mean, it's been for mechanical reasons, not because of administrative reasons. I can guarantee you that. Every member of the Joint Chiefs of Staff signed up to this plan and the way it was executed from the first day, and they'll be signed up to the last day because we still think it's a good plan. Every member of General Franks' component commanders signed up to this plan as it was changed over time and as it finally came down to be the one we went to war with. And they all stood up and they gave a thumbs up to the plan. So there may be others that have other ideas of how we should have done it. And God bless them. That's a great sport here inside the Beltway. And I suppose when I retire, I'll probably have my comments too. Gee, they ought to have more air power. I wish the Secretary would say we ought to be more air power centric, perhaps, but I've never heard him say that. No, he hasn't said it, and that's not. I'm not going to speak for the Secretary, but that's not the kind of comments that he's been making in this whole process. So it's been interesting, but it's not very useful to this discussion. You know, we went in there with some very sophisticated objectives. We had diplomacy underway at the United Nations. We wanted to deploy a sufficient force, but not the kind of force that would make it look like diplomacy didn't have a chance to work. So we had to work that piece. General Franks, and for the benefit of our troops, wanted to protect tactical surprise. How do you protect tactical surprise when you have 250,000 troops surrounding Iraq on D-Day? How do you do that? Well, you do it by the method he did it, by having the types of forces. You do it by starting the ground war first, air war second. Do you think there was tactical surprise? I think there was. Do we have the oil fields in the south? About 60% of the oil wealth has been preserved for the Iraqi people? You bet. Have we had a Scud fired against Jordan or Israel yet? No. Why? Because we went in very early, even before the ground war, to secure those places. Do we have humanitarian supplies flowing into Qasr now? Yes. Why? Because we put the ground forces in there early. Were we 200 miles inside Iraq in 36 hours? Yes.
So Tom Franks
get his way in the end? Did he get exactly what he wanted out of it?
He seems to tell the president and me and Dick Myers that he thinks this is the plan he wants. And we have agreed to it. And we participated in it. And we like it. And no one's backing away from anything.
Is it
and the fact that people have been writing this stuff over and over and over again and misinforming the world is really not terribly important. What's important is what we've said, and that we're winning this activity, and it is going to end, and it will end with Saddam Hussein gone.
A taste of the briefing today. General Clark, what was going on there today?
Well, Aaron, a lot of things are going on. First of all, I think Dickie Myers has a very solid point when he says if you're not on the inside of the plan, you really can't understand the trade-offs, the diplomatic and military trade-offs that were done to make the plan come out that way. And as we talked before, my experience in Kosovo, it's very difficult. It's really impossible to criticize a plan when you haven't been on the inside of it and looked at the trade-offs, because you just don't know what's going on the inside. Secondly, as far as the people who've been offering comments, those people have been offering them with the best of intent, not in criticism of the soldiers and airmen that are in there, but in their support in response to questions about their own professional judgment, and the intent has been wholly constructive. Nobody is criticizing the magnificent performance of the men and women in uniform. Third, I think it's a great thing to see the teamwork between the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the Secretary of Defense, because I think that is very important. Fourth, I think there's a certain sense in which the criticism of the assumptions that underlay the plan, there were political assumptions, has sort of been rolled into criticism of the military decision-making in the plan and so forth. And I'm not sure that there's any reason for anybody on the team that's on the inside running this war to feel defensive about anything. They made some assumptions. If the assumptions had worked out, it would have been a brilliant plan. It would have been a coup de main. It would have been over. As it is, the forces are up there. They're apparently beginning the main attack on Baghdad. We haven't had any significant reversals. We haven't had lots of people lost to casualties or accidents or problems. So the proof of the plan is in the execution, and really that's the only way a plan can be judged from the outside. We always say there's two kinds of plans, Aaron. There's plans that might work, and there's plans that won't work. You have to pick a plan that might work, and then you have to make it work. And that's what Tommy Franks and the team is doing over there.
General, we'll pick this up too when you take a break first. Our coverage continues in a moment.
Love this new quick rent at National Car Rental. When you get to the airport, they let you choose your own car. Whatever make and model you want.
Whatever color you want.
You can walk right past the counter.
And you don't stand in any lines.
All you need is a major credit card and access to the internet. You rent online at nationalcar.com.
They ought to call it quick and easy.
Bypass the counter.
You don't have to stand in line. Choose your own car. Click, click, click on the computer.
It's all about me. Rent, huh?
Choose the rental car company that lets you choose your own car. Quick Rent at nationalcar.com.
Announcing non-drowsy allergy medicine you can take right when you need it.
It's Alavert. New Alavert starts dissolving the instant it touches your tongue, without water.
So Alavert is non-drowsy relief you can take inside, outside, in your car, wherever you are.
Get prescription-strength, non-drowsy, 24-hour relief. Even Claritin can't beat. New quick-dissolving Alavert.
Allergy medicine you can take right when you need it, wherever you are.
You can try and understand war by reading maps and tracing the movements of great armies and machines from here to there, and we've done some of that tonight. But if you really want to understand war and all its complexities and courage and trauma, you need to read something else entirely. Read the letters home. Here's CNN's Gene Meserve.
I've called these letters pages out of our national autobiography.
75,000 pieces of war correspondence from the nation's first conflict to its present one, collected by the Legacy Project. Some of the letters tear the soul, like the farewell written by a World War II POW on the back of photos of himself and his family.
Mommy and Dad, it's pretty hard to check out this way without a fighting chance, but we can't all live forever. Loving and waiting for you in the world beyond, your son, Lieutenant Tommy Kennedy.
Andrew Carroll, the force behind this project, values the mundane accounts of everyday life and hardship on the battlefront and the home front. But there are important items too. A letter from George Herbert Walker Bush after he was shot down in World War II. Teddy Roosevelt reflects on the death of his son. Colin Powell's condolences on the death of someone else's son. Then there is the letter penned on Hitler's stationery by a young staff sergeant, contrasting the opulence of the Führer's apartment with the just liberated concentration camp.
This is the historical record. These are the eyewitnesses to these events, so that no one can ever say, oh, this didn't happen or it wasn't like that. This tells us it happened, and in a very immediate and quite graphic way.
The common theme in letters from every war, I am okay, don't worry. The most common phrase, I love you. Love was a complication in World War II when Victory Mail, dubbed V-Mail, was put through machines and transferred to film for easier shipment to the front.
When they first started doing these, a lot of women would kiss the envelopes with, lipstick, just the way they do with love letters. And so as they were going through the processing machine, the lipstick would build up and it would jam the machines. So they had to do public service announcements saying, please don't kiss your letters. And it was called the Scarlet Scourge.
Then V-Mail, today email. Carroll says electronic communications tend not to be as thoughtful as letters, but there are gems, like the letter written to 7-year-old Connor by his dad in Bosnia. No toy stores here, he writes, so he sends a flag flown over his camp in honor of Connor's birthday. This flag represents America and makes me proud each time I see it, he writes.
They're sort of timeless, because whether you're going off with a musket or an M16, and no matter how big or how small the war is, whether it's D-Day or A-Day, which we just had, it's everything to you. This is life and death.
Emails and letters from Iraq are just beginning to trickle into the Legacy Project. One of Andrew Carroll's great regrets is that these will not be the last, that the letters will keep coming as long as the wars do. Gene Meserve, CNN, Washington.
We'll update the changing face of the battlefield tonight. A number of interesting voices to join us still. Our coverage continues in a moment.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1 for trust and experience. Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. CNN is the most trusted name in news.
CNN Tomorrow as troops gear up for the push to Baghdad, former Secretary of State Alexander Haig and more. Only on Larry King Live, CNN Tomorrow, 9 Eastern.
There is one hospital that is truly different. A patient-focused hospital that looks at everything they do from your perspective, not theirs. Where care is personalized. A hospital that cares how...
It was in the Saddam Hospital in Al-Nasiriyah, a facility that had been used by the regime as a military post. We were successful in that operation last night and did retrieve PFC Jessica Lynch, bringing her away from that location of danger clearing the building of some of the military activity that was in there. There was not a firefight inside of the building, I would tell you, but there were firefights outside of the building, getting in and getting out. There were no coalition casualties as a result of this. And in the destruction that occurred inside of the building, particularly in the basement area where the operations centers had been, we found ammunition, mortars, maps, a terrain model, and other things that make it very clear that it was being used as a military command post. The nature of the operation was a coalition special operation that involved Army Rangers, Air Force pilots and combat controllers, U.S. Marines, and Navy SEALs. It was a classic joint operation done by some of our nation's finest warriors who are dedicated to never leaving a comrade behind. We did have the opportunity to have a combat camera crew with the assault force, and we'll show you only the portion that has a PFC Lynch being retrieved. Do we have the tape? This is a Coalition Black Hawk helicopter on the ground and PFC Lynch on a stretcher being carried to safety. This, of course, is done under blacked out conditions in the compound itself where the helicopter landed. PFC Jessica Lynch. At this point, she is safe. She's been retrieved, and some brave souls put their lives on the line to make this happen. Loyal to a creed that they know, that they'll never leave a fallen comrade and never embarrass their country. Next question, please.
Can you tell us about her condition? Who exactly was holding her? Was it the regime in a larger sense, or was it some tribal faction or small controlling party in the area? And also, if you would please, the status of some of the others, and reports that bodies were also found.
I don't want to comment too specifically on her condition. The good news is she's alive. She's in coalition control and receiving appropriate medical attention and care and screening right now. And for her privacy, I won't go any further into that. As to who was holding her, the regime was holding her. The regime clearly had done this. It was regime forces that had been in there. Indications are there were paramilitaries, but we don't know exactly who. They'd apparently moved most of them out before we actually arrived to get in. Although, as I mentioned, there were buildings outside of the Saddam hospital where we received fire, or where the assault force received fire during the night. We did, unfortunately, also find the remains of 11 persons who are unidentified at this point. 2 of the persons were inside of a morgue within the hospital building, and the other 9 were outside in a grave area inside the community. Our coalition forces were escorted to those locations by someone that was taken into custody during the assault, and the locations were pointed out by them. At this point, we're doing additional forensic examination and medical examination to determine who they might be. We don't know at this point, and don't have any further comment on who it is at the current time. Please, Mike.
Mike Tobin, Fox News. We're hearing scattered reports about weaponry and arms cache being found in a school. Could you elaborate on that?
We found this actually in a number of places, in a number of towns, as we go into places where the paramilitaries have been operating, the regime death squads. 2 things seem to be an emerging pattern. First is putting your weapons and weapons caches inside of schools, with children nearby in many cases. That's happened in several towns. The second is using hospitals as a place to do command and control, to hide. In some cases, we'll find military equipment positioned nearby, as in the case of the first hospital we encountered on the outskirts of Nasiriyah, where there was a T-55 tank parked right outside of it.
we believe, likely to try to trigger a coalition response and then turn that into something that says we're attacking hospitals. The pattern is very clear at this point. We've seen it throughout the country. We've shown you evidence of how these buildings are being used. Fundamentally, it is against the laws of armed conflict. Absolutely against the laws of armed conflict. We don't do that. We will not do that. And we still remain very discriminating in our selection of targeting because of the way this regime is doing its work. That's really what we're seeing. Please.
Jonathan Marcus, BBC. You've said that the Baghdad division of the Republican Guard has effectively been destroyed. I know that there are obviously ongoing military operations, but could you characterize the status of the rest of the Republican Guard forces in that area south of Baghdad? Because it looks as though there are elements from possibly 4 or even 5 different divisions that have been moved there over recent days. So could you say a little bit about what the status of those forces is?
We have seen over the last several days some repositioning, as I mentioned before, mostly for survivability, but also we think because of the effectiveness of some of our air attacks and precision targeting over the last several days, it's relocating to positions where they want to hold certain terrain. There have been some units that moved in from the north side of Baghdad to reinforce. And that's why we have a mixture of the Nebuchadnezzar Division and the Medina Division on the west side, north of Kabul, as an example. If I were to characterize the condition of the rest of the Republican Guard Forces Command, I would probably say first, they're in trouble. 2, they're under serious attack right now, and those attacks will continue until we're finished with the task at hand. Our efforts will continue over the next several days, and without being too specific about where they'll go or how they'll go, we believe we'll continue to have the intended effect and that the operation will continue as planned. Please.
Adi Raval, ABC News. In the hospital, was there any evidence of torture devices, sir? And secondly, regarding the 2 Baghdad market explosions, the first one occurred a week ago today, the second one last Friday. Any assessment you can provide on whether or not coalition forces were responsible for those 2 attacks? Thank you, sir.
We don't have any information to my knowledge that there were indications of torture devices inside. I've not seen any reports that would account for that. It may be too early for me to say conclusively that there were or were not. We continue to roll up information from the actual actions at the objective from the assault force. And when we know more, we'll certainly tell you that if we see such a thing. Let me talk about one of the market attacks. As we mentioned over the last several days, we are very deliberate first about our targeting, about our weapon selection to achieve a desired effect in any target area. That is particularly the case in Baghdad, where the strikes have been precision strikes throughout. Precision-guided munitions that can find their own way to the target. That's the way we've done our work, and we'll continue to do our work. We have examined our flights, our weapon systems that were used in the period of time associated with the explosion in the market. We've also examined imagery that we can get available to us, the best we can do to try to determine the size of some of the craters, the direction where some of the blast went as indicated by surrounding buildings and what have you, and there's absolutely nothing that joins that to coalition action.
Is this the Wednesday one or the Friday one, sir?
It was the one we've talked about first, and that was the first of the reports, which was the Wednesday one a week or so ago. No indications of that being associated with coalition action at all. Please.
General Brooks McIntyre, Independent. Our correspondent is reporting that the only explanation for the injuries suffered by people in Hilla, where there was a bombing and where I believe 11 civilians were killed, is that they were inflicted by cluster bombs. Can you comment on that and also explain that bombing incident where a number of people died?
Well, I can tell you first, in our approach to targeting and using things like cluster munitions, we always give consideration to what types of activities are likely to occur there next. Cluster munitions are available, and they're used by tactical commanders to create a tactical effect on the battlefield, and they, like other things, particularly in this operation, the conditions for people, the conditions for unintended consequences are taken into account before the decision. I don't have any specifics about that particular attack and the explosions that would link it to cluster munitions at all. What I can tell you right now is how we approach the use of cluster munitions, and we can try to get more information as it comes available. Same row, please.
Bob Roberts, Daily Mirror. You talked about the fighting north of Karbala.
Can you give us any indication of how close you are now to Baghdad, or whether you have indeed reached the outskirts?
Because operations are ongoing and forces are still in contact even as we speak, it would not be appropriate for me to describe exactly where our front line is and where our penetration is. The efforts continue to the west of Karbala, to the south of Karbala, to the east of Karbala, and I won't get any more specific than that. We will approach Baghdad. The dagger is clearly pointed at the heart of the regime right now and will remain pointed at it until the regime is gone. Please.
Craig Gordon from Newsday. I just wanted to get you to, if you can, I know it is current operations, if the Baghdad division has been destroyed, what is standing between the 1st MEF and Baghdad right now?
We have choices to make in our schemes of maneuver in any operation. As I've mentioned on some previous occasions, the dynamics of the battlefield create opportunities, we create vulnerabilities, we exploit vulnerabilities, and we try to protect our own. So as the battle unfolds, timing for the next steps is related to other actions on the battlefield. And when we have made the choice to continue action, in whatever direction it may go, it may not be toward Baghdad, in whatever direction we choose to go, it'll be synchronized with the other actions. Whether we want the simultaneous effect that I've described on a few occasions, or whether we want a sequential effect to occur. And so that's yet to be seen because it's future operations. I won't characterize it any further than that. Off the right, please.
General Brooks, Jeff Mead from Sky News. A couple of hours ago, one of our correspondents reported that he was 30 miles from Baghdad with a forward unit. What does that position say to you about the state of the defense of Baghdad? And does it concern you that perhaps this dagger that you've talked about is being tempted into the city so that it can be blunted with street fighting where your technological superiority doesn't count?
Well, Jeff, we certainly know that the regime would like to do some defending in Baghdad, and they would like to draw us in. We also know that their intentions, as we saw them by their initial military designs, were to gradually pull back into Baghdad with forces and lines of force that we would encounter over time. In some cases, we bypassed those lines of force. In other cases, we prevented their withdrawal. In other cases, we destroyed them as they tried to reposition. And so we believe we still have a considerable freedom of action consistent with the designs of the plan related to what we would intend to do to the regime, for the regime, and where the regime happens to be. That dagger does remain pointed. It remains firmly in our grasp and under good control, and when it's time to apply it further, it will be applied further. Please.
From Reuters. I wanted to ask about the mosque in Najaf. How do you deal with that situation if you can't fire back? Are they still holed up in the mosque, or how have you dealt with that?
Well, let me first say that we can fire back. We chose not to fire back, and that's a very important distinction. The regime is firing from within a mosque, something that doesn't have military value, that should be protected by them. It's protected by us. And so while we do always have the choice of returning fire to respond to any threat that's posed out on the battlefield, we approach all of our decisions on the battlefield, even at the lowest tactical level where these actions are occurring, with discrimination, with consideration to the outcome of that action. At the same time, we're going to protect our force. Now, how do you deal with that? First, we've got to make it very clear to the people of Najaf, those thousands that met us on the street, where the real problem is. And it will require their support in many cases. We can be very patient with it. We don't have to go to that mosque, and we certainly want to try to keep it as protected as possible. How that will unfold is a tactical issue for some commander on the ground to sort out, and we have great confidence in those commanders that, just like their decision to not willfully engage a sacred site, something we know to be sacred and something that the people of that town obviously know to be sacred, those same kinds of decisions will be made for whatever the solution is going to be. Please.
Owen Field from Associated Press. Two questions. First, I'd like a definition, please, of the red line, this famed red line or red zone. And secondly, rules of engagement. Yesterday you said there were no rules of engagement for the checkpoints, but the Post today has a story saying there are new guidelines, new rules regarding the rounding up of civilians, and that for those who are suspected of ordering up human shields, that they could be declared enemy combatants and possibly shipped to Guantanamo. Can you confirm that for us?
First, the red zone, or the red lines that we described, is simply a term that characterizes that there may be a trigger line where the regime deems sufficient threat to use weapons of mass destruction. Weapons that we know are available to them, weapons we've seen the regime use on their own people in the past, weapons we believe are in the possession of some of their forces now. That's the red zone. It's a conceptual line across which there may be a decision made by regime leaders. That's why we attack the regime. That's why we attack the regime's methods of communicating orders. That's why we attack those who would make decisions. It's all about preventing the action as much as possible. And if we're successful in that, that's very good. That's the desired outcome. We don't want to see weapons of mass destruction used. Just like our leaflets say, no one benefits from the use of weapons of mass destruction. As to the rules of engagement, there will always be tactical adjustments that are made on the battlefield to account for the realities that come out from day-to-day action. The types of things you're talking about really are adjustments. The rules remain as they have been. There may be some specific local rules that unit commanders give to their organizations, and those things don't rise to the level of visibility at the CENTCOM level. That's decision-making that's done by lower-level commanders. They have the authority to make adjustments as necessary, and they have the experience and judgment to make those changes as necessary. That's what we're really seeing.
Can you confirm that? We're going to break away from the CENTCOM briefing for just a bit. I'm Carol Costello. Walter Rogers, traveling with the 7th Cavalry, has breaking news to tell you about. Walter, tell us.
Hello, Carol. All day long, we've been traveling with the 7th Cavalry in the general direction of Baghdad. All day long, we've seen this mighty army rolling in the direction of Baghdad. At one point on the horizon, we saw, as far as you could see in either direction, this huge convoy of trucks and fighting vehicles stretching as far as you could see, perhaps 10 miles in either direction along the horizon. Earlier in the day, Army sources tell CNN that the 1st and 3rd Brigades of the 3rd Infantry Division took the Iraqi town of Karbala with very little effort. The 1st Brigade rolled through firing. There were a few tanks that had no trouble securing the town. Immediately, the 3rd Brigade took over after that. 3rd Brigade has now secured the Iraqi town of Karbala. There was supposed to be a Republican Guard unit there. If it was, it did not put up much of a fight. Throughout the day, we've seen over 100 Iraqi prisoners of war taken, more than a few Iraqis dead lying beside the road. A few minutes ago, the 7th Cavalry Apache troop with which I'm traveling across a big field, probably within a radius of 25 miles of Baghdad, came across these an Iraqi anti-aircraft unit, 3 or 4 guns, 20-millimeter old Soviet vintage. Immediately, the 7th Cavalry opened up with tank fire and with mortars, took them out, killed probably 20 Iraqis. When some of the Iraqis fled to a farmhouse just moments ago, then the army just opened up with 25-millimeter cannon and destroyed whatever was left of that Iraqi anti-aircraft unit. It's been a very busy day. There are elements of the 7th Cavalry now probably within a 25-mile radius of Baghdad, and there are elements of the 3rd Infantry Division which are probably even closer than that. Carol?
Walter, just to clarify for our audience, everything you're telling us is okay with the military, right?
I believe so. I've been discussing it with my officer on scene the whole day.
And you were speaking of fighting there. As the troops got closer to Baghdad, it was thought that Saddam's best soldiers would be there. But you say this has been easier than expected, if I could put it in those terms.
Army sources told us that the Air Force has so badly degraded the Medina division just south of Baghdad that other units, other divisions have had to be folded into it. There had to be a consolidation of the Iraqi units, so badly have they been hammered. And as I say, there is this huge army rolling in the general direction of Baghdad. We've seen fighting all across a broad front. Earlier in the day, last night in Karbala, there was an enormous American bombing of that area and artillery. Again, the Iraqis, if they're standing and fighting, aren't making much of a fight of it at this point. It may get worse when they get close to Baghdad, but again, heavy Air Force bombing day after day appears to have, to use the Army's word, attrited, that is to say, badly degraded the units which are supposed to be defending Baghdad. What we're seeing here where we are is essentially pockets of resistance, but nothing overly serious. Carol?
Walter, we'll let you get back to work. Thank you for that breaking news. In case you're wondering, Karbala is about 50 miles south of Baghdad. Let's go back to Qatar right now in CENTCOM Command.
What is your latest intelligence about who's calling the shots in Baghdad?
Well, I wouldn't want to speculate on who's really in charge there. I can tell you that this organization, the coalition and this command, will seek to destroy the regime. Any parts of the regime, the ability of the regime to command and control or issue orders, all of that is the task that we're currently undertaking. I did find it somewhat surprising. We certainly saw warnings that it would be Saddam Hussein doing the presentations. I wouldn't want to speculate as to why that could not be done or why the Minister of Information found it necessary to read a statement on behalf of the reported leader of the country. I can tell you that we're being effective in our operations. We remain satisfied with that. We know that we have the regime on the run. We know that we've been effective against some members of the regime and certainly against the command and control structures of the regime. Our efforts are not complete because the regime is not completely gone. And until it is, we will not stop. Please, sir.
Clinton Rogers from BBC. Sir, could you give any comment on reports we're getting that a Red Crescent hospital has been hit? And secondly, can you shed any light on other reports that members of UK Special Forces are missing somewhere in northern Iraq?
I'm not aware of the Red Crescent report, so I cannot address it. I have not heard that, and this is another one where perhaps we can take that on. If we have additional information, we can release that. I also have not heard reports of UK Special Operations Forces missing in the north. What I will say is whenever we have someone missing, just like you saw on the tape earlier, we seek to find them. We seek to find information about them, what the circumstances would be, and we may engage in operations like the one last night, putting a larger number at risk for the sake of rescue. And those things, of course, when we do have information, we will not discuss until they're complete. Ma'am?
News Canada. Can you tell us where you are as far as your goals for distribution of humanitarian aid, or are there still significant challenges given that the only secure area is Qasr at the moment?
No, I think we're making tremendous progress. This is a great news story. It's not even a good news story. We have thousands and thousands of metric tons that are inbound from a variety of countries. Ships full of wheat from countries that realize that there's an opportunity now to help. We have action ongoing on the ground where the Kuwaiti government particularly has been effective in pushing water and water pipelines forward as a gift to the Iraqi people. Actions like that ongoing, more and more, every day. There are more and more organizations. We're going to provide some background briefings to give a lot more detail on what humanitarian actions are occurring, not only from the military side, but also from civilian organizations and non-governmental organizations that recognize that the opportunity is now and things are going very well. And so they're moving at a rapid pace to join in the providing relief to those who've needed it for so long. It's going well. Each area we go to, even like Nasiriyah, as I showed in the early part of the presentation, each area we go to, we bring some degree of aid and comfort, whether it's medical care, whether it's food, water, or even causing the infrastructure to be re-engaged, things that were put into disuse or turned off or even attempted to be destroyed, like the oil fields, like the port of Qasr. All that's ongoing action, and it will continue as time goes on. The further into the country we go, the more effective that's going to be. Okay, please, sir.
Hi, Paul Hunter from Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Just more about the red line and the red zone. Can you tell, are the troops approaching it? Are they at it? Have there been incursions past it? And what is the thinking now on why no chemical weapons have been used? Is it still that until that line is crossed that Saddam would be holding back, and thus when troops do cross, would they go on a heightened alert? Like what is, as the troops get closer to it?
Well, Paul, it's a conceptual line. So there's no physical line out there necessarily that absolutely is a trigger point. This is what we conceive could be a trigger point. And that's based on the radius of weapon systems that might be used, where we think the threat to the regime might be viewed as the greatest, those types of things. We have forces that have already crossed some of those red lines. Why is it not used? Well, we can't really speculate. We can certainly say that we've been effective against some of the delivery systems. We've been effective against those who would make the decision. We provided information to those who might pull the trigger or launch the rocket. And we have to believe that that's having at least some effect on why they've not been used. The rest of the story is known only to the regime, and we will not ever know that. If we're successful, they'll never be used. And this red line will have been something that we just conceived and was not real. And that's fine. That's fine if that occurs. If it is used, we'll be prepared for it to be used. And so what it does for us is cause us to heighten our awareness that there's a potential for use. It causes us to maintain protective postures in our forces as they approach this area, but it doesn't make us stop. Our operations will continue, and they'll continue to be effective as we approach Baghdad, the capital, and the regime. Please.
Good afternoon, General. Rob Morrison from NBC. At the time the announcement was made early this morning regarding the rescue of PFC Lynch, were CENTCOM officials aware of the 11 bodies that were found in that hospital? And if so, why wasn't the full story released at that time? Thank you.
Okay. At the time when the announcement occurred, you may recall there was a bit of a delay before we actually came out and made the announcement. We still had forces on the objective. The initial force that went in and you saw extract PFC Lynch part of the area, and then we left another force there to finish doing the work of first clearing out the weapons and ammunition I described, being escorted to the different parts of the facility to ensure it was clear of hostile action, and also to go out and find the additional remains. We released the information when we were certain we had the right news on PFC Lynch, that she was safe, and that contact had been made with her family in an appropriate way. We also wanted to preserve the safety of the force that was on the objective. We had some initial indications that there were some bodies at that time, but the information was still sketchy. It was after the release that the force left the objective area. And so we've been forthcoming now that we have more information, and again, we don't even have the ability yet to identify the remains of these 11 persons. And as that time approaches and we have more information, we'll provide that information to you. Yes, sir.
General Pete Smolowitz from Knight Ridder. Can you talk a little bit about the level of resistance from the Republican Guard, how long it took to destroy the Baghdad division, and also, without getting into specific numbers, can you talk about whether the remaining Republican Guard members are retreating into Baghdad or more towards the cities and towns to the south?
Our actions occur over a period of time, and they are adjusted in scale and scope to achieve a desired effect. While some believe there was a pause, the Republican Guard recognized that there was no pause. Our operations continued throughout. We began targeting formations as soon as we could identify them. We began changing some of the mix of targeting, for example, from some of the strategic attack against the regime as a primary focus to a sharing between strategic attack and forces in defensive positions. As we got closer to those formations, as we gauged the timing of when we would want to begin this ongoing attack, we intensified it even further. So it happens over time as opposed to a start and stop, which I really can't characterize for you. Other forces that are in the area, again, we see some moving around. We have not seen a considerable amount of effort to withdraw into Baghdad, and certainly that would be a very hazardous undertaking given the effectiveness that we're having at the current time. We are seeing some movement from the north, and we have that well observed, and we're able to address that as well. I don't want to appear overconfident. There's a lot of fighting that still has to occur out there. There is fighting that is ongoing. We have the situation under control. Our forces remain very effective, as we anticipated they would be. So we're not meeting surprises, but we are having fights, and we're winning those fights as we go along. Okay. Yes, sir.
General Chas Henry, WTOP Radio. From the beginning of this campaign, we've heard anecdotes from the podium about incidents that could be described as atrocities. And we've also heard a recurring theme about holding accountable those behind them. Is the coalition engaging in an active effort to investigate these events as they occur, perhaps document them by investigators or combat camera teams toward the end of some sort of legal prosecution after the fact?
Well, our first effort is to win the fights that are ongoing, and that's where our priority is. We do try to make efforts to do that. We have what we described as mobile exploitation teams when we have suspicion of something that is untoward. And we'll send those teams to try to document as much as we can so that there is a foundation upon which to do any further pursuits when this is all said and done. The President's been very clear that there will be a time of accountability, and that time will come in the very near future. I think we have time for one more question. Yes, ma'am.
Thanks, General. Ann Bernard from the Boston Globe. Just returning to the checkpoint incidents with the suicide attack and subsequently some civilians being shot, I just wanted to ask, have you been able to confirm other incidents of this type? We asked you yesterday about it, and you said we believe that the reports, we don't believe the incidents are increasing, we believe the reports are increasing. I just wondered, does that mean there have been other incidents in the past that we weren't aware of? And also, obviously, this is a situation that puts both Iraqi civilians and U.S. forces in a terrible no-win position. They're afraid of each other, they're jittery. Have you seen any, again, we may have been using the wrong term when we said rules of engagement, but have there been changes in terms of orders on the battlefield? One unit reported, an embedded reporter reported that the commander had said, shoot on sight people that appear armed. I wonder if people are pulling back from those kinds of orders now, if people are even doing something as simple as putting up signs in Arabic that say stop. Have there been any anecdotal improvements in the procedures that you're seeing, and you know, what more can you say about this problem? Thanks.
Well, we don't have a significant increase in incidents, and I'm not aware of a significant increase in reports. But we know that these tactics are used out there on the battlefield. This is a regime that is seeking tactical advantage by doing these types of things. We've seen clerics come out and say that in each case, these vehicles that approach checkpoints at high rates of speed were done under duress. It's not just the coalition that's identifying that there are some problems here with the way the regime is doing its business and the way it's brutalizing the population. There are a number of things that have been happening out there on the checkpoints. We do have some signs that we've used before in Arabic, 3 different types of signs that provide information about not approaching coalition checkpoints, returning away from them, how to approach carefully. That is certainly the case. Now, the dynamics of the battlefield may not make it so that you have a sign there every time you have a place where you need to establish security. That's just the reality. And so there we have to rely on the good judgment of our subordinate commanders out there who read the battlefield as it is, not as we think it is down here at this headquarters. The realities of the battlefield are then measured, decisions are made, and where there are threats, commanders give orders for their subordinates to take action. We always maintain the inherent right of self-defense. And so orders like shoot on sight and those types of things may not seem appropriate at this level. They may be appropriate at a lower level. And we're not going to second guess the work that's being done by our commanders down there. Okay, thanks very much, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, General Brooks there wrapping things up in Qatar at Central Command. 3 interesting points. That videotape showing last night the Special Operations Force in that hospital around Nasiriyah backed up by the U.S. Marines rescuing and bringing 19-year-old Jessica Lynch to safety. We're told she's in stable condition based on the reports we had earlier today. 2 more points to make. While he was talking, you heard Walt Rogers now say that the U.S. military is about 25 miles south-southwest of Baghdad, and they're wearing their chemical suits as well as a precaution well inside that so-called red line that we've talked about now for weeks. Respect to the Republican Guard Division, now getting indication the Baghdad Division that at last check was southeast of the capital city has been, quote, essentially destroyed. General Brooks saying they're in trouble and under serious attack. A lot of developments overnight. Last night, in case you're just joining us, it is going to be a busy news day today with the war in Iraq. I'm Bill Hemmer, live in Kuwait City. We're going to talk to the Major General Don Shepard throughout the morning to go through all these issues. But now I welcome my colleague, Paula Zahn, at the Time Life Building in New York City. Paula, good morning.
Saving a seat for you, Bill. Good morning. More now on that dramatic rescue of an American soldier. Army Private First Class Jessica Lynch will be coming home to America soon. She had been listed and missing when her unit was ambushed near Nasiriyah. After 9 days of uncertainty, Jessica's friends and family learned that coalition forces had rescued her yesterday from the Iraqis. Her small hometown of Palestine, West Virginia, converged on the Lynch family home to celebrate the great news, and 3 of Jessica's friends join us from there. Mariah Duckworth, Jenny Baileys, and Nikki White. Welcome to you all. Thank you for sharing the good news with us this morning. First of all, Mariah, what have you been told about your friend Jessica and what shape she's in right now?
In the state she's in now?
Can you, yes, how she's doing. What has her family been told?
I don't really know the details. I just know that they know she's okay, so. They don't, I think they
Go ahead.
Sorry, I know there's a little bit of a delay in our signal here. Jenny, describe to us what happened last night when your town got this very good news.
I'm not Jenny, I'm Jessie. And could you repeat the question?
Yeah, just what happened when the town heard that Jessica, although she had been injured, was in coalition hands?
Well, that's all I know right now, that she was rescued and she was injured, and then that's about it. I don't really know a lot more.
Is there anything you want to say, Nikki, about your friend Jessica and any concerns you might have about her?
I just can't wait for her to get home. That's all I know. I'm glad that she's safe right now. So.
We are looking right now as we're talking to you at some amazing pictures of U.S. Marines rescuing her. We're seeing her carried on a stretcher to the chopper where she'd later be put on to be transferred to another hospital. Tell us how her mom and dad are holding up now. Nikki, you could take that one.
They're doing really well right now. They're just pretty much just, you know, I don't know. They're just happy, really happy right now. So
Mariah, what does the town plan to do for her when Jessica gets home?
Mariah.
Sorry, what?
Just give us an idea of what might happen when she eventually gets home. What do you plan to do with her?
Have a big celebration. We're really happy.
Well, Mariah, Jenny, or Jessie, I guess it is, and Nikki, we really thank you for joining us this morning, and we apologize for the little audio glitches there. And again, our best wishes to your whole community, and we are delighted to share the good news with all of them this morning. Back now to Bill in Kuwait City.
All right, Paula, thanks again. Major General Don Shepard standing by. We'll get to Don in a moment here. There's a lot to cover throughout the morning here. Hope you stay with us live in Kuwait and live in New York City. Back in a moment here on American Morning.
Because things are changing so fast, trust CNN. With more frontline reporters, experts who have been there, and the most experienced journalists. Because you need all the facts. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
CNN Tonight as troops gear up for the push to Baghdad, former Secretary of State Alexander Haig and more. Only on Larry King Live, CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
An investor wanted an early start on the road to retirement. But something always came up. It's hard to keep sight of the future, he said, when the present wants all of my money. His friend smiled. A disciplined strategy plus lower fees and expenses could free up some of those dollars. So they went where investors have benefited from both for over 25 years, and the way seemed clearer. At Vanguard, investors keep sight of tomorrow without giving up today.
One more hot flash. I'll scream.
Try New Phase. New Phase is the all-natural, drug-free dietary supplement that's guaranteed for menopausal support. And New Phase has more of the plant estrogens that have been shown to reduce hot flashes. New Phase. Get more out of life.
Cholesterol concerns me, so this got my attention.
Clinical studies have shown that garlic can help maintain normal cholesterol levels, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. Take 1 tablet of Garlic per day, or up to 6 of some other brands. Garlic, cholesterol's natural enemy.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
And good morning. I'm Carol Costello. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues. First, here's what's happening at this hour. Coalition forces are making significant gains as they advance towards Baghdad. The U.S. Central Command says U.S. forces have secured the strategic town of Kut. And our Walter Rogers has just reported that soldiers have taken the city of Karbala and are now 25 miles south of Baghdad. That information has been cleared by the 37th Cavalry's unit commander. A U.S. prisoner of war is reported in stable condition after a harrowing rescue in southern Iraq. 19-year-old Army Private Jessica Lynch was rescued in a secret operation from a hospital in Nasiriyah. Also found at the hospital were 11 bodies. Central Command could not say if they were the bodies of Americans. British forces say they are making steady progress against paramilitary troops in Basra. Overnight, coalition bombers struck an Iraqi intelligence complex where Iraqi forces were believed to be holed up. And Iraqi soldiers are said to be using a sacred religious mosque in Najaf as a base of operations. U.S. military officials say Iraqis fired on troops from inside the Ali Mosque today. Coalition forces are trying to protect such religious sites from damage. Health officials are warning against non-essential travel to Hong Kong and a province in southern China due to the outbreak of the mysterious illness known as SARS. More than 1,800 people across the world have gotten sick from the respiratory illness. At least 62 people have died from it. Symptoms include coughing and shortness of breath. Coming up, U.S. ground forces launching a multi-pronged attack in the push toward Baghdad. American troops engaging in battles with Iraq's Republican Guard. We'll get some military perspective. And the fate of Saddam Hussein. Iraqi TV says he chaired a meeting today with his 2 sons. We'll have much more on that. At a close call for U.S. troops stationed near the central Iraqi town of Najaf. We'll have details. All that and much more ahead. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now.
Absolute silence in the CENTCOM briefing this morning as this video was shown of a daring rescue. Private First Class Jessica Lynch is safe after members of the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines fight their way into and out of an Iraqi hospital where she was being held. Good morning. Welcome. I'm Paula Zahn in New York. We've been listening to a briefing by Central Command in Qatar. That amazing special ops rescue is just one of the major stories coming out of Iraq today. The other is the advance on Baghdad. It is being called a 2-pronged assault in the west through the town of Karbala. That is about 50 miles southwest of Baghdad. Our reporters embedded with ground units tell us the city fell with very little resistance. Now, on the second prong of that attack, Marines have seized a key bridge over the Tigris River near the city of Kut. CENTCOM tells us that a constant bombardment has badly damaged Republican Guard units, and in fact that the Baghdad unit of the Republican Guard has been destroyed. There's a lot to take on this very busy morning. We can also report that our own Walt Rogers reported on our air that the 3/7th Cav is 25 miles from Baghdad. We must add that this detail has been cleared for reporting by the U.S. military. Back to Bill now in Kuwait City. Bill?
Yeah, Paula, Walt's been at the tip of the spear, essentially, as the military likes to say, for the better part of 2 weeks. We're going to talk with him in a moment about his location and what's been happening overnight. Also, Paula, a U.S. Navy F-14 Tomcat fighter crashed in southwestern Iraq after a mechanical failure. 2 pilots bailed out at 20,000 feet, later rescued by a helicopter search and rescue crew. Neither pilot seriously injured there. Brent Sadler reporting in the north. Heavy coalition bombing continues today near the northern Iraqi city of Kirkuk. Kurdish fighters there say Iraq has pulled its front lines back toward the town and say there may be now as many as 25,000 Iraqi troops in that area. Ryan Chilcote, embedded with 101st Airborne, reports that 2 surface-to-surface missiles were fired at U.S. troops near the town of Najaf. U.S. soldiers put on their gas masks only as a precaution for about 20 minutes, but no evidence of any chemical or biological weapons there. Also, no reports of injuries in either of those incidents as well. And Paula, as you mentioned, there's a lot to keep track of, a lot moving overnight here in the region and also on the ground in Iraq. Back to you now in New York.
Thanks, Bill. We're going to be checking in with our embedded reporters to get the latest on the fighting all over Iraq. As Bill just mentioned, Ryan Chilcott is with troops south of Baghdad. Jason Bellini is with the Marine Expeditionary Unit. Brent Sadler is in northern Iraq. We're going to go straight to Walt Rogers, embedded with the Army's 3/7th Cav, which is moving toward Baghdad. He joins us now by video phone. Walt, good morning. What's the very latest?
Hello, Paula. Actually, we're on a cell phone at this point because the video phones are not working. The latest is all day long we have watched a battle plan unfolding. Huge columns of troops, mostly 3rd Infantry Division, moving in the general direction of Baghdad. At one point, we crossed a road when as far as you could see in either direction, perhaps 10 miles across the Iraqi desert to the left and 10 miles to the right. There were huge convoys of supplies moving forward in the general direction of Baghdad. The 7th Cavalry itself yesterday was 50 miles from Baghdad. Today we're approximately half that distance, and there are other U.S. forces with the 3rd Infantry Division probably just as close, perhaps even closer. Earlier today there was a fight for the town of Karbala, which is about 50 miles south of Baghdad. First, the 1st Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division punched through town and expected tough resistance from the Republican Guard of Saddam Hussein's army. The resistance was minimal. There were a few tanks, a few mortar positions, not much else. Then the 3rd Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division came through, secured the town. Again, if the Republican Guard was there, they were greatly overrated in their fighting strength. Throughout the day, as we've driven northward, we've seen groups of prisoners of war, Iraqi prisoners of war, one group of perhaps 50 or more, another group of at least as many as that. They were squatting by the road. There was a medical unit close by in case any of them needed medical assistance. We did not see that. We have seen more than a few Iraqis dead by the road. And by the way, within the last 30 minutes, 7th Cavalry was involved in a serious firefight here. We were pushing northward in the general direction of Baghdad, and we came under a very substantial anti-aircraft fire. That is, there were 3 Soviet vintage 20-millimeter anti-aircraft guns which were aiming at the 7th Cavalry. Immediately, the 7th Cavalry's mortars were called up. The mortars went out over our heads. They pretty well extinguished the batteries that the Iraqis were using, and there were several mortar units here which were also taken out. One officer in the 7th Cavalry told me there are at least 20 Iraqis dead as a result of this exchange. Just a few moments ago, a few meters from where I'm standing, I'm watching one of those old Soviet vintage anti-aircraft guns, double-barreled ACAC 20-millimeter, being wired with Semtex or some plastic explosive by the engineers. There's a fair amount of live ammunition around. The engineers are going to blow that up very quickly and disable that antique gun. Paula?
Well, finally, you talk about these huge columns you see moving in the direction of Baghdad. We want to make it very clear that has been cleared by military officials to report. Has anybody characterized for you there what kind of pace you're talking about the advance on Baghdad? Military officials are telling us here it's going to be slow and systematic.
I think that's very accurate, and we shouldn't exaggerate the advance on Baghdad. The reason it's going to be slow is while some of these tanks can move extraordinarily fast, over 50 miles an hour, also the Bradley fighting vehicles, they cannot outrun their supply lines, they can't outrun their fuel, they can't outrun their medical units, which are very close behind them should the unit incur casualties. So what we're seeing is a very slow advance. I probably shouldn't give you the speed, but it isn't any slower than the slowest truck. It isn't any faster than the slowest truck in the unit. So again, what we're seeing is a consolidation of U.S. forces, all pointing towards the general bullseye of Baghdad. The 7th Cavalry is on one flank protecting the 3rd Infantry Division. The 3rd Infantry Division may be closer than we are. They were in Karbala at one point. That's 50 miles south of Baghdad, and as I say, some units of the 3rd Infantry Division may well be closer to Baghdad than that. Paula?
Walt Rogers reporting with the 3/7th Cav. At one point, telling us a little bit earlier this morning, they were just about 25 miles away from Baghdad. Back to Bill now in Kuwait City.
Paula, clearly Jessica Lynch right now is the most positive story of the day. She was rescued overnight, a daring raid there. Condition right now not very clear, but some reports indicated she was in stable condition and now firmly in the hands of the U.S. But there is a flip side to this story. About 11 bodies discovered in and around, 2 in the morgue, 9 outside in what's described as some sort of shallow grave. No identification offered just yet, though, for those 11. Tom Mentir is tracking everything down in Qatar at Central Command, and he joins us now for possibly more information on this and also the uplifting story of Jessica Lynch. Tom, hello again. Good afternoon there.
Hello, Bill. We wish we had more information than was provided just a few minutes ago about what was found in and around the hospital. They do report that 11 sets of remains, unidentified, were brought out of the hospital by coalition forces. But we saw the video and we had to ask for it. It wasn't offered up. It wasn't like a movie trailer. And if it is going to be a movie, we saw the final scene and not all the drama. We did see video from a nightscope camera, from a combat camera team as Jessica Lynch was loaded aboard this what appeared to be a Chinook helicopter by Special Operations Forces. Very green, grainy video of a stretcher being loaded aboard this helicopter, and then we did see a clear color photograph, obviously taken after they had left the hostile area, of this young PFC who was rescued from her imprisonment in a hospital as a POW. We also heard from Brigadier General Vincent Brooks that the Army, the Marines, the Air Force, and the Navy were all involved in this operation, that it was a joint operation, an operation to make sure that no one was left behind.
The nature of the operation was a coalition special operation that involved Army Rangers, Air Force pilots and combat controllers, U.S. Marines, and Navy SEALs. It was a classic joint operation done by some of our nation's finest warriors who are dedicated to never leaving a comrade behind.
We also are starting to get a bit more information about the battles that are raging south and southeast of Baghdad. In the last 2 or 3 hours, public affairs officials here have been talking about this confrontation that's going on with the Republican Guard units. In one of the situations during the briefing, General Brooks said that this Guard unit was destroyed and the other had been seriously degraded. So just what kind of after-action reports we're going to get in the next 24 hours as to how these ongoing operations are going on, but it seems now that we're hearing about more operations as they're occurring here. Bill?
Tom, it was my observation just on Monday, 48 hours ago, the members of the British and U.S. military who we talked to here in Kuwait, they seemed like they had a much more positive outlook on what was happening on the ground in the battlefield, almost as if they had turned that mythical corner. Did you get a similar perception there in Qatar during this week?
Well, I think during the last couple of days they have been extremely quiet, not sullen but just quiet, and only talking about really basic operations, what were going on. It was clear that Baghdad has been the objective all along, and just how they got there, they apparently wanted to keep it pretty much a secret, which was difficult to do with the embedded journalist program. But this is what's going on right now, described to me as the first set-piece battle of the war. And I know we have a lot of generals who analyze these things for us, but this will be maybe a defining moment in this campaign, these two pincher attacks against the Republican Guard units just outside of Baghdad.
Tom, thanks. Tom Mantier in Qatar at Central Command. Paula again in New York.
Thanks so much, Bill. As Tom was just describing a few minutes ago, CENTCOM released that dramatic video of the operation to rescue POW Jessica Lynch. She was rescued from the hospital where she was being held by Iraqi military personnel, where she was being treated for multiple gunshot wounds. At the CENTCOM briefing this morning, we saw that dramatic video. Her brother, Greg Lynch Jr., saw that video for the first time right here on CNN. He joins us now by the telephone this morning. Greg, oh, actually, you're on air now. Greg, thank you very much for being with us. We are so happy for your family and your community. Tell us a little bit about your reaction to that dramatic video.
I'll tell you what, Paula, I saw the video this morning for the first time probably 10 or 15 minutes ago. It wasn't very long, and I was just shocked just to see her face, and the news that she's doing all right and that she's in care right now is just wonderful.
I know that you and your father have been up all night trying to get information on Jessica's condition. Can you share anything with us about what you've been told about her health?
So far, Paula, we haven't heard any news yet. My dad is expecting a call from her soon, hopefully, but we haven't received any information from her as well. And the military as well, they're doing their job the best they can.
Do you even know where she is right now?
I believe, Paula, she is in a hospital right now being treated for multiple wounds, is what I was told.
And can you tell us any more about what went wrong? She's been referred to as a soldier missing in action, also as a prisoner of war. Is that any clearer to your family today?
Paula, we are still, you know, the POW thought, we didn't really think that it happened, and we just assumed that MIA was the key, but apparently she was a POW inside a hospital, and the news that she has found is just great to my family.
We are hearing from a number of published reports this morning, in fact, that it was an Iraqi citizen that tipped off U.S. military personnel that she was being held in that hospital. Has your family been told anything else about the circumstances surrounding her rescue?
No, Paula. My dad received a call yesterday evening at about 6:15, and you know, it was kind of chaotic at that point. All they told him that she was found and that she was being treated at the hospital, and that hopefully she will be getting in contact with us soon. That was all we were told, Paul.
You come from a town of about 1,000 people, maybe a little less than that. Last night we were on the telephone with one of Jessica's former elementary school teachers, and she was just telling us that the town was setting off fireworks. They were turning sirens on. Describe to us what you saw last night when your town got this very good news.
Paula, it was just wonderful news. I received, you know, after we had received a call, my mom, she literally about tore the front door off the house. The fire trucks came up the road to celebrate. Friends, family from the community was here. It was a madhouse. I mean, we were just so outstanded by the news that everybody was in shock, Paula. Everybody was in shock, but you know, we really want to think that just because my sister made it home safely and she's on her way, hopefully, but we still have others missing, and you know, lives are being lost, and we're astounded by the news, but yet we're still looking forward to hear of good news for the other families as well.
Greg, you got to believe that Jessica's rescue provides some hope to families who might not have very much hope at this stage. Do you agree with that?
I agree, Paula. Her rescue is definitely going to brighten the lives of other families, but you know, we're just hoping for the best for everybody. You know, my sister made it home, and we're hoping that everything happens for the same for other families as well.
Finally, Greg, we learned from your sister's kindergartner teacher that all your sister ever wanted to do was be a teacher, that she went in the military to get a good education and to serve her country. What are you inclined to think she's going to do when she gets home?
She's probably going to relax, Paula, if I'm going to guess, but you know, hopefully she's going to spend time with the family. Thank everybody for supporting her. I'm sure the cameras will be on her 24/7. Probably no rest again next week or the week after that, but hopefully, as long as she makes it home safe, that's all we're caring about right now.
Well, you are very generous to share your family's great news with us this morning. I know you didn't get much sleep at all, and we really do appreciate you spending a little time with us here this morning. Best of luck to you and your whole family.
Thank you, Paul.
Back to you now, Bill. Yeah, I don't know. I think you actually were probably sleeping at the time that this news broke last night, but we immediately got on one of Jessica's teachers on the phone last night, and she described an incredible scene in that very close-knit small town as they heard this good news.
Yeah, they got to be going nuts in Palestine, West Virginia, Paul. And listen, the news rippled through here when we got up this morning, too. It was, for lack of a better phrase, some of the more positive news we have heard lately here in Kuwait. Back to the battlefield quickly. Marty Savage, embedded with the U.S. Marines by way of video phone. Marty, I understand you were moving in the middle of the night, and I believe you've been moving throughout the day today as well. What's happening now? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Bill, and we are still moving. Right now, this is what they would call a temporary pause, and right now what they're trying to do is figure out who's going to go first, who goes second, and how to clear up what is a massive traffic jam of military hardware that stretches all the way along this highway, not only directly behind us, but if you could look in the other direction, too, it goes a long way back that way as well. These are all the U.S. Marines, and they are all on the move. We're with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines. They pushed off early this morning. We've done about 80 kilometers. We are moving north. That's about as specific as we can get. and continued to be followed and also led by many other Marine units here. No indication that there has been opposition along the way. The only artillery fire that we have heard has all been outgoing from the U.S. Marines. Not sure what targets they're hitting at. A lot of helicopters have been flying overhead. Indications that there may have been some sporadic firing, but just one small example was a burning tank or artillery piece that we saw about 10 kilometers ago. Otherwise, though, it appears that this force continues to move forward with very little Iraqi opposition standing in its way, at least none that has made its presence known. And you can see that there doesn't appear to be any hindrance on the supply lines either, judging by all the vehicles that are waiting to push forward. So for the most part, the Marines today seem to be moving very easily, very well, and not meeting much in the way of resistance, Bill.
Marty, I'm not sure if you're around the area where the Baghdad Division of Republican Guard was located, but CENTCOM again today is saying they're essentially destroyed. Has that news rippled through your unit just yet?
No, not yet. News like that is much too recent for these Marines to have a full understanding of. For the most part, they're very much kept in the dark, not unintentionally, but just because there was so little access to the outside news media as far as information. So they would not know about the rescue that took place today, which obviously would be very heartening because Marines were involved in that. And they probably don't even know that there has been fighting in and around the Baghdad area. But they would know that they are on the move. And for these Marines that have been holed up for a number of days working on security issues, the fact that they are on the move, perhaps heading to the fight, lifts morale quite a bit. They would not like to think that they miss any of the action if they could be a part of it, Bill.
Wow. Marty Savage by way of video phone with the U.S. Marines. Marty, thanks again for checking in. We'll talk a bit later today. Paula, that makes Marty following the same line that Walt was reporting. Minimal amount of resistance seen on the latest move that we're watching now with the U.S. military again in the general direction, as Walt Rogers liked to say, the general direction of Baghdad.
Thanks so much, Bill. Coming up, some good news on missing reporters. They disappeared from a Baghdad hotel almost a week ago. Now the missing journalists are safe in Jordan, and two of them from Newsday are speaking out about what they went through. Hear them live straight ahead.
Delivers expert Motorcraft brake service in 2 hours or less like your participating Ford, Lincoln, or Mercury dealership. Or we'll give you a free oil change. Plus, enter to win trips to the Caribbean or to the world premiere of the hot new movie Pirates of the Caribbean, The Curse of the Black Pearl.
Nobody can do auto service like we do.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
How would you like the power to change from this to this, or from that to that? Well, now you can with our best-selling Fitness Made Simple videos, hosted by fitness celebrity John Bastow.
Fitness Made Simple gives you the power to change. The power to change your body, the power to change your life.
Fitness Made Simple gave Mark the power.
I'm confident with the way that I look, and the energy that I have is extraordinary.
It's not a lot of hype, it's not Hollywood, it really works.
Join the thousands of men and women who are changing their bodies and lives. Order our Power Package today and get the original Fitness Made Simple workout and nutrition video, plus AM/PM workouts, John's popular morning and evening exercise video for busy people of all fitness levels.
Each workout's only 10 to 15 minutes long, and you can do them all right at home.
The tapes are real and they work. The results I've gained, I simply can't put a price on.
Sold separately, each video costs $29.95, but now you can get our Power Package for only $29.95. That's 2 videos for the price of 1. Call now or order online at fitnessmadesimple.com.
Fitness Made Simple, bringing real results to real people.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
We start with my first question. Talked about the Jessica Lynch story. Certainly that is uplifting. Here's another one for you today on this Wednesday. A group of journalists held for a bit more than a week by Iraqi authorities inside of a jail in the central part of Baghdad are now free, released and driven to the border west in Jordan. I talked with the two men, Moises Saman and Matthew McAllister. Both work for Newsday, about their experience, what happened, and how they're out now. Matthew, it was a bit more than a week ago when the Iraqi officials came into your hotel room in Baghdad. Why do you believe they came to your room and the room of Moises as well?
I
think there was a large degree of randomness about it, and the 5 of us who were taken had, apart from Moises and I, had very little connection with each other. Moises and I were on one kind of visa, the other 3 people were on another kind of visa. 4 of us were journalists, 1 was a peace activist. We were from different countries, we'd been in the country for different times. They never explained to us not only why they were taking us, but they never explained to us what they were charging us with, or they didn't charge us with anything. So these are questions that I'd love to know the answers to myself, as would all of us.
Moises, you guys were interrogated, I understand, for about 7 or 8 days. What did the Iraqis ask you? What did they want to know?
Well, they asked me a whole set of different questions, you know, about the kind of pictures that I was taking, also if I was involved with any kind of intelligence service, American and from other countries, and you know, basically just what was the purpose of me being in Baghdad at such a time.
Matthew, I understand you were held in a prison in Baghdad. At any point, did you feel that this was the end? You fear for your life?
Yeah, every second, actually. From the minute that we turned in there, well, probably before then, until we crossed the border last night, it was always a possibility, I think, and that it was very draining to live with that. If it had been a, look, you know, you're here for 7 days and you've broken rules and this is your punishment, it would have been quite different. But the strain on us all, I think, was the possibility that we could be killed at any stage.
Moises, conditions in that prison, what were they? Were you treated well? Were you treated harshly? Did you have proper food, proper drink?
They, for the most part, they treat us fairly and you know, in a humane way. And as far as the conditions of the cell itself, you know, we were in single kind of holding cells, extremely small, and not being allowed to leave the cell only for toilet runs, and pretty much just with a couple of blankets and just, you know, just to sit there all day. You know, they did feed us 3 meals a day. You know, not much food, but you know, enough to you know, I mean, we weren't going hungry by any means, and they did allow us to keep. We actually brought in some bottled water, and they did allow us to have the water in our cells.
Matthew, what explains why you're in Jordan now? Why did they drive you to the border?
I'm convinced that we're here because of the untiring efforts, as we've found out since we got to Jordan, of hundreds of friends and hundreds, if not thousands, of people we've never met, from people that no one will ever have heard of to really quite famous people, I think. And our gratitude for the people at Newsday and beyond who've worked tirelessly. I mean, our editors stopped editing, some of them, the foreign editor stopped editing the newspaper at a time in which being foreign editor is crucial, and his job became 24 hours a day to get us out. And many, many other people, you know, you can't begin to name names, did that. So that's why we're here. And I mean, we owe them our freedom and maybe our lives.
Wow. What a great day it is for both of you and your families as well. Matthew, we had your sister Becky on a couple days ago in London. She was worried, but she never lost hope, never lost faith that she'd see you again. Moises Simon and Matthew McAllister from Newsday, now safe in Amman, Jordan. Thanks for your time today. And there were a few others in that group too. Molly Bingham, a freelance photographer, she is now safe as well. So too is a Danish photographer and a peace activist, Paula. All 5 now in Amman, Jordan, safe and sound and free today.
And you, Bill, just mentioned Molly Bingham. On the other side of this break, we're going to catch up with some members of her family when they talk about what they've been through. Their sister missing for over a week and then turns up in Jordan. Their story right after this.
I think the spirit of service comes from the people, from the heart of the people who work for Quest.
Quest people are committed to being there, proudly doing whatever it takes to serve their customers.
The spirit of service is ingrained in everything I do.
That's our goal. That's what we do.
If there's anything I can do for the customer above and beyond, I'll do it.
To make our communities a little stronger, volunteering at Habitat for Humanity, donating blood, and encouraging people with special needs.
There's always something you can do. There's always something you can do.
Nos complace poder ayudarles.
And serving our country, taking our commitment to the spirit of service one step further.
Commitment and loyalty, it carries across whether you're in uniform or out.
We're reservists and Quest employees.
So you're always helping somebody, and that's the nature of, I guess, who I am and what I do.
It makes me very proud to work with people like that. Whatever it takes for us to do it, we're there.
The spirit of service, there for you.
Here's what's happening at this hour. Events are moving very quickly as U.S. forces push their way toward Baghdad. Our Walter Rogers reports that soldiers have taken the city of Karbala, and they are now 25 miles south of the Iraqi capital city, Baghdad. That information has been cleared by the 37th Cavalry's unit commander, in case you're wondering why we're telling you this information. U.S. forces have also secured the strategic town of Kut, which is a little bit further east along the Tigris River. Now, Central Command also says the U.S. is trying to identify 11 bodies discovered at a hospital in Al-Nazariyah. 2 of the bodies were found inside yesterday, a hospital, and 9 were found in a grave outside. Now, it's not known if those bodies are those of Americans. Still checking that out. The bodies were found in the same hospital where Army Private Jessica Lynch was rescued in a daring raid yesterday. The 19-year-old is now in stable condition and in safe keeping right now. She's recovering from several gunshot wounds. Lynch disappeared on March 23rd when her maintenance unit was ambushed in Nazariyah. U.S. Marines who helped in the rescue of Private Lynch have launched an aggressive block-by-block offensive in Nazariyah. The Marines are targeting paramilitary units loyal to Saddam Hussein. And U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell says that talks with Turkish officials in Ankara have been fruitful. During his visit there, Powell urged Turkey not to send troops into northern Iraq, setting up a possible clash with Kurdish forces there. He also said that Turkey will have an important role in post-war Iraq. Secretary Powell's next stop is going to be Belgrade, and then he heads to Brussels for talks there with NATO officials. Now, coming up here on the network today, coalition airstrikes pound targets in northern Iraq as ground forces approach Baghdad, and we'll have our military analyst along to talk about the strategic significance of the moves there. And as we've been reporting here, the advance toward Baghdad well underway. The 37th Cavalry is now about 25 miles outside the Iraqi capital. More on that later on. Plus, never leaving a comrade behind. We'll have more on that daring mission that pulled a young soldier out of harm's way. All that and much more ahead as CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now.
Good morning and welcome. I'm Paula Zana, New York. U.S. forces on the move, advancing on Baghdad right this minute. Central Command says Republican Guard units have been badly deteriorated in the southern defensive positions around Baghdad. Officials say Republican Guard units southwest of the Iraqi capital have been slashed by 50%. And then to the east, the Baghdad division of the Republican Guard has been entirely destroyed. It's being called a two-prong advance by the Army and Marines. In the west, U.S. troops tell us the city of Karbala fell with very little resistance. And of course, there is that special ops rescue of Private First Class Jessica Lynch. Central Command released this video of the operation this morning after she was pulled from an Iraqi hospital, reportedly after a Iraqi citizen tipped off U.S. military personnel. We'll be talking a lot about this morning. Bill, as you know, we have caught up with her brother so far and 3 of her close friends. Her town of Palestine, West Virginia, could not be any happier this morning, and what they're hoping is that this will bring greater hope to some of the other families who have soldiers missing in action or those that are listed as POWs at this hour. Bill joins us from Kuwait City. Good morning again.
Hello again, Paul. I got to think what that family was going through for the past 9 days running. Just absolutely extraordinary that Jessica is now back in U.S. hands. CNN's Walter Rogers, by the way, embedded with the 3rd 7th Cavalry, describes a huge U.S. Army rolling toward Baghdad with armored vehicles along a 10-mile horizon. Walt says the unit took fire from an Iraqi anti-aircraft unit which was wiped out. The British commander of forces in southern Iraq, General Robin Brim, says that his troops have still not entered Basra, but says they can overcome any remaining resistance and enter the city. At this point, the British say they have consolidated control over the western edge of the town of Basra. Ryan Chilcote of CNN, embedded with the 101st Airborne, he says U.S. troops got a warm welcome from thousands of Iraqis in the town of Najaf. Troops, though, have been engaged in a tense standoff at the Ali Mosque, a holy shrine for Shiite Muslims, perhaps one of the most holiest sites for the Shiites in the world. Iraqi troops have reportedly fired from inside the mosque, we're told, while coalition forces have not returned that fire. Paula?
Thanks so much, Bill. Photographer Molly Bingham was with the 2 Newsday journalists held by Iraqi security. She was in Baghdad working for Esquire magazine when she disappeared. The news that she, too, is now safe and sound reached her family yesterday.
The call came to the office. A member of the staff picked up the phone, and honest to God, we thought it was an April Fool's joke. It was not. It was really Molly.
And we're glad it wasn't. We are have more reaction now. We're joined from Louisville by Molly's sister, Emily Bingham, and her cousin, Clara Bingham from Washington. A very good morning indeed for both of you. I want to break away from the two of you for just one moment to take a live picture coming out of Amman, Jordan at this hour, where those journalists who had been taken by Iraqi officials are now speaking at a news conference. And when your sister Molly speaks, we will take that live. Well, actually, Molly may be speaking right now. Let's stop for a second. No, that's Moises Salmon, one of the Newsday journalists. Now I'm told that Molly is speaking. Let's listen.
Our friends and our colleagues, and as we've learned in the last 12 hours since we got back here, a huge number of people that we've never met and that have never met us, who came together and made a tremendous effort to make sure that we were safe and that we were returned here. And certainly without that help and without those efforts, I don't think we'd be sitting here today. And we're very, very grateful for everyone's help. And we'd just like to say thank you, I think, as a group.
Any questions? Anybody got a question?
Molly, can you walk us? I know it's a difficult.
So can you identify yourself?
Jim Maceda, NBC News. I wondered if you could walk us through the moments, the key moments, the highs and the lows, and the very highs and the very lows of this experience, this 8-day ordeal.
Well, I was first approached by people I assumed to be intelligence early in the morning on the 25th of March, and they took me to my room and said they were going to look through all of my things, and that took about 4 hours of being held in the room. We weren't allowed to move. We weren't allowed to call anyone, and they sort of at the end of that process said that I needed to go with them and that they just had a few questions for me. And I insisted that if they had some questions for me, they could ask me in the hotel, and there was no need for me to go anywhere. And I obviously wasn't particularly keen to leave my hotel room at 4:45 in the morning with a bunch of men with guns. They took me downstairs, at which point I saw Johan and Philip had also been brought downstairs, and a few minutes later Matt and Moises came down, and which I have to say, while I wasn't happy anyone else was in the same situation. I was glad I wasn't alone. And they drove us to a place I didn't know where we were going. And for sort of lack of a better word, checked us in as prisoners and took all of our possessions. I mean, we had all our suitcases and stuff with us, our equipment. And they took it all and registered everything that we had and took our clothes and our jewelry and our watches and gave us pajamas and took us to individual cells next to each other. But we were told we couldn't talk to each other. And so that was by about 10 o'clock that morning. And over the next days, we were separately interrogated several times, and then later asked, I think, all to sign statements with our stories. And then, I was taken out one more time and asked about communications devices, and then another day or two passed, and I was blindfolded and taken out, as I'd been done several times, and they took me back to the place where we had been checked in, and said we were going to be given our things back and we would be taken back to Baghdad. And I think for me, I knew that someone had seen me be taken away, which I think of the 5 of us, I was the only one that knew that there was someone who knew that I was gone. And that, at least to me, gave me some hope that someone knew we were missing or knew that I was missing, and I hope they would figure out that the rest of us were together. And I was told when I was taken away that that person would do everything that they could possibly do to make sure that this was fixed. And so while I was in my prison cell, that was the thing that I kept telling myself, that someone knew that I was somewhere and that they were going to make every effort they possibly could to make sure that we were released.
Did you feel at any time, sorry, Kimberly Dozier from CBS News, did you feel at any time, any of you, that your lives were in danger, and what was your greatest fear, the bombs above or your captors?
Do you want to direct questions to individuals? Because otherwise we just don't know who to answer.
Okay, Matt, maybe you first, and then Molly.
I think that we probably all, from the moment that we realized that we were being taken to prison, until personally the moment that we crossed into Jordan last night, thought that our lives were in danger at any moment. There were all sorts of, scary things to suggest that. Various not terribly good jokes about, we kill, and things like that. The first night we were lying in our cells, and oh no, it was the first day actually, and they were doing some soldering work on the bars, and it's very loud. I don't know if you've ever been next to any soldering, but it's obviously an electrical process going on, so that was a bit disconcerting. And sorry, what was the second part of the question?
Well, did you fear the captors or the bombs?
Yeah, sorry. Well, I mean,
For those of you just joining us, you've been listening to Matthew McAllister, a Newsday journalist who was taken by the Iraqis, who is now free, and Aman Jordan talk about his experience. Before that, it was Molly Bingham, who is a freelance photographer who was on assignment in Esquire, who talked about her experience of being held for over a week by the Iraqis. This news conference started literally as we had just introduced you to Emily Bingham, Molly's sister, and Clara Bingham, who joins us from D.C., who is a cousin of Molly Bingham. Thank you for your patience. I'm sure you were delighted to see Molly. Emily, I know that you have established phone contact with her since her release. Tell us whether you were familiar with all the details she just described of her captivity.
No, I wasn't. And last night, I really only wanted to hear her voice and express my feelings about her safety, and to for her to have the chance to say how relieved she was and thank the people who had worked so hard to make this happy ending possible, including, I've got to say, the Committee to Protect Journalists, who helped make this such a happy day for freedom of the press. But these details were not confirmed to me last night yet, so I had not known exactly the conditions and whether they were the same conditions that Matt and Moises from Newsday had experienced, but this does confirm that.
Well, Emily, Molly just sort of methodically described what she had been through, sort of saying in a matter-of-fact way, you know, once I got to the prison, they took my equipment, they took my clothes, my jewelry, they gave us pajamas, they put us in individual cells next to each other, told us we couldn't talk with each other. You have a strong sister, don't you?
She is really tough, and she's very brave, and she is very serious about her work, and I knew that whatever happened, Molly would meet it with a lot of courage.
Emily, let me ask you this. Is it clear to you why she would have been targeted with the Iraqis? I was struck by what she said when she was taken out of the cell the second time after having spent many hours in the hotel room sifting through her equipment, and then there in prison to talk about so-called communications devices. Did she ever say to you in this conversation yesterday that the Iraqis thought she might have been spying or something like that?
Well, those are the kinds of allegations that we hear have been applied in the cases of all the detained journalists. So my assumption is that, you know, she was under suspicion for the same unfounded reasons as they were. And I don't know the details of her equipment. I know that she went into Iraq to cover the war, and that was her sole reason for being there, and she had what I guess she thought she needed to do that.
Claire, the other thing I was struck by was what she had to say about how comforting it was in a way that she knew someone had seen her leave the hotel. And she said even though she wasn't happy to see someone in the same circumstances she was, that was somewhat comforting. Claire, were you aware of that fact, that she had been seen by someone being taken away from the hotel by Iraqi officials?
Yes, the only bit of evidence that we had was the eyewitness account of her roommate, who saw her saw her be questioned in their room and then taken away by the Iraqi officials. I believe the other journalists just disappeared, that their colleagues had said goodnight to them around midnight, and then in the morning they were no longer in their room. So we knew that Molly had been taken away by Iraqi officials, but I don't think anyone else knew exactly what had happened to the other journalists.
And Clara, for folks who maybe not understand the depth of your cousin's commitment to doing her work, she's traveled all over the world on assignment. Tell us how fiercely committed to journalism she not only was, but continues to be.
Well, she covered the genocide in Rwanda. She spent a lot of time in Africa, and Burundi and Congo. She also covered the war in Afghanistan. She spent time in Gaza recently, photographing suicide bombers. She has been dedicated really in the last 10 years to covering stories and people that many of us would like to ignore and don't want to face the true hardships of so many people in this world.
And then finally, Emily, although we didn't hear Molly answer this question at the news conference because we left it as Matthew McAllister has taken the question whether they felt their lives were ever in any danger. And he made it pretty clear that there was one point in prison where some soldering work was being done and they saw these electrical impulses, that it was a little bit, in his words, disconcerting. Did your sister say anything about how vulnerable she felt, either while being transported to the prison or while being incarcerated?
I heard that in her voice and in the relief that she expressed to me, and in the relief that she expressed and thanks she expressed on that news conference. Molly is, I think, beginning to be aware of how many efforts went into securing this happy ending, and I know she must have been very frightened, as courageous as she is. I could tell that from her voice.
Well, we are so happy about your family's news and so appreciative that you were patient as you watched the news conference of your sister right with us this morning. Emily Bingham, Clara Bingham, our best to you.
Thank you, Paula.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time this morning. Back to you, Bill, in Kuwait City.
All right, Paul, going to be a good flight home for her, no question about that. Listen, with Walt Rogers and Marty Savage and Carl Penhar, embedded reporters with the U.S. military, telling us about minimal resistance right now, offered as the Marines and the Army move closer toward the capital city of Baghdad. What does this all mean? Major General Don Shepard along in a moment. He'll analyze it for us and stack it up as well. What's happened with the Republican Guard? We'll talk about it when we come back.
Perfect accessory for your right foot. Cadillac CTS. Breakthrough.
Where the heck are you?
On the road.
Get my package?
Opening it now.
Yellow Book? They're here.
Yellow Book all over town. Everywhere I go.
Oh, great.
Yellow Book, Yellow Book, Yellow Book.
I told you guys, we're in trouble.
So you think we could transfer to the cell phone division?
After this, we'll be lucky if they stick us on poles.
With pigeons?
More people choose Yellow Book, not the other book. Call 1-800-YB-YELLOW.
All right, I want to get back to the top story of the day, the advance on Baghdad that we've been getting from our embedded reporters. Also the story of Jessica Lynch. Major General Don Shepard with us back at the CNN Center. Before we get to the Republican Guard, I don't know if you have the video queued up or not, Don, but if we do, let's roll it and show what we all watched from the CENTCOM briefing about 2 hours ago. What did you take away from that operation, largely conducted by Navy SEALs, supported by the Marines?
Yeah, Bill, basically I think there's involvement of a lot of people. It was based obviously on local intelligence that identified that Jessica Lange was in that hospital. You don't just launch these looking for people. This evidently, from various reports, was Army Rangers, U.S. Marines, Navy SEALs, and perhaps Special Forces as well, all supported by air power. Not only did they get Jessica Lynch, reportedly they brought back 11 bodies to be examined, possibly some of the missing United States military bill. It was an amazing operation, all conducted under darkness, night vision goggles, and it was done by landing the helicopters in the compound. Amazing operation.
And good news, too. Don, let's talk about the Republican Guard. I don't know if you have the map queued up, but if you do, let's show our viewers where you believe right now the majority of the Republican Guard divisions are now assembled and how much degradation has been handed to these forces on the ground.
Yeah, Bill, if we can bring up the map, basically what it amounts to is that the Republican Guard has been pounded for the better part of a week by United States air power wherever they are. I'm going to remove one symbol from the map here. Reportedly, the Baghdad division has been destroyed. And basically what's happened, and I'll go over here and try to illustrate a little bit, we have 3 thrusts going on. The Marines have moved across the Tigris River in the vicinity of Al-Qut and are headed toward Baghdad. The 3rd Infantry Division has encircled and is moving north of Kabbalah, reportedly some within 20 miles of Baghdad. And the 101st Airborne is over here on the left side, supposedly through the Karbala Gap. All of this is good news in that it appears that Baghdad is being encircled, but there's lots of tough fighting. We should not beat our breast yet. Remember, the tactics of the Iraqi military when fighting the Iranians were to withdraw, launch chemical attacks, and then go back and clean up. So there could be lots of tough fighting in Baghdad, or it could be that coalition forces are welcome with flowers. Lots to be determined, Bill, but there won't be a headlong rush into Baghdad. Clearly advances on Baghdad.
Take it a step further. If you listen to Marty, if you listen to Walt, if you listen to Carl, they say minimum resistance right across the board. What explains that? Does it strike you, as it strikes some of us here in Kuwait, that it might be just a bit too easy right now?
Yes, indeed. You have to be very cautious about these things. Reportedly, the Baghdad was just hammered by air power, and the Marines, as they're moving toward Baghdad, north of Al-Qut, are receiving very little resistance, sporadic fire. Karbala, where the Medina division was also pounded by air power, has been encircled very quickly. In fact, the battle there, which was expected to be fierce, only took about 3 hours. So I believe that coalition air power has weakened these divisions substantially, but as they withdraw toward Baghdad, they will be reinforced by other Republican Guard divisions and, of course, regular Iraqi Army divisions from around the country. All of this, though, as it's moving, is very vulnerable to air power again, Bill. The Iraqi military is in a world of hurt. It is a matter of time.
Major General Don Shepard, thanks. You pointed out the threat of chemical and biological weapons. Walt Rogers says the 7th Cav wearing those suits right now as they advance further in the general direction, as Walt says, of Baghdad. Thanks, Don. Here's Paula now in New York.
Thanks, Bill. A Time Magazine report this week says the Iraqi military is using the book Black Hawk Down as a manual for defeating the U.S. military. As you know, the story is a chilling account of what happened to American forces in Mogadishu in 1993. When an operation targeting a Somali warlord went horribly wrong. 18 U.S. servicemen lost their lives. The author of Black Hawk Down, Mark Bowden, has also written a profile on Saddam Hussein for Atlantic Monthly, and Mark joins us now to discuss Saddam's war strategy. Good morning. Thanks so much for being with us.
You're welcome, Paula.
Tell me a little bit about your reaction when you heard that the Iraqis were using your book as a training manual for what they might expect when coalition forces come.
Well, it was the kind of thing that, you know, I think it's the kind of stupid thing that Saddam might just do, because the sort of glib understanding of what happened in Mogadishu in 1993 was that American forces were overwhelmed and defeated. But in fact, if you read the book, or even if you see the film, you realize that the mission that they conducted that day was a success, basically, although, you know, they obviously encountered terrific odds. But it also is a tribute to the determination and courage of the American soldier. So if the idea is to convince people that you can make the United States give up and go away by killing a few of its soldiers, which is the overall lesson that a lot of people, I think, drew from our experience in Somalia, certainly my book and the movie put the lie to that notion.
Now, also, I understand the American military officials have asked troops to study this book, look at the movie. What is the lesson learned for them?
Well, I think this is, the truth is that the Battle of Mogadishu was the most significant combat that American forces have faced in many, many years, certainly the most significant firefight. And so I think it makes perfect sense that the military would want to study what happened there and learn lessons from what happened there, just as their enemies are trying to learn ways of defeating our forces. So, I mean, it isn't my book that's so important, it's the event that was so important, and so it really doesn't surprise me that it would be studied by everyone.
And when you saw this amazing video this morning of this daring rescue of Private First Class Jessica Lynch, and you saw who all was involved, from the Army to the Marines to Special Ops, what does that indicate to you about willing to take this kind of chance at this time?
Well, I think that anyone who believes that the United States lacks determination to see this mission through is making a big mistake, because I don't believe that the United States military ever had any kind of timidity, although I do think there was a kind of political timidity about using American power during the 1990s. So I think that vanished on September 11th, 2001. I think that the American people are still deeply angry over what happened on that day, and then I think this country is really strongly united behind its military forces, and anyone who thinks that we lack resolve is not paying attention.
Got to leave you now. Another book up your sleeve?
I'm working on an article for the Atlantic Monthly, and I write a column for the Philadelphia Inquirer, and I'm working on a book about the Iran hostage crisis.
Well, you'll have to come back and talk to us again when you're done with all that.
Be happy to
Mark
do
Bowden, thank you again for your time this morning.
Paula.
We're coming up on the top of the hour. We're going to take a short break here, and when we come back to you, we'll have the headlines of the day for you. We'll be right back.
Depression is a serious medical condition that affects your mood and disrupts your daily life. While the cause is unknown, a chemical imbalance could be the reason. Prescription Zoloft works to correct this imbalance. Only your doctor can diagnose depression. Zoloft is not for everyone. People taking MAOIs or Pimozide shouldn't take Zoloft. Side effects may include dry mouth, insomnia, sexual side effects, diarrhea, nausea, and sleepiness. Ask your doctor about Zoloft. Zoloft. When you know more about what's wrong, you can help make it right.
Are you ready to save $200? Gateway announces $200 off our fully featured 300S home desktop, featuring an Intel 2.2 gigahertz processor, plus a CDRW DVD combo, a 17-inch monitor, and of course, shipping's always included. Are you ready? Call, click, or come in today for Ready Tech Go savings, only from Gateway, featuring the Intel Celeron processor.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1. For trust and experience, Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. More than MSNBC or Fox News. More than any network, newspaper, or magazine. CNN is the most trusted name in news.
CNN Tonight as troops gear up for the big push to Baghdad, the latest from the front lines and with the troops, plus former Secretary of State Alexander Haig, only on Larry King Live, CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
Good morning, folks. Leon Harris here in the CNN Center in Atlanta, and our coverage of the war in Iraq continues. But first, here's a look at what's happening at this hour. Central Command says U.S. forces have crossed the so-called red line around Baghdad. Our Walter Rogers says the soldiers are now 25 miles south of Baghdad after taking the city of Karbala. That information has been cleared by the 307th Cavalry Unit commander, by the way. U.S. Marines have also secured the city of Kut, which is there, you see, to the east and southeast of Baghdad. Now, bodies were discovered during the amazing rescue of Army Private Jessica Lynch. The 19-year-old was pulled from the hospital under the cover of darkness last night in Nasiriyah. She's in stable condition right now, recovering from several gunshot wounds. And a Marine spokesman tells Reuters that Lynch has 2 broken legs and a broken arm. Now, in Najaf, U.S. soldiers were awakened last night by 2 incoming surface-to-surface missiles. No report of any injuries, but the soldiers were told to put on their gas masks as a precaution. 1 missile landed out in the desert, and the impact of the second missile is still unknown. 4 journalists and a peace activist missing in Iraq for a week are now safe in Jordan. We just heard from some of them a few minutes ago in a news conference. The group says they were taken from their Baghdad hotel last Thursday by Iraqi authorities, and they were held in a prison for questioning. 2 New York Newsday journalists and an American freelance photographer were among those detained. All right, coming up, the push toward Baghdad, as we've been reporting, U.S.-led forces moving closer and closer toward the Iraqi capital, and we'll have much more on that story for you right here. British forces are battling resistance in the southern city of Basra, as they have for recent days now. We'll have the latest from there. Plus, Secretary of State Colin Powell is doing some fence mending during a trip to Turkey. All that and much, much more ahead as CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now with Paul Lazan in New York and Bill Hemmer in Kuwait.
Good morning, welcome. Glad to have you with us on this very busy morning. I'm Paula Zahn in New York. At this hour, we are watching U.S. ground troops move even closer to Baghdad, and if they haven't crossed the so-called red zone already, We understand they are close. CNN reporter Carl Penhall is reporting that U.S. forces southwest of Baghdad expect to cross into the southern edge of the Iraqi capital by nightfall. Penhall says U.S. Apache attack helicopters from the Army's 5th Corps have been able to fly over and past the city of Karbala. Tanks and Bradley fighting vehicles from the Army's 3rd Infantry Division are accompanying the air unit on the ground. Now, about 100 miles to the east, Marines have seized a key bridge over the Tigris River near the city of Kut. CENTCOM tells us that the constant bombardment has badly damaged Republican Guard units. In fact, the Baghdad unit of the Republican Guard is said to have been wiped out. There is a lot to take on during this very busy morning. I'm going to bring in my colleague Bill Hemmer, who's standing by in Kuwait City. He has a whole lot more. Bill, good morning.
Hello again, Paula. War words right now are a few religious shrines in Iraq. Iraq is now saying the coalition forces are deliberately trying to damage some holy sites. CENTCOM says that in the town of Najaf, coalition forces have come under fire from troops inside the Ali Mosque, but have not returned fire in order to protect that shrine. In northern Iraq, CNN's Kevin Seitz says that Iraqi troops were using another mosque, this one holy to Kurds, as a storage site for hundreds of landmines. According to the Mine Advisory Group, there may have been 10 to 12 million mines planted by the Iraqis in Kurdish territory, most before the year 1992. 2 Navy F-14 pilots bailed out at 20,000 feet over southwestern Iraq after their fighters suffered mechanical failure while refueling. The pilots slightly injured. They were retrieved by a search and rescue helicopter. Meanwhile, here in Kuwait, the buildup continues yesterday and again today. Members of the 4th Infantry Division now offloading at a local port. The 4th ID getting ready for duty, not just in Kuwait, but to the north in Iraq as well. Paula, more in a moment. Back to you now.
Thanks, Bill. And we're going to be checking in right now with Tom Mantier back at Central Command in Qatar. He joins us now. Good morning, Tom. What's the latest from there?
Good morning, Paula. Definitely dramatic video out of the CENTCOM briefing, but a bit out of the ordinary. Normally they show us bomb targeting video hitting targets, but today they showed us, and we had to ask for it because we knew it existed, video of the rescue of PFC Jessica Lynch. Now, this rescue video was taken by a combat camera team inside Iraq. It is grainy, it is green, it's very difficult to distinguish the image, but Jessica Lynch is being carried by stretcher by medics onto the back of a helicopter. This is green because it is night vision video taken with a special adapter for the lens. We did not see the before, we saw the after. We did not see the firefight that took place going into the hospital. The special operations troops knew where she was going in. They had a plan to go in and rescue her, and when they went out, they were also taking fire from nearby buildings. They say in the hospital they found ammunition and weapons and maps and things like that that proved to them that it was a command and control center, also being used as a hospital, which they say is a violation of the rules of war. But Brigadier General Vincent Brooks talked about the need to bring soldiers back from the battlefield.
The nature of the operation was a coalition special operation that involved Army Rangers, Air Force pilots and combat controllers, U.S. Marines, and Navy SEALs. It was a classic joint operation done by some of our nation's finest warriors who are dedicated to never leaving a comrade behind.
Well, Jessica Lynch is in a U.S. medical facility somewhere. They won't say exactly where, and they won't tell us what her condition is. There is also some sad news. They recovered 11 sets of remains in and around the hospital. They said in the hospital morgue and in a shallow grave nearby. 11 sets of remains were brought out. They do not say if indeed these are Americans. Forensic experts are being called in to take a look at this, so it's going to be some time before we get any more information about the 11 people who were brought out. Their remains were brought out. Paula?
Tom, there are a number of published reports that suggest that coalition forces were tipped off about Jessica Lynch being held there because she was really just listed as missing in action. Has CENTCOM confirmed what triggered this daring raid, how they even knew she was there in the first place?
Well, the only way they'll describe it is they received what they term very good intelligence information of where she was being held. So they had a location, and apparently in the last couple of days put a plan together that was reportedly instigated by General Tommy Franks. The president was told about this yesterday afternoon at about 5 p.m. after the operation had been completed and she had been airlifted out of Iraq. So this operation apparently has been in the planning stages for at least a couple of days, but they say it was developed from intelligence sources.
And can you characterize for us just how dangerous this mission was? I know we had Jason Bellini on the air describing some of the diversionary tactics that were going on at the same time as this rescue was taking place.
Well, if you can imagine diving out of a helicopter in the middle of the ocean and you know there are sharks down in the water, but you don't know if they're going to be where you happen to jump in. That's probably how dangerous it was. The report that they were receiving small arms fire from this area indicated it was not heavily protected, but indeed it did have paramilitary forces who were willing to engage these special operations troops. The helicopter reportedly landed right in the hospital compound, so apparently a lot of the action took place around the helicopter because that's how they took her out, was right directly from the hospital itself, Paula.
Tom Atier, thanks for those fascinating details. And Bill, as I go back to you, I guess I'm reminded of what a number of our guests have said this morning. What great hope this is bringing other families who have not only POWs, but those that are still listed as missing in action.
Yeah, the hope springs again today, but nonetheless, what happened with Jessica Lynch is nothing short of a miracle if you talk to her family at this point, Paula. That ambush took place back on March 23rd, about 9 days ago, and we all know the news that rippled out of that. It was not good at the time. It really has not been good until the news came from Central Command late last night here. Back to the battlefield in and around Baghdad right now. U.S. forces moving on a couple different fronts right now. Carl Penhall, embedded with the Army's 5th Corps, joins us by telephone. Carl, we talked about an hour ago. What's changed in the past hour since?
Well, Bill, the speed of the push to Baghdad has been gathering pace, and indeed it's been much more rapid than U.S. commanders here seem to have expected. Early and overnight last night and early this morning, the 3rd Infantry Division, backed by Apache helicopters of the 11th Aviation Regiment, punched through Republican Guard defenses in and around the city of Karbala and have now pushed north. As we speak, U.S. commanders are telling me that 3rd Infantry Division are now within just a few miles of Baghdad, and if the pace of the advance continues at this rate, the 3rd Infantry Division, backed by those Apache attack helicopters, could be on the outskirts of Baghdad by nightfall. Here's what one of the Apache pilots who saw combat this morning north of Karbala had to say about the speed of that advance to Baghdad.
The intensity is it's a very quick moving, very fluid battle. The armor and mechanized infantry and artillery pieces and personnel on the ground are moving at rapid speeds.
The rate of the amount of resistance that U.S. forces have been encountering has been somewhat lighter than first expected. Nevertheless, U.S. commanders here tell me that aircraft such as the Apache pilot we just saw did receive small arms fire. They've also been coming under some kind of anti-artillery fire as well. In return, the U.S. forces have been targeting mortar emplacement, some troop carriers, some of the more modern T-72 tanks, and also Iraqi foot soldiers. But on the whole, as I say, the resistance, U.S. commanders are telling me, has been lighter than expected. At this point, we understand that the 3rd Infantry Division is crossing a point of the Euphrates River. Between there, the approaches to Baghdad and the speed of the advance there pretty much depends on what kind of resistance they encounter. Military intelligence here looking out particularly for those paramilitary units driving around with machine guns mounted on civilian vehicles. Bill.
Carl, thanks. Carl Penhall by telephone, Army's 5th Corps. That is one view right now of the front that continues to move north. Marty Savage has another back on video phone. Marty, what's happening now?
Well, Bill, we're still moving with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines. We've been on the move done over 100 kilometers today, almost 120 kilometers. Not a significant, distance, but actually the reason the progress has been so slow is not because this battalion is moving slow. It's the fact that the traffic of Marines, and the Marines are moving up the east side of Iraq, has been so intense, so heavy, so bumper to bumper, that no one has been making a lot of high speed. There is just so much military hardware of the U.S. Marines pushing north towards Baghdad that it just keeps rolling at a slow, steady, but very methodical pace. We continue to push forward here now, but the indications are that we're getting ready to get into a secure area to bed down for the night. Out on the highway, though, in the distance, you can just see a continuous line of all the marine hardware getting ready to push across, even bridge-making material. So indications, more canals, more rivers to be crossed. We've run across no major resistance today. The only gunfire we heard was artillery. That was outgoing from the U.S. Marines, just mirroring what others have been saying, that it does not appear, at least at this point, that the Marines going up the east side of Iraq today, at least, have encountered any heavy fighting, any major problems, or any stiff resistance from the Republican Guard or paramilitary units, Bill. And that's the way it stands right now.
Yeah, Marty, quickly, is there an explanation given from the military side as to why that's the case? Little, if any, resistance at all?
No, I would say right now the military commanders of this particular unit are going to go over today's action, the move, and as far as what objectives that may lie ahead, that's bound to come up. There were obviously concerns today that there was going to be resistance. They had a number of objectives they had to pass through, they were worried about. Clearly, though, it didn't materialize. They're probably thankful for that, but of course the skepticism also raises in your mind, just like it does for the folks at home. Why is that? And is there some sort of reason behind it that may not be a good thing? Who knows?
Yeah. Be good, Marty. Tonight, nightfall is going to happen in about an hour 20 minutes from now. Marty Savage with the Marines by way of video phone, and photographer Scott McWhinney along the ride. Paula, if you listen to his explanation, appears that there's some sort of traffic jam by the U.S. Marines and the U.S. military going up the east side of Iraq. More from Marty a bit later. Back to you now in New York.
All right, thanks, Bill. And we are just beginning to get more details on that heroic rescue of Private First Class Jessica Lynch last night, involving Army Rangers, Air Force pilots, Navy SEALs, Marines. Art Harris is near Nasiriyah and has even more now on the rescue and how it all came about. He joins us by telephone. Art, what have you learned? Good morning.
Good morning, Paul. As you said, it was a daring rescue, and gave them a level of confidence was that local citizens actually confirmed the location of the kidnapped soldier, and that was what helped the Special Operations Forces have confidence to hit that hospital. It is something that the U.S. Marines are finding in Nasiriyah as days go by. People are getting more confident about coming forward and pointing out who are Ba'ath Party members, military, where they live, and in this case, Paula, where they were holding an American. Back to you.
So help us better understand, though, how risky of a move this was.
Well, you're talking about nighttime in an inner city area that is infested with paramilitary and others running around AK-47s, rocket-propelled grenades. This is their neighborhood. This is their city. And the streets are narrow. It is dark. The one thing about our Special Operations Forces, they like to say, Paul, they own the night. They have superior night vision goggles. They rehearse these kinds of scenarios often. They had, I'm told, mock-ups of this place. So, sometimes they can go through these operations almost with their eyes closed, and that's what they like. But more again, I can't stress enough what I was told, that local citizens actually volunteered information that confirmed the whereabouts of this American soldier, and that gave them a level of confidence to move forward. Back to you.
It's quite remarkable that it was all pulled off at Art Harris. Thanks so much. Back to Bill now. I guess, Bill, it hasn't been confirmed how long this operation took, but two published accounts suggesting in the 10 to 12-minute range.
Wow.
From the time they actually got to the hospital and got Jessica on the helicopter.
Yeah, the other thing, it was April 1st. That was the new moon. It's the darkest night of the month last night. And again, tonight will be the second darkest night. But as Art points out, the military loves to say that they rule the night, especially with those night vision goggles. Back to the front right now, an increasing front that continues to push north. Walt Rogers by way of satellite. Walt, good afternoon. What's happening now?
Hello, Bill. All day we've seen the 3rd Infantry Division of the United States Army, as well as the 7th Cavalry, with whom we're traveling, thrusting continuously northward. There's a consolidation of efforts, and all the convoys we're seeing are moving in the general direction of Baghdad. Yesterday, these units were perhaps 50 miles south of Baghdad. Today, some of these units are perhaps half that distance. At one point over the horizon, in the middle of a desert, we could see stretching as far as you could see, perhaps 10 miles in either direction, a huge convoy of supply trucks and tanks and vehicles of all sizes, shapes, and descriptions moving north towards Baghdad. Again, we're getting very close to the end game in all of this. Earlier in the day, the 1st Brigade of the U.S. Army's 3rd Infantry Division smashed into the Iraqi town of Karbala. That's about 50 miles south of Baghdad. They went in expecting stiff resistance from the Republican Guard units of the Iraqi Army. In fact, they met minimal resistance. They blew a few tanks away and kept on rolling. Then the 3rd Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division rolled into town and secured it. If there is resistance, it is not anything that the Army is facing at this point. We've seen the Army as we rolled northward today taking prisoners of war. We saw 2 groups, probably a total of 100 Iraqi prisoners of war. They appeared very grateful that for them the war is over. Additionally, we have seen some dead Iraqis, but mostly what we have seen is huge convoys moving northward. The United States Army's 3rd Infantry Division, and as well as the 7th Cavalry, again moving in the direction of Baghdad, closing in, consolidating the gains of the past several days. We were involved in a firefight probably about an hour ago now. The 7th Cavalry was rolling across the countryside when the Kiowa helicopters, which were scouting for it, noticed ahead that there were 3 anti-aircraft batteries. These are Soviet vintage 20mm ACAC guns. Again, they started firing, the Iraqis started firing on the 7th Cavalry. One shell perhaps fell within 400 meters of where we were. Automatically, the 7th Cavalry opened up with its 3 120mm mortars, blasted the Iraqis, put the anti-aircraft guns out of existence, put the Iraqi mortars out of existence, and according to one officer, killed about 20 Iraqis. When we last left that unit, we could see that these were old Soviet vintage anti-aircraft guns. The Army engineers were putting C4 plastic explosives around the barrel, wiring them, and blowing a cache of ammunition. This as the Army continues, as I say, to negotiate its way close to Baghdad. Bill?
Wow, amazing stuff, Walt. Thanks. Walt Rogers, 7th Cav, southwest of Baghdad, or about that location anyway. The U.S. military at times do allow us to give certain locators, and Walt reported earlier today about 25 miles on the outskirts of town. In a moment, what next now for the U.S. advance? What will the coalition do, and how far do they go tonight and tomorrow? Major General Don Shepard's back with that when we come back right after this.
CNN Tonight as troops gear up for the push to Baghdad, former Secretary of State Alexander Haig and more, only on Larry King Live, CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
This month on Stars. Stars, #1 in new hit movies. Movies you'll see first on Stars and only on Stars.
His desire made him a champion. Now his pride gives a dangerous opponent one last shot at greatness. Marco Antonio Barrera.
It's about honor.
Kevin Kelly.
Pereira is mine.
For the featherweight championship of the world, Barrera versus Kelly, Saturday, April 12th, live on In Demand pay-per-view.
Order it on In Demand pay-per-view from Comcast.
It's about winning. Bring it on.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
You've heard us talk a lot about Najaf, the town in south central Iraq. We have some videotape to show you right now of a huge black billowing smoke coming out from somewhere in the center of that town. Not a whole lot of information given on this, but this is the live image we're getting from Najaf anyway. We were told earlier today the Iraqis are accusing the coalition forces of firing into a very holy site, holy to the Shiites. The coalition is saying now that Iraqi soldiers have taken up positions inside of this holy mosque known as the Ali Mosque. But the coalition at CENTCOM also indicating earlier today that they have surrounded that location and have not indeed fired on the Iraqi soldiers inside. Najaf is still a sticking point way down the road south of Baghdad. Major General Don Shepard's back with us. Don, good morning again to you. I want to talk about the U.S. location right now as best we can. And by the way, to our viewers, when we give away the mileage on the air, it's been okayed already by the U.S. military. Just to let you know, we're not giving up anything in terms of strategy or the tactical approach of the Marines or the U.S. Army as they get closer to Baghdad. Don, take us back to this dam that is near the town of Karbala. A narrow passageway goes between the dam and the town. Why is that so critical in your estimation?
Well, Bill, if the dam that we are talking about is the one that I think it's on Lake Razaza. Lake Razaza is the southernmost of the large lakes, so west of Baghdad, and basically if you blow that dam you can flood the Euphrates River and flood a great deal of the deserts that's out in there, making it very difficult for track vehicles to move through there. So it could cause a big problem. So it's good news if that's the right dam on Lake Razaza. It's good news that it has been secured, Bill.
All right, Don, let's talk about the U.S. forces right now. As best you can you give us an indication as to where you believe the 3rd Infantry Division, the 7th Cav is located, and where the U.S. Marines are right now south of the city?
Yes, I can. If I could illustrate on the map here a little bit, let me show you what I believe to be the case right now. All reports are that the Marines have crossed the Tigris River, or north of the Tigris River, moving toward Baghdad. The 3rd Infantry Division is between the Tigris and Euphrates River, moving in this direction. We don't know exactly where the 101st is. However, it's somewhere out here on the left flank, perhaps through the Karbala Gap, perhaps circling around to the west. We are not sure. Now, the significance of all of this is the divisions that are being encountered. First of all, right here is the Baghdad Infantry Division. That has been reportedly destroyed. If that is true, that is very, very good news. The next division that we are worried about over here is the Medina Division, reportedly being engaged by the 3rd Infantry Division, grossly weakened by air power, and supposedly they are not receiving much resistance. That's also good news. The next division we're worried about is the Hammurabi Division right here, which was between the Baghdad Infantry and the Medina Division. Do not know the disposition. Of course, the theory is that as you're approaching Baghdad, you approach the red line in which the Republican Guards will retreat and then employ perhaps weapons of mass destruction, chemical weapons. So we're watching for all of that, and the reports are that the forces, the Marines on the east and the 3rd and the 101st on the west are approaching within 20 miles, some perhaps closer than that to Baghdad, Bill. And the other thing is that I don't believe you will see a headlong rush into Baghdad, but pressure now clearly from the east, clear pressure from the south, and perhaps coming from the southwest, Bill.
All right, General, hold that thought. I want to get back to you in a moment. Ryan Chilcote's popping up with the 101st Airborne Division near Najaf. Ryan, what do you have there? We saw this live picture of this smoke billowing toward the sky. What's happening as best you can tell?
Sure, as you said, I am in the city of Najaf, which is in central Iraq. What you're seeing behind me, I'm going to step out of the picture, that black smoke is coming from 2 ammunition trucks, I'm told by some commanders here. 2 ammunition trucks that had been hidden by Iraqi Fedayeen fighters. The true ammunition trucks had been apparently covered up by some wheat, pretty poorly hidden actually in an alleyway. U.S. troops found them as they were clearing the city as they were moving through the city of Najaf. They've been in the city since yesterday and called in some Apache attack helicopters. Now, they've moved away from that area because where that black smoke is, there are a lot of secondary explosions. Basically, the ammunition that was in those trucks is still exploding. So the helicopters have moved away, but they are still in the city, and we can show them to you. They're right in the middle of the city here. We have Apache attack helicopters and Kiowa Warrior helicopters. Now, they look a little bit like mosquitoes with our lens from this distance, but I can assure you they are by no means toys, very powerful helicopter gunships. One of those Apache attack helicopters, one of those AH-64s, just a short while ago, fired most likely a Hellfire missile at those ammunition trucks, creating those black plumes of smoke. Now, as I said, we are in the city of Najaf, and Najaf is a very important place in Iraq, in the world for Shia Muslims in particular. It is just over my right here. You can see it over there, the Golden Dome. That is the Ali Mosque, one of the key places to Shia Muslims in the world. It is where Shia Muslims believe Ali, the cousin of the Prophet Muhammad, where his remains are. It is an important place to visit. If you are coming to Najaf, it is a place where many Shia Muslims come on pilgrimages. It has also been exempt from all of the fighting here in the city of Najaf. U.S. military commanders really going out of their way not to hit that mosque. Now, there has been a lot of controversy about the fighting that took place around the mosque 2 days ago, the day before yesterday. There was a big gunfight in that area. U.S. forces using howitzers, artillery, using fixed-wing aircraft, using helicopter gunships to destroy buildings adjacent to the mosque where they believe Fedayeen fighters, the guerrilla, the paramilitary fighters were hiding out and shooting at them. Now, there was also a report that the Fedayeen paramilitaries were using the mosque to shoot at U.S. troops. Apparently this report coming out of Central Command. Well, the field commanders that I'm with here from the 101st Airborne say that is not entirely the case. They do not believe that anyone actually fired at them from the mosque. What they believe is that Fedayeen fighters, these paramilitaries, would hide in the mosque, use the mosque as sanctuary, and then run from it to the adjacent buildings and shoot at U.S. troops using mortar fire and howitzer artilleries. Today,